Hello folks, sorry for this slow start to the day, but meetings have to happen. First series of the day today is LNG versus Anyone's Legend. If LNG win this, it sets the pace for everyone else wanting to qualify for playoffs. Right now, you need 6 series wins to get into playoffs. So that means that if today, it will go up to 7. That changes things. It changes things, particularly for RNG and Rare Atom. There is a slim chance that they can make it through. I think with a loss today, well, with a win today from LNG, both of them are knocked out, and then the playoffs brackets the race for playoffs kind of only includes Weibo and Thunder Talk, who are outside of the current playoffs bracket as it stands. And thanks everyone for tuning in once again. Sam will come through in just a second. We'll get through to casting some of these games of League of Legends, folks, so stick with us, and we'll stick with you. In terms of this matchup individually, I think actually the biggest thing is not on the Rift. It's off the Rift. Coaching changes coming to both of these teams in the last week. Tabe coming in for Anyone's Legend, a team which has struggled with this cohesion. On the other side, LNG, they fired their head coach in Crescent. Yu is now leading the team on a strategic level. As you can see, AL only the 1 series win ahead of LNG. There's actually a chance as well that if they end up losing, they could end up dropping out of the playoffs bracket as well. If they lose today, they will be going to 10th. Weibo and Thunder Talk potentially able to pounce on them as well. It really depends on how quickly they can turn around their split. So, quickly going over the compositions, you have Lucian Nami from Gala and Hung. I think the Nami in particular, very, very important in this game alongside the Maokai to deny the Ari, the Renata, and the Nocturne getting good value. If they throw out their ultimates, feels like the counter fire from LNG very, very strong. However, Hope and Kyle, they've actually been pretty strong on the whole in terms of a 2v2. Really has come later into the game where it feels like AL, most of their players on a pretty strong level of form individually. It's just after that point, you know, what happens in terms of that cohesion. Also, a fun return to 2023 as well. Jace mid lane for Scout. Now, this guy was absolutely goated at this champion last year. Him, Rookie, Yagao, all of the best mid laners knew how to use this champion to the highest degree. And you, of course, got the Jace Maokai as well, so that Maokai can go forward and use the Nature's Grasp to kind of shield that champion as he looks for Shock Blast and looks for burst combos. And also as well, because both of them have very long range, either ultimate or the Shock Blast combo, it's very, very nasty in regards to the amount of damage you can get from very long range away very, very quickly. 2v2, lots of summoners blown here as well as we get into the thick of things. Giller and Hung kind of expected to be down in this lane, at least early on. Of course, you got the Kalista and the Renata doing unspeakable things, and it's why Kalista has been, I believe, the highest ban rate champion within the league so far. And don't worry, folks, Sam will be coming through in just a second or two if you're missing the other Hap Good voice. And we'll have ourselves there. Wait a second. Is that on our end or is that on Billy's end? That one is, it's not buffering the stream. Normally you see that little circle in the middle of the stream when something's going wrong. That is not at all. Very good for us. Sound briefly disappeared as well. Looks like we're okay at that point. We'll keep track on that. There's every chance that we change website as well at some point to come into this. We have got the Biscuits for Shanks in the mid lane. I don't always think you need that versus the Jace. I actually feel like it's better to go. I really feel like a lot of Ahri players are not using either Sorcery or Resolve runes to get some really good early trades in. You can go Resolved for stuff like Bone Plating, and kind of like just take a little bit more damage and trade back more when you're looking for Ignite. And stuff like the Sorcery secondary for Mana Flow and Scorch allows you to skip something like an early lost chapter. You can go towards even a Lichbane first item with that. It tends to be pretty good. And then also Scorch gives you the extra damage as well in front of that, as well as I hear the opening of a door and hopefully a Sam coming into the room as well. I think when it comes into this game, I feel like before this week, before the coaching change, I would have said 100% LNG would be walking away with this game. Not that LNG have looked that great, it's just that AL have looked worse. However, after the Tabe coaching change, I wonder how much work he can do quickly. He really helped turn around BLG last year from their their spring 23 regular split right the way through to their MSI finals. Their spring finals before that, and their summer playoffs as well. Hello, Sam. How's it going?
How was the meeting?
It was okay, Sam. It was okay. We were just talking about LNG AL. LNG, the way that I'm going to phrase this is LNG are the pace setters for the race for playoffs.
Interesting.
Currently, they hold into the 10th place spot, and you can see that right now, getting a solo kill on top, so would very much help them. Is there anything? There is. Close run stuff as it's ghost for ghost, and Ude showing just how forgiving a champion he is. But yeah, if LNG were to win today, RNG, well, RNG already out, in fact, actually, I don't know why Wikipedia hasn't updated that, but I believe that at that point they do get a kind of like a secondary kill onto Rare Atom as well, who have very poor game score, so they wouldn't be able to match that. After that's not impossible to beat them in series score, so they have the ability to knock out another team from the race.
Here, despite nearly being solo killed, of course, with Iron Mantle being procced a number of times. A bit of grasp trading. Udyr right back to full HP, fairly standard. And I appreciate you saying the pace setters, right? Because in the end, LNG are kind of the bar to overmatch, or I guess try and at least stay level with, because they are the ones who are kind of right at that boundary mark. And to put too fine a point, they've also been on a slight upward trajectory as well after a very mediocre start to the split. We have started to see a game or two where they look a little bit more lethal, and someone like, say, Gala, right, who has been probably their brightest spark on something like the Lucian with a lot of that mid-game agency, could prove to be pretty difficult to manage.
Yeah, and I think that Scout, while he's not had the MVP performance, is still a good mid laner, folks. I've enjoyed the way that he's played with his team around the RE. On an individual level, you know, I think the competition for best RE at LPL is starting to heat up now, especially with Rookie having some fantastic games the other day, Care being a good player for too, but Scout's putting his name into the equation too. But the biggest change, as I was saying earlier, is not on the Rift, it's off the Rift. Tabe coach for AL, and of course LNG have had Crescent step up to, or step down, and you step up. Weiwei is currently getting cut down a little bit. Loses a branch or two. That's fine. AL defending their bot side. This isn't necessarily the easiest set of junglers to dive with. It's not your Xin Zhao and your Lee Sin or a Rel or a Poppy. So you can kind of see that often when you get pressure in this kind of bot lane, you use it to go into the enemy jungle to try and deny a level 6 or something like that instead.
Trying to read the dodge, didn't quite happen. Shanks ults away, so has the charm available. McCrockle around. I wonder how aggressive they feel like going. Charm just wide, try to find an unusual angle and fails to get anything more. That's the ultimate down in mid lane now for Shanks.
And, yeah, I mean, big thing here too is that we have the Maokai Jace combination, which was that was the LNG revelation of spring. Actually, they were the team that revolutionized playing this combo, so the jungler can go into the enemy jungle early on, and then Jace can follow over the wall with a shock blast. Because you use it effectively, Jace is a semi-global champion. It's a very different way to play it from the mid lane, as opposed to, you know, trying to go into the lane and try and just protect the Jace so we can do a 1v1 lane. It's not really the same kind of combo, and you can see that Scout typically been very, very good at playing towards his jungler. It's been a problem for LNG, so seeing if they can kind of overcome that, especially with the kind of strategic change in the back room, is important to track.
Yeah, and obviously Jace did get some laning buffs, was a little bit hurt by some of the item changes coming into this year, which did make him fall off that touch. Wasn't so easy to hit his ability haste markers, and obviously things like the first items not being quite as good as they once were. Eclipse isn't bad on him anymore, but the fact it's not what it used to be is certainly one of those things that made Jace feel that little less potent, particularly at that one item mark, which he used to really spike hard on.
Weirdly, I actually don't think it's this one item mark which has been hit more. For me, it's just like, I mean, the one item mark is still good. Eclipse gives 70 AD, and the proc itself is absolutely insane.
Sure.
Obviously, I think you still can proc Eclipse with first strike, so the first strike, I think, ends up procking the Eclipse if you hit just the shock blast, because it technically works as the second instance. There's a weird interaction there, folks.
Okay.
I believe that works, although technically that doesn't work for a couple of other things like Eclipse on like Corky Rocket with the Eclipse. So that anyway, folks, gets a little strange. Even when he runs the first strike, that's the reason I say it. But it might be able to do it with Aaron. That might be the one I was thinking.
Maybe
but either
Aaron,
way, it means that your third item spike is where things get really quite difficult. Crocker has level 6 though, and that's why the reserves are shutting off the lights preemptively for the lights being shut off here.
There we go. Enough about Jace items. We're gonna have to look towards bottom. The hostile takeover is fluid as anything. Manages to lock one down, but now the turnaround as Weiwei is here with the Nature's Grass doing so what they can to get a lot of these HP bars low, and no flashes on Kael means he could fall down, but there's just not quite enough damage to turn around anything there, despite a very good ultimate from Weiwei.
Yeah, the double root was not something I expected, but you maybe have to suggest that the bailout was the reason they didn't go for kills there. I feel like if they were playing a little bit more disrespectfully, maybe they just go in and the bailout kind of turns it around even in the low health amounts for anyone's legend. So kill over to anyone's legend, important for them. Goes over to Kael. I don't mind early kills on supports nowadays. It feels like, particularly with the items being as strong as they are, it feels like it's still a good point to get towards an early redemption, an early Mikhails, whatever you feel like.
trying to steal it away with the bubble, can't quite make it happen. And Croco being about a third HP, now a known quantity, means that dragon was secured pretty much for free. Kyle returns to lane, Hope still under tower and doesn't lose a wave despite the HP bars being pretty low, which was a potential problem there with the fact that for all that they got the kill, the HP bars were kind of tagged down a little as a kind of consequence of it all.
I think one of the real specialties we've seen of the LPL recently has been, okay, your reset's been stopped, your HP is low, and you can't have presence in lane. This is how we win a laning phase off of it. We saw that from TT just yesterday, actually. It was a big game for them versus Team WE. This is the all-in once again on the replay. See, level 6 not hit from the Nami. Once you take this fight and you have the Nami wave, very easy to just throw that wave at the other people wanting to follow up. Things change quite beyond that point. Full culling comes in. That was where things kind of started getting a bit spooky for Anyo's Legend, but they do make it out safely.
That's exactly it. Towards the top side we go. Zeka taken relatively low here in the lane. Does drag the Udyr all out, but just runs away with a blazing stampede and is fine.
Fun thing there is Zeka tries to get the extra distance on the dash by kind of dashing over the tower. If you get over the halfway mark when you click your cursor, it allows you to kind of just pop over the other side. You know, there are some champions which have that kind of enshrined in their kit, so it gives them extra wall clear distance, even when it shouldn't technically. Echo E is a big one for that. He goes over walls which technically are longer than his E dash, but it's very easy to cast it at the same point. That is very mean, Hung. That is very mean. But as we said, LPL specialty, stopping resets and then getting a good laning phase after that point, so they just deny an easy access into bot side.
Yeah, and it does mean that actually that kind of 10 or so seconds probably delays an easy shove in, which might have got them a plate, actually. Denying a Kalista, that always feels good. Static shiv in for Lucian as well, so the wave clear should realistically be Gala's now, so that ability to get access to the plates much more limited for anyone's legend in the bot side now, just purely off the wave clear.
So, items coming through across the board. We already talked about wave clear, we talked about Shiv, Blade of the Ruin King for Hope, obviously a big dueling item. Really waiting to see what'll happen once these junglers hit their first items as well. We've got the tank of Wei. He won't have that potentially for the next skirmish.
Slightly unusual first item there for Zucker as well, who's not gone towards anything like a Iceborne Gauntlet or anything. It's actually just the full
it's versus
Hollow Radiance. I know it's versus the Udi, but even then it feels like it's not the most common item ever. As actually huge chunk onto Shanks, who gets hit by a tree hidden in the jungle. Now the turnaround from Croco means out of the river comes the giant reptile, Wei dead to rights. And what looked like a good pick turns into disaster for LNG.
Oh man, and this is the combo which LNG used so well last year with Tarzan and Scout. Normally they'd go in for one of these big plays and they'd be able to finish off a quick kill, reset, and then look towards the back and the next part of the fight. They can't do that here. And now with jungler off the board, with mid laner not being able to respond either. See that Gal is forced to use the culling. There was the threat of a dive there. He makes it out safely. He needs to be careful here though. He can't disrespect Croco even without that ult. With that flash, he could follow up for a Fear Tether and that could be very dangerous.
Good use of the spell shield there. Croco not going to be hit up by the Aqua Prism, which could otherwise have proven a little difficult. Clear up a fair amount of gold by getting rid of that control ward. Always feels nice to pick that up. And LNG a little bit overeager. Croco with the nice counter gank with the use of Paranoia comes to play a little earlier than might otherwise have been, and that is always an issue when you're playing into Nocturne where you don't have vision in the enemy jungle. His ability to respond if he's on the same quadrant is very easy.
And, you know, we already talked about this combo saying, hey, very good follow-up from Jace in terms of being able to get towards the play. The acceleration gate also helps with that too in the form change. But they just go too deep, and the new map is very unforgiving when you're kind of like fighting in the enemy jungle and trying to get back towards your own towers. Not quite as easy to do that at this point. And Dark Seal stack over the Shanks. Happy about that one. One item hit for mid jungle. That Stride Breaker. Very, very impactful against a Jace who hasn't taken Phase Rush. You don't get that slow resist once you've proc that. Harry is alone on top side though. Potential of a fight. Doesn't bring him through the wall.
Unfortunate angle there from Zucker means Harry gets to walk away pretty much for free. It's the Ghost popped on both of the top laners. Of course, Zucker did go all out, so that ultimate ability is down. But with the rotation coming on through and Harry having to reset, should give LNG first kind of blush at attacking this tower.
Teleport coming through from Harry. He'll be able to wave clear this one probably just fine. It's an Udyr. He has infinite wave clear in his kit, even though he doesn't build any wave clear items or any damage items. Still Galen Hung. Of course, one item Lucian Nami, very strong still. But still, it's going to be the teleport and not much else beyond that point. So, AL, they got their Paranoia coming back up. Might be getting to the point where actually it's Pro-Noia for the side of LNG, where actually they need to be it's not actually, you know, paranoia. They're just right. This jungler is going to be really hurting them in the next few minutes because he's hanging around this bot side. Zucker is tanky enough to stay this one out, but I really feel like with the red wards dropped in the bot side jungle, LNG need to be very careful.
With that, LNG are taking the opportunity to claim the Herald here. Wei doing this one relatively for free. Of course, LNG did claim an earlier dragon, so this will just be a trade of objective for objective. And it's worth noting as well, only 3 grubs taken this game, so no 6 grub, or more importantly, I suppose, the 5 grub mark for that breakpoint for might spawns. So LNG now with the plates falling, looking to secure first turret with full wave, including a cannon to work with. It shouldn't take too much work to do, but of course Hope on the other side, looking to beat them in that race.
So it's going to be LNG with first turrets. So LNG win that race and get a little extra gold in pocket. First brick, over to them. I don't really know when I didn't stick. I know some people like to say first tower blood, and that just felt too wordy for me. First brick, that was a Doa-ism back in the day. I enjoyed that. Of course, the term came through because after Season 5, lane swaps were so strong at that point. They were like, right, we need to find a way for people to, like, not just keep lane swapping and hitting turrets. So we'll add in first, you know, bonus for the first kill of a tower. I just like first brick. I like it a lot, Sam.
It's the first brick in your monument to victory.
That's very poetic, Sam.
I like to think so.
As opposed to the Haloism of I am a monument to all your sins, one of the late game achievements. Was that in Halo 3 all skills on?
Yeah.
Or was that legendary or was that all skills on?
No, it was something that Cortana said as well.
No, it was, but it was also an achievement too.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember what it actually was. Maybe it was Lasso.
Potentially something around that. So, getting ourselves further into the early game here. One item spike feels like it's very strong for the Lucian army. Mid jungle though, they are very, very strong at this point. You don't have a Muramana or something like a Ghost Blade built up for Scout or an Opportunity. He's gone for the slower stacking of the Muramana. Wants the quicker transformation, I believe, I guess, by going for that first, because you get stacks quicker on the Manamune compared to just the tier. Gives you 6 per stack. Well, I mean, technically the tier gives you more in terms of base than it used to, but it gives you more on the whole, and you can get on your auto attacks too. LNG, that means though, they're waiting for that power spike still.
There they are. Croco needs to be a bit scared, but so does Kyle, who's taken very low indeed, down about a third HP. Shank's coming down the river. In some ways, the damage is kind of already done. Forced to reset. Now, control ward's going to be thrown in that bush, and those walls cleared out. Scout up here. So Shank's roaming back from the river.
You can see how LNG kind of have to play as a death ball. You kind of have to play groups up. Can't really give someone isolated over to particularly the Ahri and the Nocturne, who can absolutely kill them. At this point, there's no one tanky enough to stop both of that kind of mixed damage to full dive combo coming through. You can see that Wei went for the Barmies into the Knight's Vow. They're pretty efficient items. Doesn't really mean there's that much magic resist though. Building towards Murktros probably gets it on this back, and I feel like LNG, the fact that they haven't given over a kill at the 1 item mark and they might be able to cruise over to 2 items is actually pretty significant for them. They're starting to get up towards, you know, some of these kind of damage cores, some of these tank cores. Feels like AL would like to force a fight before that really becomes a problem. And okay, Scout, very different build. I was talking about maybe a Ghost Blade or an Opportunity. Goes for the Hubris.
Oh, Hubris, it's one of those items that people have still kind of making their minds up about a bit, because obviously it did get some buffs after its initial launch. Basically, the idea is once you get a kill or you get involved in a takedown, you get an additional spike of damage. You get an additional spike of stats for a little bit. It's like Medjai's, but briefly.
Yeah, it's for 45 seconds after you damage a champion that dies within 3 seconds. So it's like Jinx passive as opposed to like full kill or assist. You get 10 AD plus the amount of stacks you've got, well, the amount of times you've activated this thing before times 2. So I believe on ARAM it's only +1 actually for each stack, but because they've had to nerf that. But on Summoner's Rift, so it'll be 10, then 12, then 14. It'll keep stacking like that up over time. And of course, Jace, if he gets good kill participation, they do get that first kill. It means that his follow-up combos and the second shock blast and stuff like that, being able to siege after a 1 fight is really, really obnoxious. But means less safety and potentially less ability to get that first kill. Herald into the mid lane. They have the Mark Out to protect them as well if they need to.
Extended play, but it is actually Scout who was in. They get hit with the hostile takeover. The Mark Out would have to try to buy some space to turn around the engage, but in comes Croco right to the backside with the power. Nobody's down, and now the Hubris can activate that temporary Medjai is doing all the work, and Zucker Dashing on forwards with an all-out. Everyone here to play. AL still pretty low. Wei coming on over, looking to throw down a sapling. A wonderful double Aqua Prison. Scout goes to the skies, brings out multiple people. Hope is reeled out of danger briefly with a bailout, but still goes down. And LNG win the fight in mid lane.
4 for 1 for LNG. AL, they might have changed the coach, but they can't change the course of that team fight. I really think there was a big mistake from Shanks in there. Didn't hold onto his charm to fire it onto a CC target, just fires it out into the wind, and they lose that bit of CC. That could have changed everything. Felt like they could have just ran off that first kill after killing Wei, but they can't quite manage it. LNG, they walk away having a Herald charge into the mid lane, and the Nami gets huge value being counter-engaged. So, Renato, genuinely, really good. Gets to ping a couple of people out. You can see that the initial flash goes around, but then Shanks misuses his charm here. He doesn't end up getting that full combo through. I feel like they could have just followed on to just a single target in the front line. They can't quite manage it. And then the magic happens right after this. You have a double bubble after a shock blast comes through. There is absolutely disgusting damage as Scout cleans up some kills.
And not to put too fine a point on it, that's after Kyle's just flashed as well. So he flashes and still gets caught with the prison. It is exquisite timing. But now over to the Dragon we go. LNG with a bit more golden infantry. Looking to play this one out more aggressively. Still no ult on the Nocturne, which could prove problematic. Wei has got that Nature's Grasp up, throws it straight across the broad side of the team, getting a couple roots. Not that much more value. Nocturne secures the Dragon though, so it will be AL with the victory on that Smite fight.
Okay, so Baron available now too, particularly with frontline available on both teams. There is a chance that that can be started up and just kind of used to bait, because those tanks can allow you to sit on it without taking as much damage. LNG moving up, getting themselves into position to try and get some mid lane push and see how much value they can really get out of this play.
Indeed, since they claim another tower in mid lane, continue to extend the gold lead, but the Parano comes through alongside that Spirit Rush. They're going to try and dive onto the Cassandre, who doesn't seem like that valuable a target. Charm lands onto Wei briefly, but not that much work. Gala, though, very low on the backside. All out, though, gets Hope miles away as he was looking for the kill. He's taken down. On the other side, Croco's gone in to try and kill the Cassandre and loses horribly. Shanks kills off Wei, so at least there's one back for anyone's legend, but they've lost their AD carry. They've lost their jungler. Ari gets one more, but the damage comes through as the piercing light claims their life. Scout looking for a shock blast, lands it onto Kyle, who's got nowhere to go. Maybe, just maybe, they decide, actually, we're not going to be able to get there in time before he gets the turret, and that'll be a little bit too eager.
Dude, I thought this team was going to be slow. This turtle's got hands. LNG, they're actually pulling out good fight after good fight. And it feels like anyone's legend have really disrespected the disengage and reset potential in terms of resetting the battle lines, as opposed to, you know, getting an extra ability or a charge or something like that. The ability is going to like shrug off the initial engage and then play afterwards. Cassandre W, great on that kind of level. Dashes back into his team and suddenly big ultimates all been used. And despite the fact that the Kalista and Ada get good value here, it's really hard to pull out the rend when you've got someone who can CC you up for those important moments. Zucker pulls the Kalista away from the important rend targets. Croco in a bad place too. Zucker, been a bit of a silent hero for LNG this split. Rarely been the person who's been the problem on the team. Consistently had real teamfight impact on the Cassandre, even in their lost streak. Important moment for him there. And hey, now they are fighting from behind against a team that does outscale them.
Credit to Shanks for at least getting a couple kills there and something at the back end of it. It could have been an absolute wash without it. It makes it a 2 for 3 rather than a 3 for 1 or 3 for none even. But still, it's not what you like to see if you're an anyone's legend fan. Because it feels like the problem is the anyone this time around is LNG, who are looking a little more legendary than you are right now. 3 kills, 3 assists on this Jace. Similar amount of kill participation over towards Gala as well at 205. Those carries are online right now for LNG. This is their point of power.
I really like how LNG are not playing on 3 lanes against the Nocturne and the Ahri. If they were pushing bot lane at the same time as mid and top lane, this would be a disaster. But they're pushing just mid and top lane, using the Lucian and the Jace as these huge wrecking balls, backed up by the Nami and the Maokai disengage and the ability to ward off people diving towards them. It's a level of macro from LNG that we've not really seen this year so far. I feel like the loss of Azir has hurt this team disproportionately, because not only is Azir Scout's most played champion in his career, I think it's one of his best ones on an individual level, he also knows how to play it on a macro level. He knows how to get into side lanes and get a lot of gold from, you know, top lane, bot lane, outer turret, while his jungler is shadowing him at the same time. They haven't been able to play towards that. The Jace, though, kind of an AD control mage in its own right. kind of allows him to play towards a similar style. It's once again collecting waves in these side lanes. Scout really starting to accelerate. 3 items, has a Cyrildas on top of the Muramana Hubris core for him this game.
He's a very, very strong champion right now. Still stayed on the free ass boots. Obviously, there is a world where that becomes something like Ionian. Often feels very good on the Jace for additional ability haste, but has prioritized getting to the 3 item core early, and that makes sense. Jace, very potent at this point, and he's one of those champions that, with the addition of Cyrildas a year or 2 back, finally found another breath of life as the game got later. He used to kind of fall off a bit of a cliff. These days, definitely not the case, as the ability to start throwing some of those late game shot blasts really hurts.
And this is the bonus of building something like the Hubris. Well, I mean, typically be the Ghost Blade, but the Hubris or the Ghost Blade, something like that, because Cyrildas is now this strange item where basically, Riot didn't want it to be a fighter item. They wanted it to be for people who build lethality already. So the percent armor penetration and the slow scales off of lethality. You need lethality items, which is why Eclipse kind of sucks with him at some point now, because it means when you get to 3 items and you need the percent armor pen, the Eclipse no longer giving lethality means that he really drops the power compared to the, the Eclipse Muramana Cyrilda spike he used to have in the last couple of years in the Mythic era. With something like this, the extra lethality item, it is giving him much more power to potentially cut through frontline a little later.
Here he takes a little bit of a chunk there from the Lucian, but nothing super meaningful right now. Of course, 3rd item now complete for Gala as well. Can't sleep on him. Infinity Edge on the Lucian will really begin to hurt if he manages to get a full culling off on someone.
Yeah, Gala's really, really strong. That first tap is so damage, right? Oh man, that one is. It's kind of like at the point where it's he's no longer got little pea shooters like going forward like dual Desert Eagles, like blam, 50 cals, Infinity Edge crits everywhere. So hope looking like sadly that main character from Modern Warfare 2.
Great in a pistol round, that's what I'm saying.
You know that one scene from Modern Warfare 2 with the Desert Eagle? It's like, oh no, this is bad. This is how we lose our main character.
Danger close, I suppose.
I can't remember the name of that mission, but it was pretty bad. All the same, Scout now left alone on topside for once, but again, every time Scout is collecting a wave in topside, there's someone there just backing him up. One of the big things about anyone's Legend AL,
no,
is that they have had some shifts in the back room in their coaching staff, and that will, at some point, lead to some strategic differences being shown on the Rift in the team as well. LNG looking less lost and slow and just more poised, and they go straight towards the Baron, and this is just as AL have lost their Ari ultimate. They're going to have to teleport back onto the map, and indeed they do.
They do just that, of course. Zika was here first. Harry has to run away pretty fast, of course. This is still versus a Nocturne with Flash and ultimate. This will just be a flip. It's down to 2,000 HP. It comes in, but the smite doesn't happen. Tries to make the steal occur. LNG flip it and win out.
That was a flip, folks. Just throwing it out there. There was nothing solid about that one. Croco goes straight into the pit and is there in time for a smite as he does the drive-by. Oh my god, the damage from the shot class is starting to rack up from Scout as well. Anyone's Legend, they now have to play against a team with a Maokai and a Jace, and the culling as well from the Lucian in terms of siege. While they don't really have a way to engage into them now. They've gone down into the arrayed spears of LNG multiple times in this game so far, and it hasn't worked out better for them. As you can see, there's a couple of big ultimates used from LNG. As the teleport comes through, this is a bit of a waste. I really feel like if they'd saved one of those ultimates to throw the other side, it would have changed things. I guess you've got the spell shield from Nocturne, so it wouldn't change things all too much after that point. And now the siege begins. Very hard to stop LNG from getting to these turrets.
I want to say as my eyebrows were getting increasingly high on my forehead as I watched a Nocturne with Paranoia and Flash get close to the Baron pit. I was like, this is very bold, LNG. But they get away with it. Didn't even sync up all their abilities to smite it down. The Scout was looking to shot blast people outside of the pit. Still, they get the Baron, they get the shove, and now AL are on the back foot. They have been for a little while, but this could be game-breaking.
So, Garlop has himself that last whisper. Oh, God, if that shot blast lands... You know what? I wouldn't put it past Scout's damage right now. They would straight
that would be a kill.
Kill him.
Yeah, that would be a kill.
Callista returning back to the realms of the dead. No longer a revenant, just a corpse. As LNG looked to finally just crush into this base. AL felt like they had to fight around that one item mark. Couldn't find what they wanted to. And they've been slowly bled out over the course of the rest of the game.
The shot blast begin to fire. Don't know whether Scout's got quite enough ability haste to get a second shot blast through that acceleration gate. Shanks, though, down at 20% HP on the side. Means that the Paranoia's gone. The stopwatch has to come through to immune Gala's damage, and that means there's no one left for him to go. Azuka claims him with his Intofos. A shove knocked back onto Croco, is bailed out, but that will still be a handbag in LNG's inventory. Here he gets pulled all out, and knocked back onto Kyle with a bramble smash, and the rest of the team falls to the wayside. LNG silence the doubters, and will claim game 1 here versus anyone's legends.
And there are a lot of teams out there just outside the playoffs bracket thing. Oh hell, looks like the benchmark's going up a little. If they win another game in this series, the other teams waiting for it will have to reach minimum 7 series wins. Right now, LNG are playing against 3 teams in their last 3 matches against other teams in the playoffs race. Anyone's legend, they're not secure yet. They could themselves get knocked out. And LNG, where were you when they won a game in under 30 minutes? The turtle shell is it's been taken off today. They've been really starting to go off to the races. Folks, sorry for the late start again today. We had some meetings to go through, but thanks for sticking with us all the same. And Sam, if you need a drink, now's the time to do it.
Chance to go grab it. So I'll be right back.
We're gonna go sit and we're going to chill out for a little bit. Golden Goose, I have no idea what you mean by that comment. Are you... Oh god, how's everyone doing, folks? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well on both Twitch and YouTube. It's been an interesting morning. In a good way, actually. In a good way, I think. Had some good news about LPL, I think. So hopefully we'll be able to share that at some point as the full crew. Quixotic. That's a cool name. I like that. I hope I didn't butcher the pronunciation, but yeah. With anyone's legend and WE playing like this, it is really not my week. I'm so sorry, Wub. So for those of you that don't know, Wub is a huge Shanks fan and a huge WE fan because of the years on WE as well. And both of them are looking like hot garbage right now, so kind of happens. Yeah, some good news on LPL, I think, on the whole. And like it always comes in a little bit of a mixed bag, but because of just the nature of the product this year. But it's been good. It's been good, I think, on the whole. Well, it's better than it has been, so that's cool. Right, so I need myself another coffee as well, and maybe get myself a snack as well, so I'm not completely without things. VCS in shambles, yeah. VCS is in a weird old spot, gotta say. Is Wub the guy who makes the long WE posts on Reddit? No, that is someone different, but I do tune into every post-match thread to see what happens there as well. LNG gonna finish 7th after being below 0.5 all season in terms of win rate? Yeah, it's a real possibility. I think that the coaching change has really changed them. I think that it's ended up being really good for them. Because, look, Crescent had a really bad year on Top Esports. He was having a really bad year on LNG as well. It doesn't surprise me that he's gone. I'm surprised that he's gone so quickly, because it felt like he was just kind of around to stay in a lot of plays. But yeah, I feel like LNG, this felt a lot more like LNG of last year, where they just have, like, a really, really long-range response combo from mid-jungle, where you have something like the Maokai, or something like the Sejuani. You can throw ults from a full screen away while you have Scout on something quite long range, like a big Mage or the Jace, or even something like a Tristana that can jump forward as well. I really feel like that's been the bread and butter of LNG when they've been winning. And it's also, you know, and also the mid-game macro, if this is how they're going to play out mid-game, this is the mid-game macro that took JDG to 5 games 2 series in a row. Also worth noting, you know, LNG they haven't beaten JDG in like 4 years at this point. It's been a very long time, but yeah. Also, folks, the second series of the day is OMG versus BLG. Worth noting that Angel is not playing because his father passed away. BLG's promo poster for this, I'll try and show it before we get into the series as well, because I think it's important to see. It was really sweet, actually. It was kind of like a bit of an homage to Angel, and I had the note like everything will be fine on it, basically, which is really sweet, actually. LPL social medias, they can be weirdly poignant sometimes. So we'll get to that later, after the first series of the day is over, and we'll get to check in with how BLG are playing right now. And yeah. What's happening here? Now the question is how on earth is Crescent getting a job at a better team? I don't know. Who knows, man? The thing is, their top esports should have been a super team in their own right, so, you know, better team, yeah. Can be a little bit all over the place sometimes. Right, I need Sam to
他思路上面还是想回到下路有优势，然后以下路为主导，但是实际运营起来这个效果不太一样。
包括下路感觉对卡列的一个熟练度也没有那么高吧？
对，就他没有打出这个组合让我们想到的压制效果。
对，
那你说这种情况下，会不会下一把他们
Yeah, I need to put stuff on Instagram quickly, get some socials out. Off topic, but is Sam doing more rebirth after? I don't know, I haven't asked him. Do I have anything I need to do after this? I should probably take a break. I'm going to be on EuroLeague later today, so I'll have another podcast coming through, which I'll post that on my Discord and stuff like that when it comes through. Hung gets player of the game. I think this Nami was spectacular, and obviously, yeah, I think this is cool. I think particularly given that, you know, Mark started the split over Hung, this is a big moment for him as well.
这把 MVP 说实话给谁都行吧。
确实5个人团队的胜利啊。
是的 ，LNG 最近状态确实非常的好。
他很多这种
Hung and Zika deserve it. Yeah, I think it had to be one of the two, right? I probably would have given it to Hung thinking about it. He really did well in the early game too, thinking about it. His waves were game-changing the entire time.
他们知道我上半区一定有视野，所以小王没多插眼。就有的时候这种细节都是，如果你没注意，比如说辅助插了2个眼没眼了，我还要回波家，然后大家要等你回家再出来，就会很被动。但是那一波他们就是明显很早就沟通，我们先把龙门视野排了，然后我们再去下半区，你别多插眼了。
然后他们最近其实在这种选择上感觉也非常扎实，我感觉。
对，就是。
Hung definitely deserved it for the bubble. Yeah, the thing is, oh my gosh, LNG Scout is the best. Thank you so much for the prime. By the way, we actually just reached over 60 subscribers. I feel like we should do a sub goal. I feel like we should do that. I don't know what I should do with the sub goal, but it might be a maybe after the stream someday. Maybe we'll end up watching another game. Maybe we'll watch through one of the old tournaments. So if there's a tournament which people would like to watch back, because a lot of the time, League fans don't watch old League of Legends. We could go through another old tournament. I was doing that in off-season as well, actually. And Mecha, by the way, you're an absolute saint. I told Sam about the donation yesterday. You're, yeah. Make sure you can actually handle it after co-streaming LPL 2. Yeah, honestly, I'm feeling okay. You know, I'm starting to build up a tolerance for this stuff. Particularly on the 2 series days, it's not really a problem. When it comes to like the 3 series days, it does get a little bit more rough. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go run adverts now. I'm gonna go get myself a coffee, and then we'll get back to you for game 2. Just because I started. Yep. Sweet. Cool. I was saying actually just reached 60 subs on.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I figured one thing which we could do actually at some point is, and you're welcome to join me for this as well, is we could watch through an old tournament or something like that.
Yeah, that could be a lot of fun. I'd be down for that. Oh, just hit 61 subs as well. There we go. That's nice to see. What Mad T1 MSI 23? I heard it was a bagger, says Will Panzer. It was certainly a series. It was certainly a series. How's YouTube doing, guys? You guys are live over there. Let me go have a look at that one too. Aha. Everyone okay over there? Looks to be. Well, one of the matches of all time. One of the matches of all time. So, here on the ad break. How are you, Sam? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. It's been a weird old split, that's for sure. But we're doing all right. I need to actually check in and get ready for. I've got NLC this evening actually as well, so I need to see what the plans are for that. I need to go do my predictions for that as well. Actually, I need to respond to this quickly. Cool. Let's go do predictions as well, which we can do a little later. Okay, we can sort that in a bit. That's fine. Is LEC or LCS better in your opinion? Oh, so I think LEC has a more robust ecosystem in terms of the way it actually has a semi-functioning ERL system, which is very important. Which means there's actually a fair amount of players wanting to come up. Which means in terms of ability to support 10 teams, I think it's there. So I don't think the issue in LEC right now is necessarily talent. Players are solid enough. I think there are some roles which are still struggling. Top lane probably most obviously. But I don't think talent's an issue. LCS is in a trickier position where I actually do think the level of the LCS has gone up, and I think finally they've brought in some rookies who've actually shown up, rather than relying on talent that isn't as invested anymore. And I don't want to say that veteran talent aren't good, because I think that's actually a really dumb, like, part of the mindset. Oh, you're too old, you can't play League of Legends. Like, fuck off, of course you can. That's not a big deal. But actually, it does mean that a lot of these younger players were never really given the opportunity to shine, and a lot of the players who had kind of not really got it anymore for whatever reason, they hadn't got practice, they'd not chef with the meta, they weren't as invested in staying good, meant that was still this kind of like element of the LCS struggling with learning when to give rookies a shot and who to let go to let that happen. And I do think moving down to 8 teams when some of the funding was getting quite tricky, especially because LA is a bloody pricey city to set up a team in, became quite problematic. I do actually think LCS at the moment, on average, probably isn't that miles off LEC. In fact, I think a lot of the LEC's mid-table teams have been really, really struggling. So I think outside of probably the top 2, 3 of the LEC, I think LCS is arguably better than them. I think the top end of LEC and top end of LCS are probably relatively matched. I think G2 are actually a very good team, though they are still quite inconsistent. We've seen what happens when they snowball. They snowball exceptionally well. They do Cascade plays better than most teams in the world, frankly. But if they don't work out, because they are quite an aggressive foot to the floor kind of team, if it ever goes wrong and the train derails, it derails really hard. And there are teams out there that will punish them for that. Yeah, I think LCK is probably on I think LCK is looking the best on average right now. The top end of LCK looks very, very competent. The top end of LPL has still made some errors, which is made for a very exciting league. Don't get me wrong, but it does mean that actually teams haven't looked flawless. Even teams like, for a long time where NIP was 6-1 and people were, yeah, I don't know about this team, man. There's definitely a bit of that going on. KC clears teams at Worlds. I think the fandom possibly would. They have got an incredibly devoted fan base. But I think player-wise, like team-wise in general, they've been struggling. I think anyone has seen that. That's about that. We're just sort of chatting about what we think the levels of LCS and LEC are at.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably covered up most of the stuff that I'll talk about too, right? But I think that right now, I think the problem with LEC is that when teams lose their plan A, plan B has not been good at all. The teams are not very, very versatile. I think the only teams which can get away with that are G2, obviously. I think they're the team which are kind of like the most free-form team in the LEC. They're very good at kind of like picking up things on the fly. I think that yeah, I did see, Will. I did see. I'll have to check it after because I can't see what it is right now. But I will.
He's trying to get us to rewatch Mad versus T1 at MSI last
year.
Really? Yeah. This guy is trying to make us sit through pain. Is what's actually happening.
So, funnily enough, I went out to because I know London pretty well. I went out with the Mad Lions, like, not owner, but like one of the executives, because I know them quite well. They're really nice guys.
They're lovely, yeah.
No, I went out for udon with them, and they were there just like say like, hey, so while we're going out for lunch here, my team is scrimming T1. I'll see how traumatized they are when we get back. Pretty much, because it was just there as like, yeah, this could be this. And the thing is that like actually hearing from people within teams, I've talked to people from G2, I've talked to people from Mad, and a couple other teams. It's really interesting to hear the how far ahead a lot of these teams are. As we'll get into the game, I will finish this point as well, because it applies to these teams in LPL and LCK, when you go to international events, it just feels like LPL and LCK have already discovered the meta, and then they get to perfect the matchups. Whereas you get other teams from other regions, they look towards teams. You know, LNG was one of these teams last year, because they were actually a team that was quite slow to adapt to the meta, but once they get it and they start nailing the matchups, it feels impossible to play against them. Much like the first game against Anyone's Legend here, they reached a really good point in the mid game where it felt like it was looking a little bit back into the old LNG, where they could very cleanly slot into 2-lane macro, where they'd end up kind of getting a lot of gold and just kind of keep pushing you back on the map, but still doing it safely.
Scout and Gala both stepping up to be high-end carries. You know they've got the talent. It just hasn't felt like the team has been clicking that way, at least so far. Slightly different look this time around. Of course, Anyone's Legend over on the blue side. They're banning away Tristana early as well, interestingly, not wanting to give that over to either Gala or Scout.
Yeah.
They've first picked the Varus, know what the response is. Senna is up, so is Smolder. Of course, Gala is a long-term Senna player, so decide, yeah, we'll pick that alongside the Nautilus. It gives Hung a little bit more oomph to his Naut, and that should be a fairly solid duo to work with.
So what this does is lock in hope towards on-hit Varus. If you lock in this and then there's a different answer on bot side, you can still go towards poke. Because there's a front line of the Nautilus now, especially with the Senna buffing them up, and also the fact that Nautilus will just have more gold, you need the on-hit Varus for tank killing potential. Hope is a very, very good Varus. This guy won the LPL, folks, in summer 2022 with JDG. And it really feels like a lot of people sleep on this guy as an AD carry. I feel like it's kind of hard for him to shine in some of these team situations, but he was a real hot prospect in this off-season. LNG, though, I will say, I'm not a big fan of Senna plus tank into the on-hit Varus Renata. I feel like you get really dunked onto AL. I feel like they have a good bot lane matchup. I feel like the mid lane also can help roam towards bot lane. It wouldn't surprise me if Scout locks in Talia now. It would really help with them roaming towards bot lane.
Karma also somewhat works. It's something else to buff up the front line and makes it a bit trickier. And in fairness, it gives you some pressure to maybe manage the RE in lane a little bit, which might be something to do. And, you know, I don't want to belabor the point too much, but I remember a conversation we both had with Gulborg when Renata first came out. And he said, look, Nautilus past a certain point sucks into Renata because she just ults you and you end up auto staggering blow your own teammate. Yeah. It's awful. There is some really scary combos and it's not that easy to play into the Renata, especially for a champion that is nominally quite good on the whole. But we have still got to see what this all works out because the combo is still good. It's still a solid champion that Hong obviously knows how to play. We've still got to figure out our junglers in particular, and that's why they're on the ban table here for this second phase of bans. Vi off the table from Anyone's Legend, of course. When Shanks has got the Ahri, that makes a lot of sense. Crocker's put a lot of time into the Ahri. Wei lost the Maokai already, now loses the Xin Zhao. Still got to figure out what they want to put in here, especially because LNG are fourth pick. I've got the initial pick after the bans. They could potentially really narrow that jungle pool just by picking whatever's left.
So now you have to ask, okay, well, what's Crocker going to have that actually is a good combo with the rest of the team? Never mind, just a good combo in this game. When I think of Croco, I think of stuff like Xin Zhao, and I think the Rel is a big one for him. And Poppy not bad too. It could be okay, yes, potentially. It's a decent early game 3v3 champion. I wonder whether we get something like Rel for extra teamfight engage and kind of just allowing to get towards that backline. Potentially be very helpful for breaking shields from Karma and Nautilus too. It is a Croco special. Really depends on what we're getting through from Wei. He locks in Graves. Now it gets a little bit more difficult because you're sat there like, well, you're going to get out-farmed if you go for something too passive like a Rel, which can just sometimes fall behind the game. I think Harry is happy to lock in the blind pick of the Sensei. It allows you to kind of just press W and then just play towards frontline kill. And on the other side, you know, there are... this is a combo which I think Meteor played quite a lot on LGD, and Xiaoye was alongside that too. Graves and Senna. It's weird thinking of an AD carry jungle duo, but these two are really good at just like firing ults across the team and removing half the team's health bars at an important moment.
Yeah, and Senna always feels additionally very strong when she has an ability to really impact the front line of her own team, be that a tank or be that a frontline carry, which is somewhat what Graves is, because again, his shotgun's pretty short range, even if the ultimate is very good long range follow-up. So now locking in the Twisted Fate, you have got yourself some very scary long range follow-up. Twisted Fate locks someone down, Senna and Graves press R, Karma presses RQ, and someone likely dies. It's not the tankiest team comp on the whole here from Anyone's Legend. Cassante notwithstanding, everyone else gonna potentially suffer a little bit as Croco does lock in the Lee Sin for a little bit more of that mid-jungle playmaking at least, but they are going to want to snowball here, because if it gets a little bit later and the Twisted Fate starts locking in some of those scary gold cards, I don't know how easy it'll be to survive the burst.
I really feel like Hope is in a difficult spot now. If he goes on hit, yes, you can kill the Nautilus, but you really struggle against the rest of the team. 4 very long-range champions from LNG, especially once you get Fire Cannon in from Zucker. And with something like the smoke screen being able to stop you doing good DPS as well, I really feel like now this is an option now for this to be a poke Varus and just let the Nautilus be tanky and hope you can have value elsewhere in the team fight. Hope that you can go elsewhere, but then you have to have poke Varus with the Renata, who doesn't really get to buff up an auto attacker at that point. I feel like this draft from LNG has put a little bit of a question onto, okay, how does Hope have value? It's going to be hard either way. Either one of Hope or Kyle is going to have a difficult game.
I think eyes are then also turned to Weiwei on the Graves, who likely going to have priority mid lane, will have the ability to Senna to follow up wherever the Graves is. And again, I've only really seen a lot of Graves more recently when it was in the LDL, but that was the likes of Milky Way playing, and the way it worked there, and again, it's a very different level here at the top end, is you have ways to support the Graves wherever he is and on whatever mad journey into the enemy jungle he's taking on. And Senna Ultimate does a really good job of that. I'm fighting over Raptors, Senna. I'm fighting over Blue Buff, Senna.
That can happen. I also think that at the top level of play, it's actually quite underrated. Graves just not doing much. Because he's just very happy to just keep hoovering through farm. The less that happens, the more that it I love that skybox, by the way. Just like the little cheapy Spirit Blossom aria in the background. I like that a lot. I
wonder why.
Who knows? Who knows? We're gonna turn back onto cameras and gonna have the REs on again. It'll happen, folks. Shanks, not gonna lie, didn't impress me on the RE first game. I saw we have a Shanks super fan in chat, as Hope does flash away, and he is going for the on hip. Worth noting as well. But worth noting as well that Shanks is also very affected by the Azir being out of the pool as well. It's Scout's best champion. It's definitely one of Shanks' best ones too on the other side though, and it has felt like he can't be that hyper carry from the mid lane, which he has been for Anyone's Legend throughout a lot of the early split. Remember that Anyone's Legend were like 7-4 or something, or 7-3, I think it was. They could be sliding to 7-8 from 7-3. How ridiculous is that?
Big impact then of that champion somewhat going. And, I feel like I bring this up most times, but it's interesting as well, because I know you really rate Scout Azir. Where some of the other analysts were a little bit more dubious on it this split because of his laning stuff. But I kind of tend to agree with you about how historically dominant he's been on the champion and how hugely it's impacted the pool.
The way that you have to view Scout, because the thing is, so I had this conversation with Kira, who's a big LPL follower as well, in terms of when you look at different mid laners in the LPL, what are their strengths and what's the difference between their laning phases? Scout is not a laning phase mid laner, not really. What he is very good at is using his champion to set up a plan. He's not necessarily going to be the person who gets huge CS leads, as we see. Okay, bowling, I don't think it's going to lead to that much. But, like, when he gets himself someone like a Tristana that has early push, he's going to use that wave crash dive in mid lane to do something in the enemy jungle or to get a dive. When he has the Azir, he's going to use it to get into side lanes at the one item mark and get gold through it. It's not really about the laning phase. I would say that the issues people with Scout's Azir does not come from him on the champion. It comes from him just as a player in general, and you'll see that across all champions. So for me, it's more a case of when he's on champion, like so for instance on this Karma, does he have a particular power point where he says, look, this is the power play that I really want to do on this champion. That's how I view him as a player.
And last game we talked about how Scout has always been very good on things like the Jace about supporting his jungler doing things. We already talked about the Senna being able to do that, but with him on the Karma, which is probably the queen of priority in mid lane right now in general, his ability to execute a plan around having that Graves in the jungle as one of those additional carries feels pretty good. So eyes on Scout, perhaps, to see how he links up with the likes of Weiwei and Gala, who will be pressing R on people at some point in this game to make the game LNGs for the taking.
So LNG, they've got push in mid lane, of course push in top lane, it's Twisted Fate, the AD variants as well. Bot lane, did say can kind of suffer down here was the Senna Nautilus into the on-hit Varus and the Renata. If you overstep, you eat a Varus E and you're slowed into the team fight, into the 2v2. It feels like a team fight sometimes, the amount of arrows hailing across that that kind of fight. But LNG, they do need to be careful down there. Hope and Kyle, if they get a significant lead in this game, I really feel like this Varus could be a huge problem, especially trying to kill him when you do have potential first item Mikhail's coming in from Kyle, bail out, and then him being able to just run through the rest of the team.
Exactly that. Weiwei claims the Scuttle Crab top side. Done what Graves do, which is full clear. What a shock to everyone involved. Goes back to base. We're picking up a couple long swords, one imagines. Actually picks up a Doran's blade. Of course, does feel nice on the Graves for that little bit of additional dueling power early.
This is the thing that we've seen a lot from junglers in the last patch, well, the last season, really, this coming into 2024. It has been just like a look, I need to be able to fight for things a little earlier now because just it feels like there's a lot of 3v3s going on. And with jungle item not giving any stats, you kind of need a little bit of brawl against something like a Lee Sin or a Xin Sao. Something like Thornplay can help, and Weiwei immediately turns up bot side with those combat styles in tow.
Yeah, just walks into lane, gets another flash, hopes not quite off cooldown yet either, so despite running for one of normally the more lane-dominant duos available in a Renata and a Varus, notoriously good as a duo in fact, they are struggling here early on to hold on to their summoner spells at least.
And again, we've talked a lot about players and a couple of other things now this time as well. Zika is actually going to be in a bit of trouble. Is he going to be forced to pop that ghost? There's still a W. You can't use it at that. Well, there isn't actually. It was on 15-second cooldown. But Zika, bit danger here. Ghost pop by Harry. And trade now. Zika pulls it out as well.
Quite level 6, frustratingly, so his ability to get back to lane freely not there. Of course, hasn't backed yet, so should still be on a decent back option. But Harry with the teleport that goes down kind of uses his brief moment of advantage to try and force a slightly walker back. But it's now a tier 2 boot at least for Zucker.
I'm going to pay attention to what the first back is going to be like for Gylo and Hung as well, because it's worth noting, with Ghost and tier 2 boots, Hope is very, very fast in this champion. And you look at Nautilus, he goes for the Barmies first. Nautilus has the lowest base movement speed in the game. Now, if you're sat there against Hope and Kyle and you overstep just a step, it is much easier to punish now in the bot lane of Hope and Kyle. I wonder if there's a 2v2 angle for them. Actually, most of the time when I'm looking at this AL comp, despite the fact that you have a Lee Sin Ahri, I am looking at Hope, the mega carry, the giga carry, as he was in 22. To be a huge force in this game and to make sure that LNG aren't pushing that bar up to 7 series wins, being the minimum qualifier for playoffs in spring 24. A lot of teams are looking at how LNG are going to play out the back end of the split.
It's a 2-for-1 grub trade as Croco nabbed one earlier, but not all of them. Instead, we see Anyone's Legend try to use the reset timers here to come on over and start up this Dragon. Scout will be coming on over before Shanks, but needs to be a little bit afraid about getting pinched in here. We'll throw down a Mantra Q. Needs to be a bit afraid of Shanks' ability to go over the wall here. I wonder whether there was an R available to him there. I'm not going to lie to you all. Scout will throw down the tether. Land it fully though, and it will end up being the Dragon secure, but overcome the rest of LNG who are ready and willing to fight. Everyone now is beginning to start trading back. On the other side, the bot lanes begin to brawl. The last embrace lands. I think it's just going to end with the Scuttlecraft taken in favour of Anyone's Legend. How aggressive do people want to go? Scout stepping forward. The level 6 now pop from Shanks, who forces the flash out of Scout, who can look for a little bit more. He's very deep now. The charm onto the Nautilus, who flashes away in turn. Croco to the backside a bit low. Hong does go down. That allows a reset for the Ahri over the blue buff. And Anyone's Legend win out on the Sky Mesh in the jungle.
What do we say? Look, this champion is a bit of a pondering juggernaut on the bot side. Very low move speed.
He gets it off the blue buff still. Weiwei can keep going forwards here. The handshake pulls him away. But you did get a little nervous there.
So AL, first kill on the board. The kill goes over to Shanks. Sadly, doesn't have the Dark Seal this time to really get some snowball off of it. Again, quite a squishy lobby outside of the Nautilus itself. So it really feels like Shanks and Croco, if they do get ahead, they could do some good work. Getting some golden pocket definitely helps in regards to that. And this time, quite well played from Shanks. It's one of the skills which I kind of, it's one of my first indicators for an Ahri, is how patient are you with your charm when it calls for it. You know, right there in that fight, forced out the flash from Scout right at the start here. We're going to see that. I think we are actually. Again, jumps forward, doesn't immediately cast the charms. Completely fine. Waits for the flash to come out and waits for it right the way to the end of it. Sometimes Ahris just think, I've got to get through to a second cooldown of Art Charm. I have to do that. You don't have to all the time. Just set up one perfect one. It works out just as fine for you. Hey, I'll get a kill on the board.
Slightly frustrating there as well. Of course, Croco gets level 6. Weiwei only gets it after taking the blue buff, so the ability to follow up the damage from a safe range just wasn't really there. Of course, Graves is fine in a brawl. He's pretty good with it, but ability to at least open or end with the collateral damage is often a really key part of those skirmishes for the shotgun in the jungle. But Destiny wasn't quite fully loaded at the time, so has to wait until his shotgun was ready and raring to go.
Getting towards first item breakpoints in the next 2 to 3 minutes. That'll be another big breakpoint as well. I think particularly with Scout being able to punish a lot of the backline with a Mantra Q. If Harry's not there to body block it with a W, things get kind of nasty. It feels like first gold card as well. in one of these big engagements will be also very telling as to how that goes. We've got Zucker, who will be waiting a little while to get himself towards the fire cannon. In pro play, we've definitely seen a lot of the Shiv be picked up very early, just because of the base stats of it more than anything else. Means that we're often seeing stuff like fire cannon champions building it a little later into the game. And that's when I think that LNG's team composition really becomes threatening.
Zucker, though, is proving to be very obnoxious in this lane because of the amount of attention that has understandably gone elsewhere on the map. It's left this lane largely to its own devices, and before a lot of those tank stats are able to be built up by Harry, Zucker, with just the Berserker, is able to cycle through that stack deck passive, and all those picker cards is doing quite a lot of work.
And we get ourselves now towards Croco. Another ultimate available to him. Actually, might stop his first one. Can he beat to outside though? They don't spot this coming.
Over comes Croco. That'll be something. The last embrace lands onto Kyle, who prevents him from getting in too easily. The charged Q comes on through.
Gets the kick.
Croco tries to get the kick, flash away from Gala, who can still look to maybe ult here, maybe forced to, as the hostile takeover is good, well buffered through to allow it to happen, but Shanks just comes along and picks up the Nautilus regardless. Anyone's Legend fighting back pretty well in this game too.
And you know, Shanks gets down for another kill. He's really been one of the big players in just terms of, like, again, accelerating the game in the way that you really need from the Ahri. Shanks now has the flash, potentially could, there is one mechanic from Ahri which I haven't seen in pro play since Shifter did it in about 2014. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I like to call it a corner flash, where you can kind of not just flash to cancel your charm, but you do it around a minion. So you kind of do the curve the bullet kind of thing. I want to see that in pro play at some point. We kind of just like fake out a champion, be like, okay, I'm going to flash to the side and charm around a minion when you don't expect it to reposition. That'll be one which I'm paying attention to, but it will not really relevant in this one. Look, I just want to talk about Ahri some more. Either way, ults come out from bot side, but this is the problem. You overstep into the Varus, really good movement speed, doesn't even have the Ghost running at this point, but just the extra mobility and the ward hop forward from Lee Sin makes it very, very difficult for LNG to be on the retreat. They're just not fast enough to get away from the damage.
Even through all the shields, just not enough, and Shanks are WQ enough to do what needs to be done. The mid lane though, Shanks in a dangerous spot, does have the flash, will not be forced to use it as Croco shields his mid lane.
One of my pet peeves has just happened as well, where we have the Dark Seal after you've already got the 2 kills. Come on, Shanks, this is easy, we do this one all the time. But still, he's on a champion, which again, we didn't really get that much out of him in that first game. Ghost actually popped from Zucker on the top side, maybe tries to find something, but not really to be. Looks like it's going to be grubs for Dragon Trade. Thing is, that is going to be 5-1 on the whole. You do get at least the denial of the 6 for LNG for the double might buff, but still, double dragons early. Very important for AL. They might be able to continue to force these objectives forward. They have very good objective damage, of course, with the on-hit Varus in a way that LNG don't really do. And on a Mountain Rift as well, if they get to Soul, LNG are in trouble.
Gala here, looking to roam around, pick up some of those jungle souls. Source was there for the might fight, which always feels nice for Senna, because you get a lot of souls from that. Instead, it'll just be a shove on in here with the grubs, getting that shove along. Of course, Kyle and Croco take the opportunity to reset and come topside and ward off the danger to their top lane.
As well, LNG, they don't they get the grubs as a cross map. They don't really get anything more. Harry is getting to the point where he will actually be a bit of a threat. Very overly physical damage from the side of LNG. The Karma's not really going to do much to Cassante. It's one of the issues with the Karma. You don't have tank killing potential from that champion. It means that if you do get Harry going towards stuff like the Ice Spawn and then stuff, I don't know whether he'll go towards a Frozen Heart. I don't actually think he'll be in range a lot of the time to get the Frozen Heart at important parts of the team fight, but still, could be something that he considers a little later on alongside something like a Jack Show as well. We see teleport, well, TF ult towards this top side. AL grouping up, going towards bot side and just saying, look, we have a very strong 4v4 right now. We're getting towards our first item. Sundered Sky, Malignance picked up for the mid-jungle duo. Other side, Ghostblade and Malignance too. I think AL, they're very happy to fight at the 1-out mark.
Getting onto the graves on his Grump, who tries to go the other direction to get towards his tower, will not make it happen. And Croco picks up a kill. That's nicely managed.
Nice stuff. Good patience from Croco. And we said, hey, 1-item spike. You can make the plays. See how they can continue on with this. Is it going to lead to anything else? Ult forward.
Trying to wait and hit the charm. Does so. The shield comes on through and buys some time. There's just nowhere to go. The handshake drags Scout back into negotiations. And anyone's Legend take that one for huge amounts of value.
Again, just chef's kiss. The patience from Croco and Shanks in the last play is really good. Holding onto the Q for a little longer so Weiwei couldn't flash away and potentially get to his team. More patience to see if Scout would just kind of keep stepping back and forth and not gain any distance. And just to land the charm after that point as well. AL, a couple of really good kills in a row, and trying to keep this interesting. Game 1 was not close. LNG reached certain breakpoints. They managed to siege out AL And it feels like LNG, they are now waiting to see if AL slip up and allow them back into the game. They have dragons down against them, which is a problem. They do have a split pusher with some grubs that'll be important to them, but clean combo from Croco and from Hope as well. Ult into death.
Nicely managed. There's no way for him to go, and now it's 4-0 in the kill score. The gold lead not that huge, partly because LNG have spent a long time farming, and that is obviously pretty good for them. And Senna kind of does weird things with gold values, that's for sure.
That's true.
But LNG now here in force, looking to right the wrongs of this early game somewhat and try and trade back. But Kyle and Hope debating on coming over. Hit with a Mantra Q though. So they are a known quantity for now. Nice hook. On to Kyle. Nowhere to go. The Renata's dead. They get the Herald. And what about the fight afterwards? Hong is hit with a charm, but he's not the easiest target at this point in the game. And they will just claim the kill. They'll back out and move away with their prize secured, immediately summoning it in mid lane to continue the pressure.
Yeah, Hope's going to get hit by a Mantra Q, the back end of it, and the big missed positions by both bot laners from Anyone's Legend. Both go down. Herald Summer from LNG, and we did say LNG, they were waiting for a mistake, waiting to see what could happen with that. 2 kills quickly over. It's not really good news for Anyone's Legend.
Move away to the victory. Managed to secure for themselves there, and that gets a Ghost Blade in for Gala as well, so he's now at first items, got the Blood Song completed as well. Feeling alright about this game, that's suddenly much more even once more. We'll be quite happy to potentially look to contest this dragon in about a minute or so.
If they lose that dragon, I think AL have themselves once again a real win condition. I think that giving over that goal and giving over the Herald, that's not what they wanted. Harry was not in position to frontline for the team. I feel like Harry, the one item mark, he is such an important member to Anyone's Legends comp, because you look at LNG, they have a lot of ranged champions, they have a lot of ability to potentially pick off the first target. You can't really pick off a first target Cassandra in the same way as other things. If he's the one face checking here, completely fine, but this is completely CC into CC, no bailout, no ultimate, no one breaking up the combo as well, importantly. There's no one there CCing the LNG members as they look to finish off that kill. And then Hope, just really quite disrespectful from him. He flashes late as well, you know, he could have just flashed over the Raptor Pip. I think that's a big mistake from the carry, which we've got good expectations for.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate from him. Tried to play that one out. Thought with the Chains of Corruption he might be able to kill off Scout there. And in fairness, gets him low, but it's not enough to secure the kill. And with the Shadow Shield, TF up behind. Hope now in danger. He burned all his summoners the last time. Over comes Hong. And they'll root him down. They're trying to stop things off on the other side. Flash away from Zucker from the jump. Blast cones away. Hope gets the reset with the bailout, but does still fall. Kyle now in a dangerous position. Way also super deep. And where the hell is the rest of LNG? Not here. And they go too deep, claiming the Varus.
There's no Sentinel either. Double kill goes over. The Shanks on the Ari. 6 stacks on the Dark Seal. That's a heck of a lot of extra AP coming through from that one. And with jungler, top, and support dead, for just the AD carry on the other side, normally you think killing the AD carry is pretty worthwhile, but in this case, it's going to give over a dragon to Anyone's Legend. Great position now in this game. Good gold, good objectives, and LNG misplay, really, around this Twisted Fate ult. They don't manage to separate out enough. I feel like Hope was mispositioned at the start of this. Very far away from the rest of his team, but Kyle gets in range for the bailout and the ult this time. Fantastic ultimate to delay the rest of the team. When Kyle was getting picked off, we were saying, well, if you could break open the combo for people trying to follow up, maybe it changes. Same thing happens here, but he's the one that's actually breaking up the combo. Fantastic hero play from him to win over the fight.
I thought with everyone roaming in, it should have been easy, but you're right, Kyle's hostile takeover does so much work, and then Shanks with a teleport, a flash ult, managed to punish the separated LNG, and Hope getting a bailout, at least briefly, just delayed killing him that bit longer.
So, second item's now starting to come in across the board. Extra stats from AL, obviously not going to go amiss as well. Harry, also a pretty strong point of power. You've got to be careful walking up to this dude at this point, especially when you're not too close to the rest of your team. Harry, I feel like he's been very exploitable off of the Cassandra. I think that last game was not a fantastic look in for him either, but now looking at this one, he really does feel like he can be a good frontline player for the team in a composition which kind of needs it. Everyone else very squishy. We mentioned both teams having kind of like the one front line. Harry is, however, going to have to be stretched on that kind of capability, as this is a 4-person dive in bot side.
Shanks is shoving top, already claimed that turret, so they need to be a little bit wary here. LNG just want to force the turret for now. They don't quite have the minions for it.
He gives them like a mean glance, so they back away.
Just that scouts in mid lane now in a 3v1, and this turret now might be in siege himself. Still clears out most of the way, but the cannon minion plus the on-hit Varus means this tower is going to take a lot of DPS.
I don't think they can kill it with this wave. It's going to be bot lane outer turret falling for the side of LNG, and because it is the 5-to-1 grubbed differential. AL can't really get that same damage on the tower that LNG can get on the other side of the map. Don't think Scout can walk up to this to wave play either way, though. So it is still going to be a delayed mid-tower take. And he'll walk away with that happily.
Just goes for a chunk on hope, even knowing that the challenge is not going to happen. Nice all in from Croco. Wonderful insect. Croco going to bail himself out briefly, but does fall. So it ends up being a 1-for-1, and the jungler being dead. Cooperoo problematic. Shanks goes forwards. Gala's here slightly by themselves, but Shanks can't threaten anything more.
I think he was just looking at that and said, Clan's Flash. Kind of dangerous at that point again. Shanks, I really like how he's been playing just to kind of hold on to the E a little bit longer and see if he can force an enemy into making a mistake for him, really. Gala going to be sticking around. Needs to be a little careful, actually, just because of the extra damage coming in from the Varus as well at this point. Harry also needs to be careful in his own right, as we have Annual's Legend taking an important objective in the mid lane.
Claim the turret, but the kills end up being 1-for-1.
Teleport
Behind. This is Scout, who's coming in alongside TF with the ultimate. Throws down the gold card. It's a buffer out well enough right now with the Pathmaker. Can't find anything more, though. The tether lands, and he is dead to right. Zerka picks that one up.
That was really well spaced from Scout. If he gets too close, the all-out could come through, and there's a chance of that could come through a wall and buy Harry a big escape. Not to be in this case, though. And with the 5 grubs, they can take an entire bot lane in a turret. All right, okay, finally. Getting themselves some use out of this Twisted Fate ult, especially the 2-item mark as well for Zerka. Big point in power. How does this one come through? We're looking towards the mid lane. Croco, as soon as he's flying here, he sees Weiwei, he sees Gala, and he's like, that's a problem. Walks into 3 people, ends up dying for it, still gets the 1 kill. And I guess that's okay in that sense, but who ends up getting the kill after this one? It's Zerka. So that's going to be part of what funded his second items as well.
That is indeed, and Zerka doing their best here to be annoying in this game. And of course, the fact that Twisted Fate did help pick off that stuff, that side lane feels pretty good, and LNG's side lanes this game can get quite scary with the Twisted Fate and the ability to follow up, as we said, with things like the Senna. Never quite as even a fight as you think, but Anyone's Legend taking the opportunity to start the Baron. We saw this happen the last game, and LNG won that flip despite the ability for Croco on the Nocturne to paranoia into the pit. Instead, we look towards mid lane shove, and the fact that Dragon Soul will be available to Anyone's Legend in just over a minute, should they secure it.
Flash ult from Hung is going to be really powerful in this next fight, actually. He's quite tanky now. You know, going towards the 2 items, some armor, some magic resist. If he can get onto an important target and just alongside Weiwei with the smoke screen, stop Hope from getting good damage, I really feel like LNG could be in trouble. Again, when we said this from draft, we said, hey, this Varus could have some difficulties playing as on hit just because of the range and the disruption tools that LNG have. Minute till Dragon, Baron is up, LNG potentially playing a split objective map.
Shanks now with the Medjais and inventory, maybe looking to really force a fight here, especially with LNG starting up the Baron. How willing are Anyone's Legend to really face check and pull that trigger?
Shanks, he doesn't know that he's been spotted by Sweeper. You don't get to see the enemy doing that. He'll probably see that now. Stack up from LNG to see if AL would be greedy enough to walk into River, trying to catch people out. Again, reminder that Nautilus ult, very, very strong. There it comes.
Down to Kyle, who's just got nowhere to go. The Dawning Shadow comes across. Shanks flashing away. The book, all those pages torn out before they can be used.
Shanks jumps straight into a set of W and a Nautilus ult. That is not how you want to be playing this one out. 2 people dead from Anyone's Legend at an important junction in this game. They win this fight, they get Soul, they get Baron, they get everything they want. Now, they've lost a lot of gold. They've lost Medjai stacks, LNG. They're going to get themselves a dragon on the board, and what a crucial mistake from Kyle and Shanks, walking into certain death. You didn't even get the ult coming through from Kyle again. I think he's had some great moments in this game. He's had some pretty bad ones too, as he's been the one face-checking and losing his team some of these important moments. They have this one slight ward in there. You see the pink ward come down, and then I really want you to look at how Shanks goes in. He ults in as the Nautilus ult comes on into him, and he gets absolutely exploded. Very poor positioning from Shanks here. Goes straight down the front and middle, and this Ahri, who is still in a point of power, does not get to use any of it.
A lot of that value just suddenly taken away. Over towards the Baron we go. The Soul is denied at least for 5 more minutes. LNG claim a gold lead. They've got 2 items on Graves, 2.5 on TF, and
LNG have been slow on their resets, though. Zerka's going to have to pull his ult to see what's happening. That's exactly what they're doing. Where's he teleporting to? Front or the back? He's going onto Vision right now. They'll see him.
throws the gold card onto the Cassante, but of course he has the ability to
Okay, we're flipping, folks. We're flipping. It's a half HP. Weiwei, no flash. He'd have to dash into the pit. I really think they're just trying to get the Baron. They're not looking for the fight. That's a delaying ultimate.
Look at Croco, he's on the side, still throwing that one. Shanks is hit again, bailed out. Baron goes down, but what about the fight afterwards? Gala just about alive. Croco on the side, maybe looking for another angle in. Ward hops in, lands the Q. Into the backline he goes, but it might be too little too late because by the time he got there, his own backline has been shot full of buckshot. And finally they get one more back, but it's still a 2v1. And this is a TF and a Graves who can keep hunting you. One final auto would do it. Q! Mitty gets the healing. Away went the other way around, so it ends up being a 4 for 4. That was a little over-eager with the tower shots.
Croco's jaws crunch shut as he manages to use the Sundered Sky healing to at least get something out the back end of that. AL, how risky was that to take the fight afterwards? They could have gotten out with a couple of Baron buffs, but I guess they're paid off for their boldness. I really felt like they weren't looking for the fight. Once again, Shanks gets himself into an awkward position. The ult fired out to stop the hook coming through, but seriously, Shanks is positioning poorly with regards to the CC. He needs a stopwatch if he wants to play like this, and he's not doing it. Croco, fantastic kick. Delaying, gets damage as well. Scout doesn't get to be the extra factor. Another Q into the backline. While this is happening, I think Weiwei does a great job of assassinating the backline himself. But look at the continued Q accuracy from Croco throughout the back end of this. He ends up getting huge value, and with the Sundered Sky as well. His initial burst against most of these targets, fantastic. Hugs the wall to stop the vision coming through from the auto attacks as well. Really well played from Croco.
That is really good stuff, and just stops what could have been an absolute wipe. Might still go wrong as Hope's hit with a depth charge. Hung now backing away. Damage is pretty big onto Kyle. Hope stays alive. Springs Eternal, I believe, is the phrase, and they'll get a pause.
Shanks ends up having to ult over that wall. Now we get to have the camera of shame. Who's it going to pan to first? That's the person who normally pauses it. Here's your bet on, Sam.
I'm looking at Kyle here. No, it's not. It's someone at LNG.
Okay, so LNG calling for the pause. We have ourselves now a moment where I mean, I don't know exactly what that's paused for. I didn't really catch what that was for, so it could be anything at this point. I didn't see an obvious bug because we're in a replay. We didn't see if something was particularly amiss, and we only really got a brief glimpse at that play as well.
Yeah, it could be here a moment or two, folks, while we figure out what's going on.
It's worth noting today as well, folks, that even if the series does go long today, there will be no overlap because both of the series are happening in Shanghai. Oh, sorry, no, I'm wrong. I'm sorry, folks, I'm wrong because the first game is LNG, so it's Shenzhen, so they're in Suzhou. They're in Suzhou. I'm bad. Okay, so if it does go to 3 games, we might end up having overlap again. I was like, oh yeah, this will happen in blah blah blah. And I'm like, no, okay, no, actually, we do have 2 different locations. Again, Sam, we have to talk about things that aren't the game. This is the rule of thumb, folks. When there's a pause, when you think the pause is going to go long, you actually don't talk about the game because this looking into kind of how you do things as a caster. If we talk about the game to death, you guys are just going to get bored of it because there's no visual like representation of it on screen as well. So, what do you think of that shade of blue for LNG? I
don't think it's blue.
What do you think it is?
I think it's teal. I think it's green blue.
Teal is green blue. Sorry, what was the second word? Green what?
But yeah, but that means it's not entirely blue. So it's a separate shade.
It's green blue.
I'm gonna Google this.
So there are 2 sides of the green-blue divide, right? There's teal and turquoise. I think teal is the green side of green-blue, and turquoise is the blue side of blue-green.
Yeah.
The problem is with LNG, they are just a blue team to me.
Okay, they're not in those shirts. I'm sorry. That is like minty fresh teal.
Minty fresh.
Apparently, it's also a small freshwater duck, for the record. When I went to Google this.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And it's greenish blue, for the record.
Fantastic. You know what, folks? I'm just going to put us on the overlay here. Sure. Hi, folks.
Hi, guys.
Enjoy while we're waiting for the pause to be over. We'll see when we get back into game, I suppose.
What do you think about LNG being the colour of a small freshwater duck, Alex?
They've come a long way since they were the mighty Chillin, mythical beast of myth and legend. Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is maybe the Chillin has just turned into a duck. You know that little soft in the river?
Right.
That's actually the small freshwater duck.
I mean, there was
formerly mythical beast.
There is, of course, the great legend of the carp which jumped over the dragon gate and turned into a dragon. I didn't know that it could technically happen in reverse.
Well,
like,
they just go down the dragon gate.
It's like I do not vibe with this existence. Becomes duck.
Quack.
Yeah.
Exactly. All I'm saying is, if one AD carry in the LEC can tweet about his duck and ratio the Pope.
What?
Did you not know he ratioed the Pope on Christmas?
Oh, I did see that.
That was a wild time on Twitter.
Yeah.
I think with that. Oh no, it's the Ratio Titan meme that. He
Oh,
used to
that's the
put all
one.
time.
Yes,
yeah.
I remember that. I do remember that. That was fantastic.
Yeah. So just say I'm just saying, Ducks have power, man.
Well, folks, while we're in this break, obviously, we do have chats up and available as well. Typically don't do this in mid-cast as well because it kind of messes with the flow a little bit. We pay attention just to see how you guys are doing in chat. But yeah, if there's how are you guys feeling about the matchup? What are your takes on this? Because I feel like, AL, they're a team which have, well, both of these teams are ones which have really struggled in the mid to late split. LNG had a LNG, they've changed their coaches. AL have now changed their coaches as well. And Wub says in chat, bad. That's quite descriptive for one word.
Is this because Shanks has been hurting him?
Shanks has not had a good game, Sam.
He had a really good start to the game. He just had 2 bad fights.
But the thing with Ari is that, so I mean, in the LPL, Ari is sitting at globally, Ari is at a 50% win rate. This champion is not blowing up in the meta. In fairness, this is a champion that's blind picked a lot, and you do see it into stuff like the Nico and the Karma, which can kind of, hang on, you know what, if I'm doing the Ari talk, I need to get the Ari.
Give him a second, guys. He's running towards... Yeah, there we go. All right, here we goes.
So the thing is, Ari's great up until she loses one fight. Ari, most of her game plan is, how can I safely get ahead of the game and then stay ahead of the game? So when you have plays like this, when you're walking straight into a Nautilus ult and you end up losing a lot of gold, and in this case Magi stacks as well, and you don't win the fights, even when you're dead, you don't get stacks through assists, which can happen after that point, it really does feel like the champion falls off. It's why I'm such a big proponent of Doxil early, getting yourself ahead of the game in your point of power, and just trying to leaning into that as much as possible. And it basically gives you a buffer for where you can just play a little bit more aggressively, because you have the extra damage to be more brazen in the face of a lot of these carries. So Shanks going in like that and losing a lot of these plays, and then obviously losing the Magi stacks as well, because he's just not playing respectfully enough. There is a fine line to judge there. You can see why I view things very differently between the top Aries, which play on that knife's edge, use their HP as a resource, but don't die, and people who just jump into an Nautilus ult 2 fights in a row and then lose their team a lot of gold and maybe the game. Okay, that's the round. I'll take this down now.
There's been a challenge thrown in chat to you.
Yeah?
Unranked challenger Ari, no E key. So no charm available.
I mean, I'm sure someone out there could do it. Not many people. I mean, no, not even ADRE can do that. Charm's really important to that. I don't know if that's possible. I mean, this is the thing, Ari is a very good blind pick. I think that she snowballs very, very well. And the thing is, Ari looks unfair when she is snowballing. It's just not really the same when you're behind in the game. We've seen that a number of times here too, right? So, it's not always the easiest thing to do, right? No. So I think that, I'm sure it's very meta right now to be like, oh, this Ari just kills you without using charm. Partly it's the patience where you just... Often what happens is, if the Ari holds the charm and you're just sat there stutter-stepping, it means that you're not going towards your team. You're just trying to dodge out in a skill shot that doesn't come, and you end up, killing yourself in those plays, because you end up just kind of dodging yourself into a really bad kind of position beyond that point. That's why I also really like Lich Bane, because it means you have damage outside of your regular kit, consistently so people will take so much damage before you throw the charm that then you put yourself into a true losing position on your way trying to avoid it. Yeah. It's like the whole Destiny thing, often you find your fate on the path to avoid it.
I think I gave you a solid minute and a half there, where I've just sat there nodding.
Sam, I can go longer than this if you really want. We don't know why the break's happening, folks.
If you want to go on this, that's fine. I can sit here and chill. I'm quite happy to listen to story time on Ari.
So it was one of the reasons why I really liked Proto Belt Ari back in season 6, I believe that was. You
accidentally call it a Proto Belt, so you don't call it Rocket Belt.
Well, it was Proto Belt back then.
I know it was. So
I call it Proto Belt. So folks, I wasn't just an Ari main, an Ari one trick. I was a Proto Belt Ari one trick. It was so smooth, because Proto Belt can cancel your ult dash. So you get a really smooth combo. You press W for the extra move speed to kind of go in, and then you kind of ult and you Proto Belt to cancel that. You could basically blow up 2 people in one shot, and then you hold your charm for the first person that flashes away. And you're like, okay, you're dead. You have no escape anymore beyond this point. What are you looking at, Sam?
I'm going to go see if I can find out what's going on with the pause. I wonder whether someone might post it on...
I don't know what's happening with the pause, folks. I have... no idea what's happening with that. We'll check out on socials very quickly to see what's happening here.
Yeah,
but
where would we find that?
I have no idea.
Linda,
I don't know. Does anyone have any idea? Has anyone been watching the mainstream and translating or anything like that? Have a look. I'm gonna go, you know what I can do? Can I go back in the VOD? If I go back in the VOD, maybe we can find some stuff. This might be a little while ago. What was this? So this was a while ago. This is way beyond where it needs to be. That's at the pause. What's happening here? So we came after this point. So it comes out of this replay, folks. It comes out of this replay. So what happens here? What happens here? Is there a pause which happens right here? And if so, what's it for? So it comes out of this replay. Let's see if we can spot anything. See if we can spot anything. So this is the replay. It comes out of this. What happens next? So this is fine. This fight was completely okay. What happens here? Okay, so Hung's here. Nothing I can see that egregious. I can't see anything here myself.
No, I don't think so.
I can't see anything. So I think it's a peripheral thing, folks.
Not an in-game thing, yeah.
I think it's a peripheral thing. We might be here for a while. As now we're getting to the point where if this is a long pause, and it goes to 3 games, we might miss the entirety of the second series, by the way, folks. This might genuinely be a thing. That's, yeah. I miss the old times where LeBlanc Ari with DFG would one-shot people. Veigar as well, that was another thing. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, with DFG, the thing that would be completely broken in most metas, the thing is, it didn't give you any mana, though. The big problem with Ari in Season 4, before they invented Lost Chapter items and stuff, is that all of the mana items were not great on Ari. You had Morello and Athene's and Holy Grail. Those are the two that you had.
Big ones, yeah.
That was back when Morellonomicon gave you, you know, something like 80 AP, 20 cooldown reduction, and it gave you grievous wounds on targets below half HP. It was pretty good.
It was a good item.
Yeah, the thing is, like, DFG was such a strong one-item power spike that you would go towards it anyway, and you would go, like, DFG into, like, Death Cap. And it was so nice to get those two, that kind of 2 combo. But it meant that you couldn't permanently be pushing and getting priority and pushing into the enemy jungle, which is the meta of nowadays, right? I think DFG, if you nerf the stats on it and nerf the proc a little bit, it would be a very hard item to build first. It would be like a second, third item which would accelerate the game. It would still be unfair, but back then, because it was like 120 AP, cooldown reduction, and then obviously the passive which did damage and then amped your damage for the next bit, it was really OP.
I worry it would end up a little bit like Storm Surge, where it starts off incredibly busted because of the numbers, and then once they get nerfed, it ends up being a bit mediocre, frankly. In pause.
We're in pause, folks. So we'll just keep riffing. Anything else you want to talk about?
Riffs.
I could do. Do you want me to get out the guitar?
Do it.
Do that.
We can sing something.
Yeah, right. Is that the play now?
Yeah, let's do it. We can get a little campfire around. Get your marshmallows out, guys. What are we allowed to sing?
Anything. It's cover roads.
That's fine then.
Is this really what we brought ourselves to?
Yeah, it is. This is at least more entertaining than just sitting here.
What do you want to do song requests?
We do Runaway pretty well.
No, I'd want it to be a joke song or something.
Oh,
this is the song of the pause. That's the pause song.
No!
That's what I like to call the pause song.
Why?
Because it's unfortunate. It's slightly comical. It's leaving us in a position where we too now have to put on the clown makeup.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Can you pay Silver Scrapes? According to Web. ECGD.
No, I can't.
Okay.
I forgot how to.
I could. I do. I have a particular version.
I can just play some nice music for you, Sim.
Oh. It's not very nice. Wait, it is now. Oh.
So you can just vibe, Sam?
Yeah, I'm gonna vibe. Hang on. Where's the sleeping mask?
Can you not kick my microphone, please?
I'm not trying to do that. It was
I'm
a
just
knee,
gonna sit
actually.
here.
There wasn't
bring
a kick.
some ambience.
That's just nice.
I know that someone's saying DDoS, but like it's kind of like how you'd spell Adidas, but
Adidas.
Adidas. And I'm not sure if it would be that.
Rebot. As opposed to Reebok.
Could you imagine it Rebot instead of Reebok? That's fantastic.
I'm pretty chill now.
That's great, Sam.
Do you want anything from this book? I just sit here and
I mean, I'd like to have some conversation. Wait, Scouts reported an in-game issue, I think.
Oh, Scout. Why would you do that?
热门起来就是想让大家带强嘛，
Well, I'm not sure it's in-game. Can anyone translate them?
没有神分之后太
I probably can.
要么就是削一下坦克装备，要么
Translation at home.
破剑者现在
Camera.
出的人适合的人就很少，
Right. What is your?
因为现在就不是单单的版本啊，因为战士强度太低了呀。就如果你战士强，那
Scout has reported an in-game issue. The referee team is currently investigating the issue. Please be patient with everyone. We will resume the game shortly.
Okay.
加方抗是吧？
This is Hotel California.
Yeah, so the thing with Hotel California is that you can check out the pause, but you can never leave.
Ah. That's unfortunate. It's the video game California. We're not in the LCS though. We're not in the LA. We're not in LA.
我印象里好像也没有问题。
这英雄只有我去那个结果一转过去，因为那个
I actually don't know the lyrics very well to this song.
That's okay, Sam. You don't have to. I'm just literally playing this to vibe so we can have something in the background.
That's fair. What is the vibe, Alex? How does one determine the vibe?
是可能要考虑一下的。对。
On a dark desert highway, the wind's in my hair. Warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, saw a shimmering light. My arms grew heavy, had to stop tonight. And I can't remember the second verse, but yeah.
So welcome to the Hotel California.
No, that's the chorus.
I know. So in a minute or so, and I just get to that part.
Oh.
That's more like it.
LNG 的下一场比赛上面，下一场比赛开始，要不然后面等的兄弟是吧？
确实，
那种什么，就那种两连打的，然后前面兄弟万一再比
What else have I got?
最恐怖的应该是那种三连打的。
Good choice.
Yeah, because we're waiting ever long for the pause to be.
现在这个比赛，
Hello, I've waited here for you
场都在上海加上
ever long
时间点见了。
tonight. And I've thrown myself into out of the red, out of the head, she says. Come down and waste away with me, down with me tonight. You wanted it to be out of the red, out of the head, she said. And I wonder if I sing along with you, if everything would ever be this real forever. If everything would ever be this good again. The only thing I'll ever ask of you, you gotta promise not to stop when I say when. If she sang, that was a good harmony.
Thank you. I played this one a few too many times.
Breathe out so I can breathe you in, hold you in. Somehow you know it's always been out of the red, out of the head, she said. And I wonder if I sing along with you, if everything would ever be this real forever. If
If everything would ever be this good again. The only thing I'll never ask of you, you can't promise not to stop when I say when. She said. So there's a pause going on in LPL, that's what she said. That's the reason we're doing this. Pause is ever long.
I can just keep doing this forever.
Yeah.
Now.
Have you played Yakuza?
You know that? Well, you know that in the actual song,
Yeah.
it's literally just voicemails at this point. We're just people talking.
That's amazing. So there's a really interesting point where specifically the English version of the latest Yakuza game, Like a Dragon, where Kiryu just starts talking about old man stuff, about how he bought a dishwasher but it doesn't work. He has to go back to the store and maybe get some credit back on this. And it's like, my kitchen's a mess. I can't clean it. I'm back in the game. Let's go. Put the guitar away, man. The only thing I'd ever ask of you is to stop when I say when, because the game is on.
There we go. All right, folks. I believe it was Scout reporting a gear issue. We've heard through from the LPL about that one. And, right. Well, that's your pause content down. Well, that's basically what... Now, every time there's a pause now, that's what we're doing. So,
Yeah, that's it. Get ready, guys.
Back into game. Am I going to put that on the VOD?
I mean, it's in there now.
It's in there now.
It was worst
Anyway,
pause content.
there we go. All right, folks. We'll get that. Right. Okay. LNG. Wait. Someone took Baron. Who was that again? What?
Looks like
Sam. I'm not gonna lie.
I think anyone's legend did. It was only on Croco,
Yes.
remember?
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I forgot.
Everyone else died. It was a 4 for 4.
Folks, I'm not afraid to admit that I did forget everything which happened in the game up until this
So
tournament.
Shanks has done a little bit of inting, but has now picked up some more stacks as a result of his assists. Has got a
Seekers. Has the
Seekers. I
Seekers
keep wanting
now
to say
as
stopwatch still.
Yeah, he has the Seekers, which is
Big lead in mid, actually.
it is because he's been basically present in every single one of these kills. I'm surprised that it's this large, though, considering that Scout is normally really good at picking up gold elsewhere. But I think in this game, your calm once you hit 2 items, you don't really need them to do anything else. You don't really need them to get huge damage and huge items and stuff. I think you prefer the gold onto someone like Zucker, who is really taking 1v1s the whole game. And now, with vision control in LNG's favor, they just spot a Croc on the flank.
Found him there. He's been so deadly over the last few moments. Really doing a lot of work with all of those Qs. Will be forced to ward hop to safety, but now he's in a dangerous position. Croco, though, gets to kick him straight through his team, but dies doing so. The Dawning Shadow keeps Hung alive briefly, who needs to hook his way out with the Spider-Man. Will get hit with the charm, does go down 1 for 1 as it stands, but Destiny Gate is popped. How aggressive does Zucker want to be? Will not pop it as yet. Now it comes across. Oh my god, he is into the backside. That's a cleanse across from Kyle with the Mikhails.
Okay, but that means that that cleanse is down. Next Fire Cannon gold card, no cleanse available. Very, very important. Now, the thing is, AL, they don't have Smite, so they can't go towards the dragon themselves. They just want to stop this. They want to delay it as long as possible so Croco can get back onto the map. I don't think they can. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
That's also the last person with the Baron buff who died. So
True,
they lost
yeah.
that again. It's a big deal. It's another kill for Shanks at the very least.
Yeah, it is, and it's extra stacks on the Magi's, which helps with that. Right, how much can they get with this? Again, only 1 grub buff. No Lich Bane, not the highest AP build either, so it's not like Ari is like a huge split push threat, but still does enough. Teleport in from Nautilus, who doesn't have ult, does have flash coming up. Chance that he could force onto a play if LNG wanted to keep pushing top side.
Ooh, gets a lot of damage. Will end up Spider-Manning to the wall. That will reduce the cooldown on the Q. Shanks actually forced to pop the ult, afraid of how much more could be coming forwards. Now, the rest of the team, though, is shoving through mid, finally claiming that turret that caused them so much strife. As Shanks is being 1v1, maybe forced to flash, goes golden to what? Then he just gets staggering blowed and knocked out.
The last hook comes through. That is a horrible mistake from Shanks. We were saying, hey, look, Hung's going to get himself that ultimate again. And the big thing about Ari is that she cannot kill tanks. Hung just walks in and says, well, you don't have any teammates coming. I kill you. Those stacks, which were so hard earned again, lost again. Another awkward moment for Shanks on the Ari.
Having a great time, and that's the Seekers popped as well for Little Game. Very difficult to see, and Hong didn't even have to pop the ult. The depth charge is still up and available.
Yeah, it's like, this is just straight poor play from Shanks in that top side. You had the ultimate, had flash, chose to stick around, misjudged that play, and goes down for it. I'm imagining we're going to see a replay of the solo kill now. Because level 16 to level 13, takes a tower shot trying to kill it as well. Really greedy from Shanks. You have flash and you have ult. Uses that. Does he dash back over the wall? I think he does.
He must do. He goes back! He goes back!
He charms the wrong way. He has one ult charge left. Massive in from Shanks on the top side. As again, this Ari has a big lead. That's a good amount of gold going over to Hung on the other side.
Yeah, generally speaking, when you talk about shanking, it's other people, not yourself. What on earth was that? That is some self-inflicted trauma. Well, the 4th item does have the Zonyas completed, but for being so ahead in the goal, for having so much of this kill involvement, he's not been particularly respectful with that lead. You've at least got 3 items now onto both the Lee Sin and the Varus. That Guardian Angel might mean that Croco, with some of his fancy footwork across the game, could still prove some problem for LNG. Baron spawning, anyone's legend already in position to try starting it up, and he will go down relatively fast.
Yeah, they do have 3 items on Hope. He has Flash as well. Ghost coming up soon. LNG, they need to be quite careful about how Hope can put out damage in this fight. Baron's being burned down.
I think it's gone. It's just like, it's down to 6,000 HP. Okay, not quite yet. Wei being around makes this a bit scary, and Croco now looking for an angle in. Doesn't land the Sonic Wave for the first time. What feels like 5 minutes. The collateral damage does a lot of people's HP bar. Zucker now on the flank, looking for a gold card. Will land it onto Zucker. They're pulling away, but already the dredge line lands again. Bailout not in time. They will lose the Nautilus, but in trade for the Cassante. The damage is something he's already done. Hope is going to try and do his best, flashing away. Still not alive. Finally falls as Shanks trying his very best to get some more DPS. Has to flash into the curse of the Black Mist of the final auto. Will not make it happen. Croco needs to get over the wall and does so, but a flash on in for Wei will ensure that the Guardian Angel has popped, but his better angels will not win out, as the devil he knows is the better option, and he dies in the hands of Wei Scout over the back end of this, trying to block off a Renata, but with no smite and no one else alive. I doubt this Renata can do enough to interrupt a Baron, this time for LNG.
And anyone's legend, unlike our break time content, can't last ever long in that fight. It's all too soon for them. Hope can't get out the damage. I really hate the way that AL are positioning in these team fights. Feels like every time someone is in position to threaten Hope, and Shanks is not getting the huge value she needs to at the start of this. You can see that at the start of this, you know, the frontlining from Harry is fine. You've got the Renata ult afterwards. But then your HP is gone. You can't look for the extra fight after this point. The extra follow-up of the gold card, ghosting, fire cannon auto is too strong. But look how the team splits around Hope. Hope is trying to get some damage down, but Kyle and Croco, one of them needs to be stood in front of this AD carry. He cannot do enough. Hope is the core of your team composition. I think that jungle support just don't realize that in the heat of the moment.
It's a name that comes with so many connotations, doesn't it? When Hope dies, well, doesn't that make for an alarming, pretty graphic representation of the game state? LNG now in position to rerun over this one. Wei at 7-2 on this Graves. An absolute terror himself. Shanks looking for a flank option, but there is Hung there to block off both the mid-jungle members of anyone's legend, and they are beginning to run out of damage just that little bit as this game rolls on.
LNG Baron buff onto an awful lot of members, so that is going to be something that AL need to deal with. They are outranged. You can see how much damage Wei was doing on the Graves too.
Got a QSS.
He has a QSS. Wei quiet, well, not quietly, quite explosively, given the champion having quite a big game. Croco jumps in, jumps out, has no safeguard, and has to be cleansed away.
Does allow them to top up their health bars, so they're not completely out of the fight, at least. The problem is that the inhibitor's gone. They've got so many grub buffs against them, and at this point in the game, Senna is so desperately long range. I've not seen the stacks, but look how long those piercing darkness ranges are, and you can tell exactly how many they're working with.
Those things. Oh, God, that center ult. Now, the thing is, you have defender's advantage. You can go and reset and get some HP, but LNG, their siege is really nasty. You have another minute. This Baron buff, Gala walking up, getting extra autos on the turret. Hook lands.
Outside of the safeguard as well, into the depth charge. Croco knocked up, not quite down as yet. They're still trying to run away. Croco still alive, bailed out, but will still fall. Cannot get far enough to safety as the Malignance burn brings him down. Hong holds on to a minion with a teleport in the base. Shanks goes for a charm. Handshake afterwards. Zucker pulled forwards as Wei deletes him with the end of the line, and a little collateral damage still available. Zucker will go down, but he's got a Guardian Angel, so it all works out in the end. It turns out God and Anime are on their side, and they'll win out game 2 to make it a 2-0 win.
LNG set the pace for the LPL playoffs qualification. 7 wins means that you cannot wait for them to lose all their games and hope you can slide in with 6. With this, it means that Rare Atom are out of the LPL playoffs qualification. They cannot match game score even if they could get to 7 series wins. LNG with a clean 2-0, that's another factor. They don't even drop a game. That's going to start making things even harder for teams like potentially Weibo as well beyond this point. I mean, as it stands now, LNG, they go to 7-7. They go to a +2 game score, which means they leapfrog anyone's legend as well, who are now at 7-8, and they'll be at -4 in their game score. I'm really looking now to see if anyone's legend can even stay in playoffs contention. It might be Weibo that hops over them.
Gets very dicey indeed, and you said that the pace said, well, the pace just got that little bit faster in the middle of the pack, where all of these teams have been bunched up. They're a long way off the big peloton at the front to deal with, and that makes things very challenging indeed for these teams looking to get on in. This win should start putting a little bit of cold sweat on a number of these teams back. It's not easy anymore to get into playoffs, not that it ever was in the LPL.
Thanks for sticking with us through the pause content there as well. We're going to have to check the second stream to see if that started as well. No, actually, we'll just quickly go over to that one. But yeah, LNG, they are the pace setters, and they have set a pretty blistering place. They have 3 matches against 3 teams in the playoffs race. They have, they have this game. I believe they have. Wait, what are the other games that they have? Actually, thinking about it, you can go check it out. But seriously, big stuff for them. And we're into the pre-show for this one, so we've got a little while to figure stuff out.
I could use the opportunity to take a picture for socials, which I've not done yet.
You can go do that.
Just come smile at the camera, mate. I missed the shutter button because I'm pretty bad.
Great, Sam.
It's a good start.
LNG are playing, so they're playing Anyone's Legend, Team WE, and Rare Atom. Now, Rare Atom are now out of the playoffs race, so it's no longer them kind of being in there, but, yeah. Big moments, I suppose, and, yeah. AL's last series is top esports? Damn, yeah, that's nasty. I think, at this point, with Anyone's Legend, who do they face? They face LNG, then top esports. They're likely going 7 and 9 at this point. I don't think that top 8 if can be enough here.
No. Yeah. What are you gonna play?
I don't know. I'm just figured that out. Yeah. Oh wait. So Harold asked for a compliment. I think we can work it into it.
Okay. Oh.
We've got more Foo Fighters. There goes my Harold, watch him as he coaches.
Watch him be a coach. That might work.
There goes my Harold, ordinary. I hope Harold was around to hear that.
Yeah, if he's not, then
If not, just get him the clip.
Get him the clip.
Some other cool riffs from that.
Fighters.
I mean, this is just the Anyone's Legend song now. They're pretending to be a playoffs team. Keep me in the dark, you know they all pretend. Keep you in the dark, and so it all began. Send in your skeletons. Watch as the bones are marching in again. The secrets that you keep, the secrets buried deep are never ending. Are you ready? I'm finished making sense. Don't put in ignorance that old defense. The wheel is spinning me, the wheel infinitely is never ending, never ending. Same golden story. What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another one? Your place, you're the pretender. What if I say I will never surrender? What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another one in your place? You're the pretender. What if I say I will never surrender? Yeah, sounds cool.
Not bad. We do Runaway well. As I thought.
What did I put my capo? No, I'm not putting it on capo 2 for Weaver's Wall. What do I put it on? Is it capo 5, I think? Maybe more than... No, maybe capo 4. Oh, we're on the station. Decoration in the sky of dust. Another wave of tension has more than filled me up. I'm a talker taking action. These words are never true. Now I find myself in question, guilty by association. I wanna run away, never say goodbye. Wanna know the truth instead of wondering why. I wanna know the answers, no more lies. I wanna shut the door and open up my mind. Alright, out on stage now.
Cool, enough of that.
Okay, if you don't like break content and shit like that, just get out, man. Like,
What do you want us to do?
haters everywhere, man. Anyway, we're on stage now. Worth noting, folks, Angel is not playing today.
Oh,
His
is he
father
not?
passed away.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, so
That's a very significant one,
so
actually.
Angel's not playing today. I need to find out who actually is playing in his place because I didn't read up on that today.
But yeah,
And,
I'll fill people in. So basically, last week, Angel's father passed away, and he still played the game. Didn't tell his team, so because it was being very short notice, so still played the game. Won. I think he even got MVP during it. But obviously afterwards revealed, look, actually today I was playing, having known my father's just passed away, and was obviously a huge moment for him, and has understandably needs to take a week or so off for grieving, for sorting things out like funerals and stuff. So we send a lot of love over to him. Incredible perseverance to get on stage and play, knowing that in the first place.
Yeah.
And obviously maybe that's one of the ways you can often deal with grieving in the first place, going out and doing the damn best job you can in a moment where perhaps, you know, oftentimes families support you through that kind of thing. So a bit of a final farewell there, and we send a lot of love to Angel, but it does mean obviously not playing today. Will be a replacement. Hopefully a week or so with a little bit of time to prepare, so they're not coming in completely out of the blue. Will still give enough for the team to work with, but that is still a very hard situation for both the team and of course Angel on top of that.
So after we welcome the players onto the stage, I do want to show some people the promo image which BLG put out for this match today as well. Because I think it was a pretty heartfelt one, as we see them walking on stage as well. But yeah, I'm going to quickly go look for that because I think it's actually quite important to show. And we'll go see what's happening with the old Billy.
Indeed.
So this is the poster which they put out for this one, as you see in the top right. Everything will be fine.
Oh, there you go. Much love over to Angel, and a lot of love from the supporters there as well. Obviously a huge deal. And of course, I think everything will be fine. Is perhaps a little easier said than done, but right now, all the love you can over to Angel. And we'll try and enjoy the game as best we can, but we just have to be aware that this isn't an easy scenario, particularly for the team against BLG in OMG here. They have been on a bit of a weird old trajectory, and this makes things that little bit harder in a matchup that was already going to be very challenging.
Hey folks, I think we're getting ourselves closer into the draft as well. I think the camera angles just baited me a little bit there as well. And I know that the pause message was still on screen there from everything else, but yeah, we'll get rid of that when I find time to do it. Actually, I can do that now. I was wondering if we're going to draft like immediately, but we'll...
Yeah, we got time.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time.
Pause text. Cool. The song was "Runaway" by Linkin Park.
So Runaway. It's the acoustic version of it, but that was what, track 11 on Hybrid Theory.
Something like that.
I used to put like Meteor and Hybrid Theory like just on repeat on my way to work.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
That car had a very limited supply of CDs. Good CDs, but we're in there.
It also had Sempiternal by Bring Horizon, which is a really good one.
It also had the Final Fantasy 13 soundtrack.
And we had the Smashing Pumpkins Siamese Dream album there too. That was pretty good.
There was a bit of Architects in there. And there was some random folk music I got from a gig I went to with an ex-girlfriend in London.
Oh, right.
It was a good album. Very different that. Hey, did you know that? John Gray, I think it was.
Where's the LPL fan club? They should be able to tell us he's starting today as well.
A lot of signs from the fans throwing some support out here.
It's Longfang.
So I do know this guy. He is
Longfang.
OMG's academy mid laner, and he is a bit of a wonder kid, guys. He came in towards the end of last year, turned up to Nest, and started breaking ankles. He is an Akali Yasuo main.
Is that Knight with a Medjay? That's so
That's
good.
fantastic. Look, he's seen it. That's really
That's
sweet.
great. I
There we
love
go.
that. That's really cool.
But yes, Longfang was playing with jungle. They were playing like Yasuo, Diana, and the Yasuo ended up with a Renekton locked into a mid lane. It was disastrous. It was looking awful. It was a 0-5 power spike. Gets to side lanes, and despite being thousands of gold behind, not even hitting a lot of the breakpoints, was still outplaying and winning games with those kind of deficits. The guy's hands are exceptional. He is, generally speaking, more of those melee assassin style carries, but he, having basically been playing for about a year maximum, came in and was already matching the likes of the XEZs and Bulukakis and a lot of their MVPs. He really suddenly turned his name up and people went, who the hell is this guy? I don't think he's quite ready for LPL yet, but I think after another year in LDL, this will be his first proper year in it, he could well be doing something like what Milky Way or some of the other guys coming up doing. He's definitely got the hands. He's definitely very exciting. Obviously, this isn't the debut you want to see from this guy. It's a very challenging scenario for coming in at that point, but we still need to wait and see about how it all goes through.
Righty, that's the signals there. Anything is possible. OMG, they really have to hope that is true. Hard matchup for them today. They are against the top team in the LPL and BLG Gaming, and they have been on form. Longfang stepping in rather, for Angel in mid lane for OMG, as well as we pass on our condolences to Angel, whose father passed away recently. Both teams very aware of this. It's going to be, I'm going to say, a somber occasion, but it's definitely one where it does hang over the background just a little bit. We get into draft for the first game. I think BLG, they've definitely realized that, you know, the Viego has been a big part of how Xiaofeng has played out a lot of these games for OMG. OMG look very good with the Viego. It allows them to play towards those reset combos. Without it, they have looked a little bit more toothless. First pick Renekton for Cube coming in to stop Bin getting his hands on that, to have a bit more of a stable, less volatile laning phase.
Our eyes on it, of course, as already the Renekton locked in, likely for Cube. Of course, reflexive Renekton has kind of disappeared from the meta a little bit. Lucian on the other side, very early on, alongside the Xin Sao. Already a very aggressive duo of carries to start fighting around the bot side. Enable auto-locks the Aphelios Milia.
Because effectively, I think that OMG realized, okay, BLG are looking for bot side 3v3 with the Lucian Xin Sao. You know that already. They take away the Milia, which means that they go towards the Nami. Aphelios Milio, sometimes seen the Aphelios Lulu being locked into it as well. In fact, I think T1 Gen G was a great example of how you can use the Aphelios Lulu to hold down the Lucian Nami in lane and stop them pushing up, winning lane, getting vision, and winning bot side 3v3. So OMG, they need a jungler to complete this equation. They won't have probably stuff like Vi or Lee Sin, maybe. We'll see exactly what's going to get taken away from Xiaofeng. But I really feel like BLG, they're just going to ban away potentially with something from the jungle. But instead, they're just saying, no, actually, it's the mid lane picks going away. Akali away from Longfeng, as you've said, he's going to be a...
Yasuo, there it is!
It's the Akali Yasuo 2-trick, whereas Knight being banned... I mean, I think Knight is the best Aria in the world. Absolutely no surprise that gets banned away.
And of course, that's not to say Longfeng doesn't play other stuff. In the LDL, it's a forced commodity, so he has got other things in the pocket, but those are obviously the famous
and also, folks, we saw Ben hover it. We saw some others in there as well, of course. The Kale hovers for Angel. The Angel of League of Legends watching over the shoulders today as well. Again, it's just there in the background. I have to say, I'm really glad that BLG are kind of, you know, understanding the moment as well. And of course, Bin went to a World Finals with Angel and Suning as well. So for him as well, a bit more of a personal connection there too.
Of course, it is a long time since those days, but this is a nice moment to show a little bit of solidarity across a really terrible moment for one of the stars of the league. As we look over instead to see BLG think about locking in topside. There it is again.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's standing for. I doubt it's locked in quite yet. Maybe if it comes to a game 2 and there's a lead, maybe someone feels the need to throw a little bit of a salute more
I haven't seen a Kale in a long time.
No, I haven't either. I'm not sure where it'll be like in the current meta, but it would be a hell of a thing.
From what I've heard, Blade Rylai's Kale is so obnoxiously strong because you just get permanent slows, which just means that it's absolutely disgusting. But yeah, look, we'll talk about that when it comes to it. Bin going towards the Gragas, it's fine, it's the Renekton safe laning phase. You can punt him out of the fight, and also So in some fights too, what you can do is you can kind of use the Shinsei ult to separate one target out and use the Gragas to punt out either the Aphelios or the Renekton to stop that being a threat. And it is going to be the Yone blind pick into the mid lane. I mean, Lumberfolk says, alright, I got my champions, let's go for it.
Thinking about locking the Maokai in alongside it, and in fairness, that is then a lot of zone control here, and the Aphelios a lot harder to get a hold of if you've got to deal with this Yone and this Maokai prowling around and looking to pounce on potentially an erstwhile Elk who steps too far forwards on the Lucian. What does Knight want to lock into the Yone? He's currently hovering the LeBlanc, but I'm not sure where I feel that goes in the current meta. Wait and see where they end up. Of course, Knight exactly shy on champion pool. So,
No, not at all.
He should have his own options. It does feel like LeBlanc has kind of gone a long way from being the truly meta pick she has been, especially with the static Shiv nerfs, but it's locked in regardless. Knight never really letting go of those AP LeBlanc ways, so looking to really spike early with the LeBlanc, the Lucian, the 2-item power spike here in the mid game, going to be brutal for BLG.
I really feel like one item gets hit and the whole map explodes. So much power on both sides, actually, in regards to that. I don't think one team necessarily outscales the other. I think you could argue that OMG outscale in a 5v5 sense. I just don't see them getting to a point where they have items to do that, though. Elk and On. I think at this point we can call them convincingly.
There we go.
They are the best bot lane in the LPL as it stands. You know, they've seen through top esports and JDG. I think that Ruler and Missing, they've been too inconsistent for me to call them that. On the other side, Jack Love and Mako, sometimes they've had their bad moments too. I really feel like Elk and On, besides On having some bad moments himself and stuff like the Maokai went 0-5 on, this duo has done so well. So Abel and PP God, they can flip lanes versus pretty much any different 2v2 in the league. It will still be a threat. They have Abel on Aphelios as well, one of his best champions of all time. I really feel like this bot lane could be where push comes to shove, particularly with 3v3 bot side with a Shinsei in the equation.
It does feel that way. Gotta hold on and see how it all plays out in the long run of things, of course, because BLG, if they don't get snowballing, and actually the Maokai gets to start setting up some of those sapling traps, and the Yone begins to start making Elk's life quite difficult. Aphelios Milio has been an okay answer into things like the Lucian. We saw it over in LCK, where I believe Pays managed to deal with the T1 bot lane.
I already talked about that, and it was Aphelios Lulu rather than Aphelios Milio.
There you go.
I mentioned it when it was locked in.
Oh, there you go. I was looking a little bit further forwards in the draft. There you go. The answer, bears repeating, perhaps, is the way we'll get our way out of that particular trap. And see whether it plays out on the Rift, because, of course, Longfong stepping in is a mechanically gifted mid laner, make no mistake, but this is a pretty brutal debut on very short notice, nonetheless.
Yeah, Knight going towards... we occasionally see stuff like the Lethal Tempo... Not Lethal Tempo, the First Strike onto the AP LeBlancs, but I think in this case, you're just there for the Electrocute and say, look, burst out the Yone. Yone, of course, really nasty champ to play against, gets sustain in his kit. The W means you can trade through a lot of burst as well. BLG have snuck into bot side on a really weird pathing, and they're going to walk away from this brush. They are saying, look, let's just not test this. They don't walk up to the brush. It's going to be a first strike proc on a W, and that will be it. BLG, interesting how they're already just sat there going, let's see what we can get.
Exactly, and that does mean Elk is going to go into the enemy jungle, drop a ward on the red buff to have an idea about when it's stopping, as Cube and Bin trade out on the other side. Bin wins that one just about with a well-timed body slam.
One thing to note for, well, we've seen it with Karma today, as Lunfang actually stacks his Q early onto the Raptors. That can be a very important thing. You can do that. So he gets a Q start very early. It means that you don't get to have, like, no trading potential. This is actually very good from Lunfang. We don't always see the owners do this, but I think it's such a heavy potential kill mashup. You just need access to that wave to get potential Q stacks for your ranged poke coming through, but I was going to say something else before. Tether changes came through in this patch as well. So LeBlanc, Karma, if you flash away from the tether, it instantly breaks. You won't have that kind of like quarter-second layover time where it's just kind of still connected, and can sometimes mean you get rooted after you flash.
Yeah, of course. A little bit of a nerf there to LeBlanc, who's kind of been suffering a bit from the success of Static Shiv, and so her own numbers haven't been, I think, exceptional for a little while. Still kind of trying to figure out exactly what items she wants to go, especially with Storm Surge nerfs as well. Doesn't have that many great items to work with as a champion right now.
PP God using the heal to make sure that Abel doesn't get tapped with a Q after the double tap, and just make sure that I can't get that big trade. A lot of Lucian Milio versus Lucian versus the Aphelios is about spacing. Aphelios can just about outrange the Lucian at the right kind of points. But as it stands right now, Elk judging the tower range fantastically well, using the full breadth of his extra mana as well, of his mana bar. He doesn't have a Doran's Blade. He's gone for the longsword start. He does have 3 pots. He was expecting a brawl. He's gotten it right now.
Has indeed. Of course, the problem is with that mana being down, gets a bit scary. Shun, though, has managed to make his way into the red buff. Xiaofang, be aware of that, though, with a sapling toss. Will spot out Shun there. He is the one tanking the red buff. It's looking like it might well be a smite fight here. Guys on Elkanon, though, they could come over to try and assist on this red buff invade. And I think Xiaofang, with the ward there, can still look to maybe snipe this away, but is in a very scary position. Will need to Q smite, does so, and now gets to run away with the phase rush.
He's starting to heal up a little bit from the red buff now as well, importantly so. Still, bot side 3v3. This is exactly what we called out from the draft. Shun has flash. He's charged up his Q as well. See right there, using the camp to charge up the Q. 5 more seconds till he gets that again.
PP got forced to flash with it now. It's a twisted advantage onto Elk, who's gone very deep. But he's got no mana. Will get healed, though, by the Nami. The ebb and flow keeping himself alive. All the summoners popped. Shun in a slightly dangerous position, but able, not the greatest weapons to continue brawling as the chakrams ran out.
But all of this starts from Elkin on, brutalizing the early lane and forcing Abel and PP God back. So they can't necessarily get themselves everything they want. It was a 3-man Bramble Smash from Xiaofang all the same. He actually had a really good play on an individual level in terms of the damage, but just Lucian, Nami, Xin Sao, if you play around this trio in the early game, it is so destructive.
Gee, the fact that Elk gets a load of mana back after that play feels really good, because he was running on fumes there for large portions and still manages to do the damage required. Now, though, Binding Eclipse available. I wonder how much damage they want to throw back onto Elk. They get a decent trade, and of course, he was the one with first blood, so he'll be looking to back. But now, Xiaofang back on the map, having respawned, looking to get onto Bin, throws down a sapling. Won't get that much in the way of a slow. So it's just a bit of a look in as Longfong eating a bit of an ugly trade in mid lane.
So you compare Shun to Xiaofang, right? And it's just like it's so harder to do much with the Maokai than it is the Shinso in the early game. And he's tried to, just doesn't manage to at the same time. He's lost a flash too. Much harder for him to impact the game.
Yeah, and we'll look at this replay again. This is all of Elk putting that ward down at level 1 as well. Like, this has been a long-term plan.
Has been. You're only level 2 on your support. PP God doesn't have access to everything, and Elk says, okay, you have no stats. And it's well played from PP God to make sure he doesn't get completely burst out. He doesn't flash away. I think he does end up dying.
Oh boy.
Pretty comprehensively. Shun is back bot side with a flash. PP God's gonna die.
Abel's got a flash in the barrier, but PP God really doesn't have much to do as Abel decides, well, maybe I can trade back on in here and get something. Has got barriers and chakrams. Flashes on forwards. Does get the kill. That's important. At least Abel gets some gold. On. Does not fall down as the ebb and flow once again comes on through to heal people up.
Abel's Aphelios is so crazy. He ends up getting a load of chakrams from that. I think he used a 3-weapon switch actually to get through all of it. Red, white, manages to get himself onto those huge amount of chakrams. He manages to get a kill back. Also denies Elk having the last of the double buffs too, which potentially could have sustained him up to push in another wave. And stops Elk from getting towards the back end of that play too. So OMG gets something there, but still, it is still very much damage control in the bot side. As now with this Lucian, Nami, and the Xin Sao ahead, very dangerous to see that. Abel, yeah, this is the quickest way to stack chakrams. You get a flamethrower over the wave and it gives you a lot of them, uses the barrier and says, okay, Shun's not here, he's gone towards my support, I'll get one back.
And it's the right call from Abel. I don't think leaving by giving kills freely over the other team is what you're going to do, especially as the Aphelios in this lane. You want to get to your items as fast as possible. That means trading a little bit of that gold and taking what you can where you can. Of course, it does mean the flash and the barrier down, so potentially a bit more vulnerable himself. But of course, barrier not the longest cooldown, at least PP God will have the heal up. So if they do play defensive, they should have enough ways to hold on for now. The problem is Elk and On, not miles off the level 6 power spike themselves.
One of the issues for this is going to be, you're going to try at about, 10, 12, 14 minutes. It depends really on how the team wants to flex around things early. You're going to want to move the Aphelios Milio into mid lane and Lonfong on this, the Yone out into a side lane. And the problem is you're going to lose in mid lane, and you're going to lose in side lanes too, realistically, with Knight still winning out in the individual matchup, getting a significant CS lead. Knight's LeBlanc, legendary champion for him. One of the greatest players of this champion too. We talked about the Ahri being banned away from him and how much damage he's done with that. This LeBlanc has done with that for years as well. And as you rightfully said, Shun still has flash, still going towards this mid lane. And Lonfong missing out on trades very heavily here, even misses the W at the end as well, so we can't get a huge trade back.
Mid lane, Knight still winning out in this race. Again, it is range versus melee, so Yone can still end up in a slightly tricky position. Has been forced to ult there as Cube got on top of his head. Bot side we still stand. They're going to get the culling on, but there's a wave in the way, and there's a cozy campfire as well. So not a huge amount of value there from that initial culling, trying to abuse the level 6 spike as it came on through.
It really does depend on how much now they can get back with that ultimate being down. Abel, once he hits level 6, will have a huge amount of damage. He's got shields to tank up this wave. Dragon almost certainly going down. Mid lane is being completely brutalized by Knight as well, who's up huge amounts of CS and putting Longfeng into a very difficult situation. OMG just kind of have to wait and see where their opening comes. They are very much on the defensive footing up until a mistake is made. Maybe when they have level 6s and one item as well for the Aphelios, that could be a big moment for them.
Yeah, Longfeng was debating a reset there, but knows that the wave coming, it's not a cannon wave either. It'd be a lot of CS to give up, and it's only a slightly dicey position, looking to probably W the wave with that cleave and trying to shield his way towards being able to trade at least a little bit here. But Knight continues to be obnoxious, claims the first plate of this lane as well, and managing to make the AP LeBlanc feel okay so far.
See what Knight was doing there as well. You saw it at the end. If you time it so the turret shot is just firing at a minion, and you've just jumped in and do some damage, you can flip back before the turret switches aggro over onto you. Yone can do it too with the Z. Both these champions very good once you get the enemy pushed under tower, and they can poke them out quite well, considering the fact that mid lane under tower poke is not always the easiest thing to get.
Exactly that. All the while we go back towards bot lane. Elk trying to get a trade on, but Abel has got the onslaught on. Flash away from PP, got away from the prisoners. Actually, it's a solid use of the binding eclipse there as the gravitum comes on through in the weapon cycle. Abel holds on down here. Will be a summoner and a heal away from PP God as Elk trades back, eats the ebb and flow, but is back to an okay HP point because of it.
You can see again how much Abel and PP got on stuff like the Aphelios have been very, very strong as a duo. Mechanically, they know how to play out these situations. OMG last year really felt like Abel and PP God, when they were on form, made this team into a top LPL team for the brief time that they were at the top of the table. And towards that in summer 2023, you couldn't keep it sadly up towards the end of that split and into playoffs, but really for a while you had to wonder how much magic could still come out of this roster, which did have on the whole a really good 2023. Abel and PP got the only remaining members from that team now.
Yeah, of course, Abel now with his barrier back up, Flash nearly there as well. They've done a fairly good job of keeping at least one set of summoners available to play out the lane, and is holding on to farm lead nominally here as Abel, doing okay as Longfeng needs to be a bit afraid. We'll have the chains come through, we'll try and get his way out, but has actually ended up with the fate sealed, decently buffered away from with the unbound soul, but it's just not enough. Shun Crescent guards to get the final tick of damage, and they do get a kill in mid lane with the solid roam from the jungle.
Oh boy, ult down, plates down, CS down, no teleport to get back to lane. Knight is starting to pop off. Looks like he's going towards the Ludens, not the Malignants. I actually think I prefer Malignants on LeBlanc right now. It just allows you so much more slick combos, and the stats are still very good for you. But what this does mean is that the poke trades are going to be that much more destructive when they do happen because of the extra proc of that Ludens. Knight gonna get himself a recall, 3 plates in mid lane. This mid lane matchup, I'm sorry that this is your LPL step in, Longfeng. This is not going to be an easy one.
And it was kind of going okay-ish, was holding on as PP got down to 10% HP as Elk takes a moment to really put the screws on, but that one gank mid cost Longfeng a whole 2 extra plates, a whole wave and a half. He gives a kill over to a Xin Zhao that's already 2 kills deep, putting him at 3, and Longfeng is about to face check Shun again. Bot side we go, but it does mean because Elk was left alone with everyone else elsewhere, Elk goes down, flashing as well with that, so at least they get something onto a player that can carry. 2 kills for Abel, but a second death for Longfeng. Kinda sucks, poor guy, returns to lane and there's a Xin Zhao waiting for him in the bush. There's no wards anywhere!
However, OMG with 2 kills on the Aphelios, I feel like that's a lead they can play around. Remember what we were saying right from draft? We said, hey, OMG, they probably do outscale in a 5v5. Can they get to a 5v5? That's the question. With 2 kills on the Aphelios, maybe OMG can force BLG to come to them around objectives and say you have to play into the Aphelios now and really see whether the Shun and Knight with their huge lead in the mid jungle can make the difference.
Yeah, and poor Longfeng here. You just look at the river. There are wards absolutely everywhere. We'll get a replay of Longfeng shoving the wave, looking to put some wards down and immediately fans Shun. He has been in lane for 10 seconds.
It is so annoying playing against LeBlanc with Mimic up. You can just double jump towards you, get that chain. The threat range is so nasty. Of course, we get the flashes here as well. See that Abel flashes out of the tidal wave in the queue. There was a chance that he died there, actually, think about it. If he gets hit by the CC, and the bubble hits afterwards too, he could have potentially gone down in that short turnaround. Lucian has huge burst damage, so good awareness to flash and not make it a question.
Yeah, exactly that. The problem is as well, because PP God's been locked in lane with Abel, the ability to contest these wards has been really, really limited, and Shun being in the enemy jungle as well. Xiaofang and PP Gold not really on the map to control vision in the way they'd like, with particularly the Maokai. Means this kind of thing is just so free. Going for the Fate Sealed. Does land a bit of DPS, it's just not enough, and Xiaofang is just not here in time.
Oh, Xiaofang can't save his mid laner.
Oh, Ebel. Taking the breath of life in the barrier, keeps himself alive, but now Shun looking to come over the wall. Can start to look for some more. This gets very dicey indeed.
He's just charged up his Q, he has flash, he can jump forward. There's no flash in either of these bot laners. He ends up waiting for that cooldown to go through. I think Shun's been really good at this, by the way, just making sure he can hit a target, a ward, and charge up his Q. He's doing it again, and see if he can use that again. Using that Q, he might be able to flash forward. He's constantly holding threat. PP got enabled. Need to stay away from the Xin Sao flash E range.
Tidal Wave doesn't really land. The Aqua Prism does, though! That means Abel's dead to rights.
Oh, and they have to stay away from the Xin Sao, but they can't stay away from the wave. The tide brings death. There's now Xiaofang. No flash. He could die too. Knight going to be picking up this. He has a Medjai's at 13 minutes. He wants to snowball.
Oh, this was sign in the fans' hands in the crowd. They knew exactly what they were doing when they drew him with that. He just turns up bot, doesn't get a kill, but gets to be very annoying.
You know that meme of, like, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't say, but there'd be signs.
Yeah.
It's Knight buying Medjai's just over and over again. He is so ready to start popping off. And the thing is, if OMG can fight towards a straight 5v5, yeah, I think they can play front to back well. But if he's playing around these side lanes and playing around these scrappy dives, the Xin Sao with the ultimate being able to buy time, and then Knight having so much damage and mobility, very, very hard to deny having value. BLG, they're going to walk towards potentially a bot side dragon. Shun just pailing off, I think, realizing that he's not going to be able to take this in time before there's a real contest. He might go towards both. I was wondering if there was going to be something from Xiaofang going towards it, and instead, no. It was just a delay on it. Guess the Scuttle anyway, 2-for-1, and now Knight hiding in Fog of War. Very dangerous to walk up to this guy.
I know he's there, but they feel like they can trade it out, and actually Knight spot a bother there. Everyone from BLG can still come around. That cozy campfire is put.
He can kill here. He has flash.
Flash forwards, and the Mimic Distortion deletes him. That was very over-eager from Abel and PP God to step forward.
By the way, that wasn't even the Mimic. That was actually just the straight flash. He used the Mimic in the one before that, so it's even... That was the lesser form of his combo. He just flashes for a QW, and Abel just completely disrespects it. This is one of the big issues with Aphelios in any meta, actually, is that you have to stand and fight. You cannot do that against stats. PP God separated out, flashes away.
Still do a lot of damage. Longfong going to have to ult away and does so. Gets him a chaos on top of his head as well. And poor old Longfong and the rest of OMG. This has started from the level 1. From knowing where the Maokai has started to invading the bot side. Keeping so many people locked in lane has put this into a horrible position because Shun has won multiple lanes, and the play from BLG with these early spiking fights has been brutal. Now he turns up top.
Yeah, it's the first time top lane's featured in this game, and it's going to be a cube getting reduced into squares as he takes an extra dimension out of him. Shun gets another kill. 4-0-3. This mid jungle, how impressive are they?
Well, that one's rough to see. The exponential's becoming slightly less exponential there. He is going to be a bit difficult to manage as we head over to Bin, just shoving in the wave. Xiaofang is here, and again, this poor Maokai, 0-1-1. Every ultimate has felt a little bit sad.
The mathematician of me has to correct you that it would be a cubic equation, not.
Yeah, so what's the name for, like, so you have squared, cube, and then the ones beyond that? Like,
no,
what are they called?
Well, they just kind of like, it depends on the order of magnitude. So you
Yeah,
have
so what's the name of that?
I
thought that was an exponential.
No,
it's not.
exponential is different. That's 1 to the x or n to the x. It's the power. The power it goes to keeps going up and up.
That's
which means that it keeps.
It's powers. That's
Yeah,
the name of it. I think it's exponential in the sense of like the x being like.
So it's actually the okay. Anyway, talk about that. Point is like it's like that. It's that meme of like I'm doing 1,000 calculations per second and they're all wrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. I couldn't remember the name. It's been a while since I've done higher end math. Such as it is.
Oh well, okay, we've got on with heal and ult. People got it. This is only jungle support. El could just turn up and kill them.
Xiaofang, what was the decision making there? That one feels a little bit over-eager. Maybe the desperation sticking on through, thinking they finally caught someone. Instead, he just dies to a culling. Elk now at 3 kills, 4 in the mid, 4 in the jungle. This game is a complete disaster.
I think we saw this Mythbust this episode before. Can you cut down a tree with a minigun? Yes, you can. Elk just shreds through Xiaofang. There's 3 grubs onto both teams, which means that whoever has access to that is going to have that extra amount of damage. Knight absolutely does. Worth noting, over the 10 stacks for the Medjai, so he has 10% movement speed. That's really nasty too. Can step out a lot of the Yone and Renekton's kind of power as they try and use move speed differential to get big plays. Knight can use the Herald to go into an inner turret. Rarely that we see that one happening, normally since breaking one of these outer turrets. BLG This has been destructive as you like.
Shun might need to be a bit careful here. There's still going to be some potential damage. Everyone's here. They get the Fate sealed that is buffered away from with a well-timed Crescent Guard, but a flash shot in from Abel with a wonderful Moonlight Vigil flash combo. Cube on the other side, hit with the barrel, will be forced to pop his own ultimate, but now Bin actually in a spot of bother here, gets some damage back, needs to be a bit aware of the empowered Cube. Elk coming on over means this is not going to be a 1v1 for long. Short on the body slam, flash on him for a W that leads to very little in the end, and it's another kill over to Elk.
Yeah, I think Cubic's just gone down to quadratic now. He's definitely been put down to size. See, I've got a couple more of these around the place. We'll wait to see if it goes to logarithmic. That's when you know it's really, really bad. It'll just keep getting smaller.
It's not base 10 anymore. It's not base 10.
It's not based at all. He just keeps dying. But BLG, no, there is absolutely no room for quarter here. There is no quarter. Abel PP God. Look, there's a lot of vision here in BLG's favor.
The tries, not a bad Crozy camp, but actually, the heal's not going to get them quite out of range. On without the flash already, should just die. Abel picks that one up, and Elk down the summoner, a little bit too eager to find the play.
OMG firing back around the Aphelios. 4 kills, all of them here onto the Aphelios' back. BLG seriously though still. Knight is requiring 3 people to answer his lane.
Back to get the tower!
Goes back against the tower, all the same, styling on them. But BLG, I mean, put it this way, right? We kind of start off the day saying, like, look, it is a difficult game for OMG. They don't have the starting mid laner, and again, our condolences to Angel. I am glad that BLG are not letting this slip, though. They're saying, like, look, we respect you. Even though you've got this sub-mid laner in, we respect you, and we're playing as though we would do against a top team. Teams like that. You see that Bin doing some great trades against Cube.
Wonder where On Blue is flash. He flashed to give the Tidecaller's blessing to Elk before he dashed on in. That's where it was lost. The Imperial Mandate complete there. 3 items for Knight as well. Luden's Companion, a very stacked Medjai's, and a Shadow Flame. At this point in the game, sub 20 minutes, we are going to see some pretty damn brutal combos from the LeBlanc.
BLG pushing in towards inhib turrets at 19 minutes in. This is so disgusting. BLG, of course, they have themselves towards Soul at this point too, getting themselves that 3rd dragon at just near enough 20 minutes. Pretty quick in terms of how they're stacking these ones up. What came down here? Oh no, don't tell me he slaughtered someone else. I didn't even see this.
Oh god.
So it's the chain double sigil, jump forwards, no counterplay, 16 dark stacks, no, Medjai stacks rather. Yeah. Knight. He's been a real avid reader. He has been over his career. He really knows how to snowball more than anyone else. I'm really glad that at least someone out there on a top team knows how to use this item, how it's supposed to be played.
Yeah, using the Sigils of Malice, and LeBlanc kind of slipped away from meta with Static Shift disappearing, as we said, but Knight saying, well, maybe you guys should remember exactly how she works when you're running with a Lucian, when you're running with the Xin Sao. More ways to snowball to this kind of point of power. Feels pretty good. Elk dashing on forwards and no real response. PP God down to about half HP.
Now he really is just so much damage. How do you outplay this? The only way you outplay this is hoping that someone oversteps into a Malakal when you've got the Aphelios there as well. It's the only way this works. But hoping that, you know, the LeBlanc and the Lucian do that at the same time, particularly now Knight is such a strong point in power, is going to be absolutely insane. Worth noting as well that once Medjai's and the Death Cap are completed, if we get to 25 Dark Seals, I'm pretty sure that Medjai's gives you almost 200 AP as an item when it's buffed up by the Death Cap. 40% on top of the 25 stacks, 5 AP per stack. Knight is going to one-shot some fools.
All of OMG's kills are on Abel, who has got himself a 2nd item in a dream. Xiaofang about to face check Knight and loses his HP bar. I'm not going to stick around to do a full combo. 3rd item complete on the other side for Elk, though, means there is still a bit of a discrepancy to work with.
Yeah, I just redid the calculations. I do that occasionally. 203 AP from a 25 stack Medjai's with a Death Cap buffing it up. So that's how much you got to deal with. He's already very strong. It's going to get worse than this, folks. And feels like OMG, they're trying to split the map, get some objective bounties. Lanfang, he is just trying to survive. Very hard to do so. Blind pick Yone, punished by the best mid laner in the league. You can see that Knight single-handedly holding back the tide in mid lane as Baron is taken.
Again, as we said, it got harder and harder as the bot lane pressure began to come on through, and BLG looking to find something. The Nature's grasp comes across, and OMG look to retreat, but where do they go?
I don't know whether BLG... I think they just want to stop recalls of anything. Ben might just throw his ult into a bush or just keep his flash there. I think that's a big point. He just used his ult there. Abel and PP God can't recall. He might die for this because there's 3 people there, but even then he has flash and E. He's just going to stop this. Knight is now coming. The rest of BLG will keep pushing through mid lane with the Baron buff. They can't kill Bin in time. There's a teleport going away from the base as BLG are toying with OMG.
And he has to reset immediately. Oh, Longfong, they thought there was more going on, and they're just going to lose the whole base.
But look at this, they're still going to be recalling. They get Milio back, but now Aphelios is left on his own. This could be a really dangerous moment. Knight can assassinate both of them.
Oh, that's both of the carries. They're both not here. Longfong thought to TP in to save his players, and instead, the base is under siege. They've got Baron to their name, and it's just a cannon minion chunking out this tower.
Okay.
The picture finally ends. They've still not managed to reset.
Knight might just teleport into the base to support the team. They are still stopping the bags! It's like waiting for a bus that never comes!
Oh my god, the wheels have come off. They've basically sat on the side of the highway.
Aphelios is dead!
He's dead as Knight hasn't left. They were trying to hitchhike and find an axe murderer. More stacks of the page in Knight's book, and instead the game just ends in the most comical of fashions.
Knight goes back, buys a death cap, gets his 200 AP item, and BLG are slaughtering through OMG.
Oh my god, it's Xiaofang who just about gets onto him, but PP God dies to Elk dashing on forward. And BLG just make it look easy. This poor Mao guy has just not been in the game. It has been a rough old time in the jungle. That pressure there led into mid lane ganks, it led into bot lane ganks, it led into the kind of snowball you rarely see in League of Legends. If people want to ask who the best team in the LPL is, well, why don't you show them this game?
We'll end that one out there. I saw a very funny comment Mecha in chat saying, "Where are the ads? Save us, we can't see this." Yeah, you know what, buddy? I agree with you. Welcome back, folks. There's, that was a hell of a game one. BLG, again, showing how... If BLG win bot lane, the game is over.
Yeah.
If you end up giving bot lane and then Shun a platform to play off of bot lane, you cannot play against this team. There is a reason why they are still going towards the Lucian Nami, where if you give over the lane pressure picks of Varus, Ashe, Kalista, BLG run through teams with it.
And that then leads to, on getting out of lane while PP God is trapped, he roams mid, he gets a kill onto Longfong, who was already having a difficult time in a range versus melee matchup, inevitably. But then he dies, he loses 2 plates, he comes back to lane, Shun is still in the bush because the entire river is lit up with wards. He dies again, Knight is then snowballed, the bot lane's still caught in a tower, and yes, Abel actually has a pretty solid game. But it doesn't matter, because the rest of the map has benefited from the early leads.
And I need myself another drink, folks. We're going to leave that pretty there. There isn't that much to talk about in this one. Longfong, very difficult situation for him. Double banned out in the second round. I honestly wonder if now OMG have to say, look, we just have to first pick, early pick a mid laner. I wonder if we just have to do that. Do the Yasuo or the Akali, regardless of the composition. They might not have been able to practice that long with him, but you cannot allow this guy to just have a crap matchup in a counter pick matchup. At least give him one of his stronger picks. I wonder if you do have to just like blue 2-3 Yasuo Akali, one of those two. Get yourself a Gragas on your team or a Rel or whatever.
Yeah, who knows? It's difficult to see. But right now we need to wait a little bit, see how that one plays out.
Kazel, I'm not sure you do much better in mid lane in this one. I appreciate the boldness, but I don't. Okay, I'm gonna get yourself coffee.
It was banned, by the by.
All of you folks, you go get yourself a drink as well, or hydrate.
Can you set the kettle on for me while you're in there? Thank you very much. Alright, I'll look after you, chat. And of course, it's not like Longfong doesn't play other stuff as well. He's a relatively versatile mid laner, but you can understand why he goes towards comfort. It just really doesn't work out this time, does it? Oh boy. Well, there you go. There's the damage problems. Cube, not really relevant in this game. That wasn't supposed to be. Mid lane, poor old Longfong did not get to play the game. Abel tried, but it's a little bit late. And then Knight, Elk, and Shun do Knight, Elk, and Shun things. That's pretty sad to see.
可能效果不会特别大的，你只能说看有没有奇招。如果没有奇招，只是按自己的常规 BP 来的话，面对 BLG， 就你对线都很难说能够平稳的对完。
压力太大了，尤其是下半区吧。 而且这把冰的酒桶又再一次证明了，就是如果你想拿鳄鱼建模，
For Knight, it's most certainly not the first mid I want to face in my debut. Yeah, like the guy's coming in with like no preparedness, right, for a team that's already struggling a little bit. You know, I do think Longfong is a lot better than he showed here. Like the guy is very good, but this is like throwing the guy off the cliff and praying he knows good diving forms to break his face on impact with the water below. It's a very, very difficult job.
主要是节奏以下半区打开的情况下，如果 OMG 没有办法在上半区围绕鳄鱼和永恩拿到一些资源和优势，可能他们选的这个 BP 就没有打出想要的效果了。
是的。
What did Munch do?
从对线到转线，整个节奏都很好。
以及说熏的很多次干腿。
Ah, I see. They're just like retweeting the Costream Lamau.
就优势局赵信的打开方式，突然间打开 tab， 就赵信3个人的时候，你就感觉事情有点不对。
Throw the deep end is the exact description. Oh yeah, it is. It's rough. It's rough. It's rough. It's rough. I shall trade you out.
Oh, I need to put the kettle on, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Good call.
因为这波是怕大树到了嘛，所以赶紧先。
I have to do the predictions as well while I'm thinking about it.
但打到后面，确实这个乐芙兰在野区方面给太大压力了。控了前锋，再来上半区把阿塔一推。
裴博的厄菲琉斯熟练度确实不高。
I need to choose some score lines here.
操作的都挺好的，但这种时候的。
So basically, I've got to do predictions for NLC tonight, guys. That's basically what we're doing.
这种就是没什么办法。
然后这哥俩把这把双飞折磨
I will do just that. I've got to make some prediction choices anyway for NLC. Yeah.
Oh, for NLC, right.
主要这波选择也有点奇怪吧，就是没有回家。
These games have been weird today, man. I mean, I think that AL, I'm just really sad for them because they're just not playing at the level they should be at.
最后才去上路这个高地塔下面把小方的人物给拿到。感觉可能对于 OMG 来说，还是要想办法拿到一些前期对线期比较能有线权的组合，这样给小方更多的一个发育的时间，而不是可能总是会有反蹲的压力那么大的一个局面。
我感觉 OMG 面对 BLG 的话，他唯一能接受发育的只有下路，就是能接受我拿一个发育组合，然后给你平稳发育。
也比较像 A 某选手的一个属性。
对，然后其他两条线一定得把那种强线球进去，但现在就是一上来把你卡尔玛干掉，我给你的话，感觉 OMG BP 还是有点不错的。这把 MVP 我给到奈德的乐芙兰。
我知道有点难听。
走到哪杀到哪，然后中路去打这种，对吧？有这样的中单，那谁不开心呢？就是你对着线突然有个中单过来杀人了，包括你有一个一直帮你的马野，这太开心了。
主要我觉得问题就是这把 OMG。
I mean, I'm probably not going to make a habit of playing guitar on stream if we're doing this stuff.
前面并不会有特别大的兵线压力的。
But I'll do it occasionally, maybe in breaks and after stream.
肯定6级前对我也没有什么太多过来打一套就能把我击杀的一个想法，所以给了奈德非常大的空间。
是的。
就可能在下一把，如果说换边或者是在 BP 方面中野有更多其他的组合选择的情况下，要不要考虑就是狐狸或Nico这种英雄就不搬，然后自己去拿一个？
但是玩就是 Nico 这种英雄确实有进攻压力，我觉得狐狸是最好的，对吧？就是狐狸现在我觉得他的后期能力是比 Nico 要来的出色的，至少说收割残局的能力来说，因为他用大招去找机会的代价没有 Nico 那么大。Nico 你只能一波进场，然后一波团战打一波。
It's
like the one Radiohead song right now. Oh wait, that's not true. I do know Creep. Everyone knows Creep.
就追求一下玩狐狸这一类的英雄，然后给小方。
I don't really play that many party songs though. So no, we did the compliment redeem because that was the song for Harold. Yes, we did, Harold. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. We yes, it happened. Yeah. I didn't know if you were here for it. I didn't see you in chat when that happened, but yeah, we did.
然后后续可能男枪包括千珏这种英雄都比较容易被针对到，就发育的没那么舒服，就尤其还是中路线权的问题吧，感觉。
Okay, I'm glad you're listening. I hope you enjoyed it. I mean, Knight with MVP, no surprises. I mean, Shun was really good too. I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got the chains to break. Oh, holding you. Were you born to resist? Be abused.
狐狸啊，也去安利
My heart is
有
on
这样的英雄的时
rest
候，
again.
其实会发现，可能很多人都不会出像阿卡丽或者是勒弗兰这样的英雄，因为前面有可能做不到事情，就会陷入对线的一个劣势，就线推不过去。但这把我觉得，其实OMG这边换人，可能对于林峰来说，他比较有自信的是像阿卡丽啊、鲁恩这样的英雄能够操作起来。
Is someone getting the best of you?
需要打野选手跟他一起。
Make a full Angel comp? I mean, you have the Dawnbringer skins, right? You could do like Dawnbringer, like Riven and stuff like that as well too. Dawnbringer Yoni could be in there.
基本上拿不到现成。
In terms of other Angels, I'm not sure about that.
这英雄的话又是渴望打架，
I think the Dawnbringer ones are probably the closest you get. There's only kind of Celestial ones.
就即使有人去了斯维斯也打不过。
I mean, Cal and Morgana, then maybe like the more redeemed one of Aatrox. Oh, stuff with wings. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, you've got Kale right there.
控制配合，对吧？毕竟辅助是
Kale. You've got the lovers duo on bot lane. You've got Zyra Khan.
林峰搞一个常规能推线的法师，然后打野来个野核，对吧？试一把嘛。
搞擅长的。
是搞点擅长的，都是为把画面交给小优。
好的，感谢解说老师精彩的赛后分析。那么这场比赛我们也再次恭喜BLG获胜，无论是 BP 还是运营节奏，他们都是行云流水。那么也希望 OMG 能够及时调整，期待他们下一场比赛。我们收到消息，在双方的第二场
Smolder swings.
是选择了蓝色。
Yeah, I don't know if I want to see Smolder in many team comps right now. It's just, yeah. That champion is sure something, folks. Well, even though we had the pause earlier in the day, all it ended up doing was like meant we had a lesser break between Series 1 and 2, so it's still gonna be a pretty short day on the whole, I think. A fire-breathing pigeon Smolder might be fun. Yeah, that'd be funny. I'd like that. Kale's not that great though. I get wanting to see Kale play, but I don't think she's that great, bro. Oh, Ashen Knight, yeah, the Pantheon, no, not, there's Pantheon, and then there's Mordekaiser, which do that. Back when that cosplayer has been there a lot actually. This is the Shanghai studio, and there's yeah, that person's shows up. They put them on camera a lot. Siobhan has wings. I'm not quite sure that's. I'm not sure that's quite the same.
此了解更多信息。上海联名竞技场线下同步热卖中，快来参与吧！高人气限定手办重磅回归 ，DJ Sona 手办嗨翻全场，买即赠手办专属头奖，快来周边商城参加峡谷公园排队吧！大家来参加我们官方的活动。那么回到今天开始的第2局比赛当中，那确实呢，这场比赛对于 OMG 来说是一个不小的压力。那么在第2局它里面也有一些调整和换人，那么到底在阵容上应该做出哪些变阵呢？我们想问一下2位解说老师。
现在可能也不换了。对于 OMG 来说的话，其实也能感觉到他们想尝试点不一样的东西。
Alright, we'll get ourselves closer to game number 2.
It is.
Shall assume the casting position again soon.
What is the casting position?
They don't know. It's not on camera.
That's true.
They don't have to
You
know.
know,
This,
yeah, that's the real key to being a professional caster, guys. It's the casting position.
yeah, the casting position. Which you'll
You'll
learn
never
it-
see.
You'll learn it when you get to like a certain rank of
Yeah,
caster. Like we have like you know, just like you have like bronze to challenger or iron to challenger.
Yeah.
We have another unnamed one too. But you get to a certain point, you unlock the casting position.
Exactly.
上半区的次数不太多。
We're rooting for
But
OMG
on-
here?
but on-
Question mark?
I mean,
I would like, it'd be nice for them to get O win. I don't know how easy that'll be.
the thing is, Starry is in over Abel. I guess maybe they just think, oh, screw it, let's just try and keep some LDL synergy together. Starry did play some games. Abel was like the only good thing for them in that game, though. So for me now, I'm like, well, this has got to be a game where they're just saying, look, this is impossible to win.
Yeah.
So, hey, hello Ari. Hi.
Hello, Ari.
There was an Ari in the crowd. Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
就像那个石一样，无人匹敌。
Right. See how happy BLG look as well.
上路绝对制霸。
Exactly.
Not laughing on stage. So
So
I mean, so OMG,
是的，主要
they're of course on like 7 and 7.
现在这个先锋的争夺。
They lose 2 games today. They go down to -2. That's a really cool splash art. That's really cool.
that's well
with
done.
felt tips again with the right gun as well. That's so
Very
cool.
impressive.
So cool. Actually, hang on. I can show you this as well. So,
但是最大的问题
Angie made me a print of Ari, and I have a print of it. So I have a sticker version of it. It's now on the back. So I have an LPL logo here. That's actually covering a Euphoria logo, which I used to have on here as well. And then I've got an Ari sticker there as well. Nice. It's very cool. Okay, we're getting ourselves into the draft though.
Let's go.
Lights, camera, action. Starry in, Abel out. I'm gonna imagine that is because OMG got slapped so hard in game 1. They're like, right, we're not winning this. Let's see what happens if we just throw in a rookie and see what happens. Get them some experience. I think that Lonfeng doesn't have to go it alone. So it's now Xiaofeng, Lonfeng, Starry, all from the LDL roster playing together.
Exactly that. And don't get me wrong, Starry is a solid carry, but it's Lonfeng who's been a lot of the real style points there. Of course, Xiaofeng doing his very best. He got a little bit done in after the early game, was very late to a lot of plays, didn't really manage to defend any of his lanes, sadly. This time around, though, locking the Lee Sin, a little bit more early agency, a lot less defensive than, say, the Maokai. The Nico locked in as well, could strictly be for mid lane. Lonfeng certainly put time into that, but he could also go towards the bot.
It's less defensive, but it still wants to fight, and you still got to fight BLG early then at this point. You might say, yes, we have more early power. Yes, but you still then have to outplay what's happening with BLG. Nico locked in, technically a flex pick. We have seen some Nico support within the LPL, rarely. I imagine it's going for Lonfeng's pretty solid laning champion, just to put things on rails there.
Rakan now locked in for On as well, their champion he is more than comfortable on. And again, if he can get out of lane, he caused a lot of chaos alongside Shun, so looking to do that likely. They want to have a look at in topside. Debating a few options. I think Cassante early would make some sense. You know you're into the Renekton already, and it's a solid enough matchup to work with.
Cube looking to get himself a matchup, which again, he can just kind of survive in top lane. Such an island last game. It kind of has been for a lot of BLG's games. Despite him being one of the best carries in the world in 2023, really just wasn't active until suddenly had to stop all the backs at the end of the game. It's kind of in the nature of Bin. One late game move and then see what else he could do. He actually got a... there was a game where they went to Elder and he ended up being 0-5, but then walking away with a huge play around Elder to get himself a player of the game from their last series before this. 80 carries, mid lane's being banned apart from both these teams.
Zeri now off the table, one of the ones you can match up into the Smolder in terms of nominally getting similar scaling values. Even Smolder, of course, pretty much unmatched in that kind of late game DPS scenario. I wonder whether something like the Senna might also end up being the ban here, or maybe the Kai'Sa as well. which has felt like a solid enough option into the Smolder. Starry, of course, has put time into that champion. There it is, the Kaiser off the table. What do you want to look at? The Jinx has been rising in priority.
And it has been answered to Smolder as well, because it gives you better lane push early because of the rockets, and you need a couple of levels and items really for Smolder to match wave clear in terms of actually pushing lane. He always has access to the farm of the W, but he doesn't always push the lane. So that Jinx can be really powerful with that. There is a chance, of course, that this Nico does again get flexed towards bot lane into that support role. What are we going to have for Knights? And for Shun, something like the Talia Vi could potentially be a combo. Could be a very, very good kill combo and allows them to get onto targets well too. Instead, that champion, which Lanfeng plays a lot of himself, could be locked in here for Knight.
Just do it again. Just
I mean,
lock in the,
I look at how squishy. I mean, Jinx is not going to have any kind of protection, but instead it is going to be Talia Vi. That was the first indication I had. I was like, look, it's just a really nasty mobile backline access duo between mid jungle.
And when you add in the Rakan as well, the ability for the Jinx to stay safe is going to be pretty hard this game. I think PP God going towards him at the Tom Kent wouldn't be a surprise, as one of the ways to potentially keep that Jinx alive is going to be locked in. The plan will be, can you get that mid-jungle roaring from OMG to then translate that into getting Starry some kills. On the other side, though, we all know how this works. Knight and Shun on Talia, Vi, they've got a Rakan backing them up. They can either murder Lanfeng or get Elk ahead. Either works just fine.
One thing that's kind of fun to me is that I look at OMG's comp and I'm like, yeah, that's a BLG comp, actually, in its own way too, where you have, you know, someone like Elk on the Jinx. He was so good at that last year, and on he's probably one of the more complete support players in the LPL, which is in itself a great journey, because he in 22 was very, very inconsistent. Even at the start of 23, he was very inconsistent. It really took until end of spring and then into MSI for him to really find his legs underneath him on both ranged and on melee champions. He did it on stuff like the Lulu and the Alistar. He did everything there. He'd force Rakan into every matchup he wanted to. He's one of the better Rakans in the world as well. But I look at what OMG have put in, I'm like, yeah, you know, I could actually see every single member of BLG thriving in that draft as well. So BLG, they will know this composition inside and out.
So, of course, the problem is, bringing in so many of your academy team up here to the main stage against a team like BLG on short notice, you end up with early games like what happened in the prior game. Specifically, really strong level 1 plans to get early vision, which Shun then abuses, gets Xiaofeng out of it, and then you've got all these isolated lanes that are really not isolated for BLG because they bring so many people around, and if you start the snowballs rolling for people like Knight and Elk, they do not let up.
So, OMG, it'd be very important for them to take a single win, even if they can. Game score is going to be an important factor in seeding and even just blunt qualification through to LPL playoffs. Anyone's Legend, losing earlier in the day though, takes the heat off a little bit. It means that yes, LNG have raised the bar for teams who don't have 7 wins just yet, but it does also mean that Anyone's Legend are a team that are less likely now to be able to punt OMG out of playoffs themselves. And I love this guy, it's so cool. Very cool Fred there. The Year of the Dragon, and the blossoms that go with it.
Oh yes, Xiaofeng gonna be here on the Lee Sin, a champion he's got more than enough experience on. And also not a bad Diana player, if memory serves. He and Lanfeng done some very crazy Yasuo Diana plays in the past. Of course, this time around, it's a slightly different look at the mid-jungle. Both going to be on playmakers, yes, but it's not quite the same wombo combo that you might have in the LDL, shall we say.
Very interested to see how the early levels of the game go. It's not quite as obvious 3v3 bot side without the likes of the Lucian and the FLs just brawling permanently. So it might be more about jungle supports trying to find people out in River, getting vision down. OMG grouping up as a 5-man unit to see what they can get.
Xiaofeng starting off on those Raptors. They're the ones with the aggressive early moves onto Shun, looking to try and split this map best they can. Might well be face checking on here. Of course, it's got the Gleaming Quill, but PP God on the Tom Kent should nominally have a slightly better level 1.
I actually disagree with that. Rakan was... the thing is, Tom Kent, very good poke. The Rakan, good poke, and also heals as well. In fact, the recent buffs to Rakan, I say the most recent buffs to Rakan, where it changed the healing on his Q to be much more potent, means that if you hit a Q, even if you think you want to trade, he then goes, taps his AD carry, they both heal up like 100 even at level 1. You're like, well, it's no longer a winning trade. So actually, Rakan, I think he's very good at level 1.
Okay, we need to back away from this and see how it all plays out. The early lane, it was going to be the Lee Sin. All 3 camps down towards that bot lane taken. Can now potentially look to be really obnoxious. Actually, Elkin on just come over and try and prevent this, but this means they're not actually on the wave right now. There is a smite available for Xiaofeng should he choose to use it.
Well, it's not going to be in smite range right now. Either way, he's been delayed. And we did say it's not as easy a 3v3 bot side. And you can see that Starry and PP God, they are slowly pushing in the wave, but it's slowly pushing it in. It's delaying Xiaofeng from getting level 3. He will have it at some point.
Worth noting as well, as Cube gets a huge trade onto Bin, that Elk and On are still level 1 here. So if they spend too much time messing with the Lee Sin, it could cost them in about 2 minutes here.
Bin using the last of his rage to make sure he gets an empowered Q for some extra healing. If he gets another rage buff, stacks up and gets another Q on it, Cube needs to be quite careful actually. Renekton's healing after his buffs have been kind of nasty. Level 3 to level 2 dive. There is a teleport, no heal or anything like that for Elk. Potential of this actually being able to dive. Level 3 only just hit for Xiaofeng.
This could be problematic. Lands the Q, can look for something more. On, of course, with the battle dance, can start to get to safety. Uses charge 1. Elk starts flying away, begins to get some more. PP God flashes out. First blood to Starry, but now Shun coming over. Starry needs to be a bit scared, but of course still has the flash to work with. And they just get the kill and they back out.
But the thing is that they don't see Shun. Shun is waiting to see if they redive, and that's exactly what they're looking for.
Xiaofeng in danger, but flashes away, gets a kill back. Now Shun in a spot to bother himself, but the Achu comes across. PP God trying to dive out, gets a nice knock up onto Shun. There's a shield left remaining, getting the sweeper to knock the vision out. Elk trying to get a last kill, doesn't quite get it. The root from the choppers, Elk flashing away, does get a kill, but will fall at the end of it. Starry 3-0. Welcome to the LPL.
Well, he's had himself a couple of series so far. He played at the start of the split. We were wondering why Abel was taken out, but when you walk away with 3 kills and double burst for an early game, maybe you understand why they gave him another game time and slotted him back into the roster just for this time. We said that it was not as obvious a 3v3 bot side, and that's very true, but OMG, they make it work just by saying, look, you do not have a strong level 2, level 3. They dive for the first time. I think it's actually the right choice to go for On here. They get the Chompers onto him too. He's only the level 2 here. He uses all of his abilities. Guardian comes through. He plays pretty well, but he just doesn't have the HP at this point. I think Shun, quite intelligent this part. He says, basically, they don't know where I am. They could know that I'm here, but still, if I hide out here and they go for a redive, then I can look for a play. And they catch out Elk again.
He's in so much danger. He's dead to right from, but no flash, and he's only running the teleport. Final rocket does it. 4-0 now for the Jinx.
Tier 2 boots early. Very, very good at running people down, and the double burst makes it even harder once that slow starts to connect. So BLG's bot lane, we have praised them for being the best bot lane in the LPL, and when they win lane, game tends to follow soon after that point. OMG, they have stopped that in its infancy in this game. 4 kills and a Jinx, which can arguably outscale a Smolder up until the very, very late game, when suddenly the stacks become infinite. This is a bad sign for BLG.
Feeling very, very good indeed. And the rest of the map is doing just fine, right? Renekton's slightly ahead, mid lane's even. There's a slight camp lead, of course, for Viper. Xiaofeng can look to claim up a lot of his camps. And honestly, with the damage done, the Lee Sin being behind a couple camps for Vi ain't that big a deal.
And you can see that. Oh, knock up just about dodging out there. But yeah, I mean, particularly with Xiaofeng on the bot side of the map, really is dangerous to be able to play around. So you don't have the level 6 yet from Shun to really contest on that front. It was a deep water dive from out of well, the abyssal dive from out of vision. Elk now going off of a another wave. They need help from their mid jungle.
They do. Vi's currently on the Raptors, but with Longfong sort of hovering towards the bot side of the map anyway. Maybe they can look mid. Still level 5 for Shun. Longfong in a dangerous position here, though. Needs to be a bit afraid. The Weaver's Wall comes to try and pop him out, and he doesn't land all that much damage with the Pop Blossom. Still flashes over the wall. He's got a Blast Cone to work with, so it's a Summoner and an ultimate to aid, but does get out to safety.
So Longfong, important for him that he does have those combos away from him. I wonder if that will open up some extra plays from BLG, knowing that Longfong can't really influence the equation. Shun yet to get his level 6. Once he gets that, I think that's a huge point. I think that the cease and desist actually more important in some ways than the Dragon's Kick in its own way, just because it goes unstoppable, and it's a huge amount of damage to just stop Starry auto-attacking for some time.
Be very big, and of course Starry is going to be a real threat in this game, especially when PP God gets the Devourer as well. Access to that Jinx isn't going to be all that simple, especially when you then have to dive into theoretically a Pop Blossom, the Dragon's Rage. You've got Cube trying to take out a Diver on the Cassante. Like, it's not actually as simple as, well, if the Devour's down, we can get to the Jinx. what about everybody else on the team you've got to watch out for?
The top lane as well, it's been a bit of an island, but we can see that Bin is starting to eke out an advantage. We saw that Cube had a momentary point where he thought like he was potentially going to look for a solo kill. Not really been the case after that point. There's Dominus, and now Bin with the Demolish can look to try and get towards the tower. What you can do as Cassandra is try and W to get the minions out of tower range as the champion runs past you and tries to hit the turret. Not to be the case here though. And Bin, a couple of tower crashes in a row, looking for the W into the empowered Q to get that extra damage and healing through.
Longfong, no flash, doesn't quite have the ultimate yet, needs to be a bit afraid as Shun has got level 6. And once again, everyone from BLG is in mid lane. What do you do?
What you do is you have vision, so you don't have to be in that position. It is a team affair to keep your mid lane safe, more often than not. Longfong falls down for the first kill towards Knight in this game, who walked away with that MVP. Obviously, he did in that first game on his LeBlanc. And I feel like Shun and Knight, with that first ult in the game, buy a bit more space in this early game, which we were saying, hey, look, 4 kill on Jinx, kind of scary. If you can start snowballing around this combo, maybe the Jinx becomes less of an issue if you can reach her through the Tahm Kench ult.
Once again, though, they've got wards all the way down the river, despite the pressure in lane. OMG really slipping up on that front. It's cost them in the mid lane. Of course, they've still got a very heavy snowball in this bot lane, but this ward in the bush down here will likely spot a shove function he's decided to step forwards. Be a bit afraid of that. Where is Vi on her Krug, so could definitely come over to interfere with any dive.
Level 6 from Xiaofeng with Flash is scary in his own right, though, especially when you're at half HP, taking some of that splash damage. They do see Lee Sin. Here comes Shun. Is Knight coming as well? No, not yet.
The ultimate comes on through. The Abyssal Dive forces the flash out, but he's still hit by the rocket. Tries to get something on the other side as Shun goes on forward. Devour onto Starry, who now gets a massive shield, and the excitement! So Elk can go nowhere, and now Shun left in a dangerous position as Longfong comes a roam in. Can maybe look to dive the Vi, who's got a flash, but no ultimate.
And that's going to be the end of this. Shun goes down in this bot lane, more than surely.
Yeah, flashes away to no avail. PP God picks up the kill, will drop the tower aggro, and can now look to reset. They're teleporting down. This could get a bit dicey.
I think
get back in time.
I think the recalls have managed to complete just in time.
Yeah.
OMG get away with another heist in the bot lane. Knight didn't have ult for the duration of that play. Longfong gets a position to roam down for free, which I was a little bit surprised at. Ends up getting a really good option there. I am surprised that BLG go for this play so early. Yes, the level 6 works out really well in regards to self-healing yourself, but the Ignite, the ult on top of it, Elk is completely out of the fight. He overstays massively, though. He tries to give an extra E, maybe, to Rakan, but ends up just giving his life.
Does indeed. Of course, the Devour actually means that when Starry comes out, it's got way more effective HP bar, has still got the excitement to work with. Shun gets away from the Pot Blossom, but doesn't save his life, and I'm not sure whether the flash was worth it there. I think he might as well just give it up at that point. And
maybe thinks he could have got 1-for-1 back.
Yeah,
he did get
maybe
quite close. And sometimes you just say, well, screw it, try and outplay. But now, not having that flash, kind of annoying. He has his ult back now, Cube. He's been, yeah, not particularly working out well in this early laning phase. He pops the Ghost to get away from this. He pops the W now as well, but that means he cannot move back towards this turret. And with 6 grubs, that is a big deficit to give over. Big amounts of gold going to the top side of BLG and away from Cube. And that's a dangerous thing because while they have huge backline advantage, like 50 CS lead for Starry in this bot lane, 6 kills, insane amount of work, they will not have front line to protect them very easily.
We're going to try and trade 2 for 2 in terms of the turrets, and I think that's probably fine because the thing is, you're sharing this gold between 4 members on the other side. That is a Jinx who's getting the lion's share of that gold. I don't think they're going to stop it. Can they get anything more from this? I don't think so. They're going to try and have Longfong roam up to defend the inhibitor turret. I don't know whether he's going to get there in time, though. This is going to get a serious chunk.
This is the problem. It's 6 grubs. Even though you don't have a Jinx to kill the towers, you have the objectives of the double might. So OMG, they slip up big time, teleport back to one's spot side, so Knight can end up pushing down that lane as well. BLG, they stick to their guns and say, yeah, we kill towers quicker than you, and OMG, I wonder if they should have just kept Starry in bot side. He is so fed, has the Jinx passive on the Q and then the Shiv. It might have been just better. He ends up just kind of wandering around the map for a little bit. OMG lose a lot of gold they didn't expect to.
2 for 3 in the tower trade. Of course, OMG still get 2 turrets. That's not the absolute end of the world, but BLG with some very astute macro moves and the power of the 6 grubs. Exactly like they have the most incredible tower shovers of all time there. It's just enough members, enough of a wave, and enough grubs. You can do that.
Worth noting as well that, so when you have pen boots, the magic penetration you have also affects towers. Both magical and armor pen affects them in terms of your tower damage to them. Just allows some mages the extra ability to actually take part in some of that structure destroying. Back in the old days when that didn't happen, you used to take double AD carries just to kill structures easier. That's why they were so good at early game, just destroying structures in a way that mages couldn't really. See that Starry is going to have just permanent wave clear in this mid lane. And with the Tahm Kench stood behind them, it's quite hard to engage unless you have, unless you force the flash out of the Tahm Kench to devour and then the flash over something like the Talia wall can get you safe. How many times can you do that though? On trying to get some vision control. What's going to happen with the rest of BLG? You do have Knight and a point of power. He's actually pretty strong right now. He's getting towards that Seraphs and he got a lot of gold from that last play. Vision cleared. Shun in mid lane. Here we go.
Gonna try and weave his wall in as well. Starry flashing away. There's the quickness of the grand entrance. But On just dies for his troubles. Xiaofeng follows the queue up, and now they begin to get the forwards. Teleport's coming on forwards. But the rocket deletes the other one. Flash forward, but there's a devour afterwards. Shirking to get away. Xiaofeng low. Starry gets another. Bin finally flashes on forwards. Starry dies. Pop Blossom comes on down though. Bin trying to get something, but he's pulled all out over the wall and dies for it. BLG 4 for 1.
On goes too deep. Yes, you have ways onto the Jinx, but OMG are willing and ready to commit to the knife fight. You can see that Bin, very, very strong in his own right, managed to survive a 1v4 very briefly, and it is a 1,000 gold shutdown, which does mean actually BLG arguably walk away better off from this, just because that's effectively 3 kills in place of 1. Add an extra 2 to the kill tally. It starts with, as we were saying, yeah, you actually do have ways here. I mean, you can force flashes out from the Devour, from the Tahm Kench. I think a big thing here is that they don't force the Devour early. On takes a huge amount of damage, and Lee Sin, the point-and-click assassin sometimes as well. Very, very strong. With the extra ult from Jinx and the Get Excited, so massive. They have saved the Devour all this time, which means that the Vi ult doesn't get much in. It is on Bin to get that big combo, and he just about gets it with the last empowered Q before the Nico ult can stop him from getting towards it. It's still, however, you know, a 3 for 1. It evens out, though, if you consider it was a 1,000 gold shutdown.
On respawn, it made it a 4 for 1.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, yes, and 2 of those kills went to the Jinx as well. So, like, yes, you killed the Jinx, but I don't know whether it's necessarily because you had to burn flash on Bin, on Knight, the the teleport. Like, you spent so much trying to get that Longfong, though. Wisely, no, he walks back onto the seismic shove. I think it must have been blind. He gets away with it. It got very close there.
Shun no ult, so it wasn't necessarily going to lead to a full kill, especially with Longfong with flash available to him as well. Tier 2 boots would allow him to run away. Shun doesn't have his Tier 2 boots himself just yet. Skip them to go towards the first item. Bin, though, got to keep our eyes on this guy. He's very strong. Can he survive a 1v3? He's ease away from the kick, importantly so.
Could have been a little bit dicey otherwise, but it still should be Herald over to OMG.
Starry is so strong, man. 8, 1, and 3. He doesn't need a Lord Dominic's Regards or something like that because there's no armor on the other side of the team just yet. BLG, they're splitting the map. This works out well for them. Again, they have 6 grubs. They kill towers very, very quickly. Herald is a chance to get a turret. Killing a turret is a turret. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like, you can either have a yacht or you can have a box which could have a yacht inside it. Elk has flash, he doesn't have E, I suppose. Yeah, it's in fact on cooldown on the bottom side of your screen. Gonna use this Herald to push in towards mid lane. That can get the Get Excited for Starry. I don't think they can force anything more than that, though.
Gotta keep our eyes a little bit here because Bin is just shoving very aggressively onto an exposed inhibitor. OMG saying we can push this really hard though.
Now, BLG needs to be careful. There's already a Get Excited potential for Starry. If you fight now and the tower dies, then the Jinx starts off with passive. Very dangerous.
Look at the top side though, that's just going to be inhibitor.
And the grub buffs affect that. They're not going back in time. Lungfang's going through there. He has teleport to rejoin the team, but I feel like Bin will kill him if he tries to step too far. Needs to be careful here.
Clears out the wave, and now they're going to try and retreat. There's 13 seconds on the dragon, but with the wave shoved in so aggressively, Longfong can join Bin can't that easily. So I guess Longfong is going to have to sit there and push out that wave as aggressively as they can. The inhibitor does stand, importantly.
So important thing as well, OMG don't have that much bot side vision. It feels like BLG, even though they would just run into the mid lane. OMG were the ones that didn't really get vision control after this. Cube did just spot on. He doesn't have flash, but he has the monster energy blast cone, and that's a wall to deny the team getting in.
Yeah, that means dragon's taken. That stops the dragon stacking, so it will not be soul point for OMG, who get pulled around the map a little bit there by BLG.
BLG, over the last few minutes, have done a good job of just trying to avoid the damn Jinx. The problem is, this is already a late game Jinx. 2 items, level 10, like it's not level 11 just yet, but honestly, this Jinx, as long as they're close by PP God, who has a Knight's Vow as well, so annoying to get through. You need to somehow find a way to blow the Devour for free. If you can get a good combo with no setup, you might be able to blow the Devour. If that then happens, I think BLG slaughter the team fight, because then suddenly Flash Vial, Bin onto the back as well. That will be game. There's no one on OMG which can do anything really once that Jinx is down. I feel like BLG very, very happy once that Jinx is out of the equation. So either avoid it or try and get that Devour and get onto Starry for free.
Sometimes a little easier said than done, though. Of course, there is a down, and there's also the pop blossom and everything else we've mentioned as well. That killing the Jinx is sometimes an easier task said than an easier task executed. And Longfong, not really at that point of power, but has got a Rocket Belt and Ionian Boot, is still at level 12, so not going to be entirely without use here. And Starry nearly an Infinity Edge. The incidental poke on this champion is going to be really silly shortly.
W's landing onto On. That's actually kind of spooky, and you've got to be careful about that. Those extra slows. Rakan not locked up for that long very often, because he just gets to kind of fly out. But the thing is, he's never tanky. He is survivable because he is mobile and he's CCing you, so you can't damage him back. If you do find a time to land a long-range bit of damage, he doesn't like that at all. We saw in the last fight as well in the mid lane, On got really blitzed out. He's gone for the Anathema's chains. So there's no cleanse on Starry or PP God. This can be very important. If he ends up catching, even just the charm onto PP God and then getting onto Starry, I think the combo from On is you pop the ult, you flash onto the Tahm Kench, and then you W beyond that onto Starry, who has 3 items. He has the Infinity Edge now, but without a cleanse, I think On has got a really good angle into this game.
Still be very scary. No Mikhail's yet either, which would, of course, I suspect, be potentially valuable buy. The problem is here, actually, what do you cleanse? There's a lot of knock-ups, and of course there's the charm.
The charm.
But yeah, but obviously between things like the cease and desist, which like suppress you, with the knock-ups stuff, can still be quite difficult to cleanse out of his own. Wrong end of a seismic shove. Flash kick is phenomenal from Xiaofang. They're going to get Elk. He's dead and they're teleporting in. But the excitement is huge on Just About Alive. But that is a monster pick.
And now suddenly, OMG get themselves an ability to just keep pushing mid lane. It's kind of tragic for them that Baron isn't alive. It's not going to hit the Rakana low HP. That would have been another excited proc. It's the LDL players from OMG who are really stepping up in a big way. Xiaofang, Starry getting something back. And Knight doesn't have something like Leandri's fully built up. Oh, in fact, he does. He's got it on this back. That will give him a lot more power, but just trying to get the damage out before Jinx gets a crit onto you is going to be so difficult for BLG. This game, it's, I guess I'll say this one's a good learning for what happens when someone is insanely fair. How do you think your way around them? You see right now, he does have the drive right next to him.
Does get out of range of the seismic shove, so that will be the ghost pop, but it's a flash from Shun to make that happen.
Yeah, and that's a big problem. You've used a lot of ults there. You've just used your Talia and your Vi and the flash. If that had come out in a position where Starry was too far away, that would have been potentially game ending. The big shutdown would have come through again, a second one, and it would have been Baron after that point. And then after this point, Elk just walks too far up. Very disrespectful, like he has been for most of this game. Have a lot of praise for Elk and On. Not in this one. They've really been caught slacking.
A bit. Of course, Bin is still finding some ways to keep the gold even. It's not that big a difference overall in terms of the gold because Bin has managed to claim a number of turrets. Every outer turret on the side lane's gone, including an inhibitor turret in that top lane, has meant that the side lanes still feel like BLG, when they are not kind of getting away from the Jinx, are getting something done.
Longfang just catches Elk again.
Gone! Fantastic combo. Elk's dead to the rocket. Now what about On trying to escape, taken very low. Bin is scary, gets over the wall. Domina's rolling, but in goes Xiaofang again. Bin still dangerous, kick back. Xiaofang might die, but can still get the heal of the sundered sky.
He's
now
so excited.
Goes down and oh my days, Starry's excited. Stars in his eyes and a Knight for the count. He wins out. They get 3 members, they can head to Baron. The LDL members come in. Angel on compassionate leave and OMG looking to win one for their absent mid laner.
11, 1, and 4. It's a story tale. It's a fairy tale. Kills a knight, kills a dragon. For some reason, there's a police officer there too, but kills all of them all the same. Baron goes down as they fell that great beast, and it starts off with Elk not counting minions. Longfang hides as the first melee minion into the fray and just absolutely blitzes the poor dragon in the back end of it. Elk has had a very uncharacteristically poor game. He has been one of the most consistent players in the entirety of the LPL. Now, after this point, you're dealing with an excited Jinx who can reposition so readily. With Xiaofang having so much gold in pocket, he doesn't even get taken down. BLG just cannot avoid the Jinx when they get excited.
Knight going down as well. Remember, these guys actually had some shutdown gold on them because they were actually quite a way ahead. individually, and suddenly Jinx at 11-1.
So Elk's just teleported back in. We have ourselves, you know, a dragon fight. I really think that BLG should be trying to avoid this and looking for a split push answer somewhere. They have an open inhib top side. They can potentially go towards bot side. They can look for a play. Shun Bin off of vision.
Cube could actually be in a spot of bother. Does not have the all-outs. I think he just dies here. The Weaver's Wall to prevent any easy access. Cube doing a very decent job of staying alive, though, and actually has a honey fruit behind him to heal himself back up. And now OMG having gotten a bit of people there.
BLG need to avoid this fight. They can't afford to stick around here. Smolder's come through, but Smolder doesn't have enough stacks. Here comes Longfong.
Forces Knight to flash away. Gets a root and goodbye, Vi! Dead to right. Into the backline goes on. He flashed over the wall, but it's a Devour onto Starry, who's still alive. Trying to get to the backside. Will not die quite yet. This Jinx will not die. Finally brought down as a final auto claims them. And now BLG in a 4v3 might still be able to get something despite the man disadvantage.
Knight, very high HP. What can you get with the next combo?
The Rakan's dead. Knight's in trouble. Remember, he hasn't got a flash. He flashed out of the Pop Blossom. Cube can still do some damage. Elk's got the execute now, though, so he can be useful. Longfong needs to be very, very afraid. Has got the teleport, so he needs to back and reset.
Knight, next combo. What can you do? Elk's going forward. Again, he has the execute. Another Q dodge, but not the root.
And Knight hits the root, but it doesn't matter because the threaded volley kills him. He doesn't have the blooming burst.
And Knight, he can recall, he can teleport back, Shun is back alive, and somehow, someway, despite Jinx killing her sister, I just don't think it will be enough. Shun back, Starry back on the board, has an ult, which will hit!
Elk gonna survive for now. It's backside, Shun is here. Xiaofang gets over the wall, having killed Elk somehow, finally gets sides, and Longfong, oh Longfong, you've got to call it out.
Guys, let's just wait, Starry has got excited, he's got the extra movement speed to be here in time. Not quite there, though. Oh my god, not just the team, it's the emotions as well. BLG somehow get away with a dragon. Is that really the prize they wanted? They get themselves a huge shutdown. All this. Where are we starting with this? We're starting with right at the start of this. Shun Bin, get off of vision, get a huge amount of HP away from Cube, the front line, and they wall off Starry so he can't get a huge amount done. He's not really getting DPS, he gets a W across this. Important moment. While this happens, though, of course, Cube comes back and he gets to regen up. It's not actually ended up being the biggest kind of chunk for BLG. A lot was used for that. Longfong only catches Shun. It gets the fight excited, though. So much damage on. Gets himself the Devour out this time. That's a big moment. After the Devour is gone, suddenly you look at Starry just being chunked down time after time, and he walks too far forward despite his range. He is not safe from Elk flashing forward and killing him. And now suddenly Elk on the Smolder, said about him being disrespectful. This time he plays it out wonderfully so, flies over the wall and gets himself that burn damage. PP God can't quite get the lockdown, and the carries from BLG have a clean fight.
When as well, Longfong had teleport that entire fight. He could have backed and reset and come back in himself. He doesn't do it. Dies trying to pick off Knight and gets very close, but he doesn't get him. And Knight gets to reset. We're back onto the map. That outer turret doesn't fall, but OMG's still around. They're actually thinking about Weaver's walling this.
Longfong would have to teleport in. I think they just used that just to spot out some enemies. Now with 6 grub buffs, remember, BLG will push down this mid lane outer turret very, very quickly, and they've caught Longfong.
He's trying to go golden, doesn't get that much time done. Remember, there's an execute, he just dies. Does not manage to hold on that tower at all, despite the minions not being there. The grub buffs turn up, and they manage to hold on to the turret.
On uses the full breadth of his HP bar. He's going to recall anyway after that point. It's a top lane out turret. Oh my god, I'm going to say that a lot. And it's not going to end up getting the kill this time. 4 items on Starry. Bloodthirster. Means you can't even chunk him out that easily. And with the amount of damage he's doing, remember, each auto probably going to heal him for 100, 200 at this point. An absurd amount of healing. Where's the anti-heal on the other side? There is an ignite, and that's it. That's all you've got. So you have to kill him cleanly before he starts regenning through it. There's a locket shield on PP God alongside the Knight's Vow. Everything about OMG is about this AD carry subbed in for Abel. The AD carries in both these games, Abel in Game 1, Starry in Game 2, have been the stars of the show. BLG, though, even though they're down 10 kills, only down about 2,300 gold. So the 2,000, 3,000 gold, rather. And now with 6 grubs, they can once again maybe get themselves into a late game macro masterclass to stop OMG from team fighting their win to a very, very important victory.
Be a big one, of course. Actually, despite the early lane, now Elk at 3 items has got the execute threshold, having denied the soul as well twice, or rather denied the soul point at least twice by gaming those 2 dragons. The Smolder's online. Maybe not as strong as the Jinx, but certainly a threat and not a non-factor in the way that they were for 20-odd minutes of this game.
Remember, even just a game win here, important for OMG, because every team who's still in the playoffs race, and that includes, you know, teams like OMG, that game score is going to come down to it. 7 wins, currently the margin of error for qualification. OMG have that already. They're on 0 game score, though, in terms of between the plus and the minus. They are just ahead of, they're just ahead of anyone's legend. Even if they were to lose, means that they get to at least keep that over anyone's legend a little bit further. Gives them a bit of a buffer, which can be so important.
It's a narrow margin to begin with. We've already been over that, but OMG, especially considering the really frustrating and unfortunate circumstances they find themselves in through, of course, some real-world tragedies, makes their lives quite difficult here. But this kind of game, against the odds, against the incredibly difficult circumstances, would be an incredible thing to see.
See that right there? Just to confirming as well, Starry does have the anathemas onto him. Means that On will take less damage from the single target carry. W goes into the bush. They don't spot out Knight. Big damage onto Xiaofeng. Again, anything they can get for free before the fight starts helps an awful lot. On needs to be careful. Is he going to get an E out? He does. Again, all of this poke, it gets closer to getting a choice pick from BLG or getting a reset. Getting excited for Jinx.
Yes, and Baron's now a possibility, and with actually a fair amount of frontline, and then just this hyper-fed Jinx, the Baron won't survive all that long. Should it happen to Elk
again!
He's caught! Even with the flash, the flap, he's gone! Smolder's mother comes in too late. It's just the grave of her son she spots.
Once again, not counting the damn minions. Elk has not been on his game in game number 2. He had that one good team fight, but that important pick goes away. BLG, they were looking for, I don't know, what are they looking for? A fight, a steal? It's dangerous either way.
Shun can get it. He's got flash, ult, and then smite. He can make this happen. What about the back end of the fight? It's a good knock up into the back end of it. On jumped over the wall. Still a 4v5. Starry trying his best to be threatening. Gets shunted as PP God. Shun now looking to fight the stopwatch onto Longfong. They're jumping onto Bin, who gets a big heal. Kick back. Does go down. Excited again is Starry, forcing Shun away. Baron still leashed. Still going down. Shun has a flash and an ult. Does not get there in time. OMG secure the Baron and 2 kills. And now get to run to anything more.
You know what the actual hero play there was? The stopwatch from Longfeng to stop Bin from getting the second part of his E. He looked to try and slice and then dies through the team. Denies the first part of it. Means that OMG get themselves a clean team fight where Bin can't reach the backline on this scary Renekton, who's done a lot of damage this game. Ignore the scoreline, 1-3-1. Doesn't look that impressive. Honestly, the damage has been. So OMG, they're playing out the team fights well. Played out the turn beautifully from the Baron. Gonna get themselves a dragon. Gonna get themselves back and reset. And BLG, once again, left floundering in some of these team fights. What do we say about Elk, though? What do we say about this? Once again, just not seeing that there are 4 melee minions looking to contest this. With a flash, with an E, it is not enough. He is way out of position, and Elk, dude, you have to do better.
He had about a second to count, but even then, you've got to be aware that's an option. Where are your wards in mid lane to give yourself time to count, if nothing else? Look, there are the wards. They're by the broken turret. That's not in the lane. That's not where you were. You were up nearer the river at that point. You're giving yourself a lot of room to react there at all, and Elk, 8 deaths on the Smolder, really struggling to find access and damage in this game. Even if BLG win this one, there'll be some review required.
30 minutes into the game, Starry full items. Lord Dominic's regards, finishing off the arsenal of Jinx, who, we do have we haven't talked about it that much, but it's Jinx versus Vi. It's the Arcane matchup. It's the Piltover Zorn rivalry between sisters. Looks like the long arm of the law has been cut down to size in this one, though. Jinx has been running rampant. Their crimes are going unanswered for right now, and BLG, how can they stop OMG from pushing now? The problem is, they kill towers so quickly, with this Jinx being so strong that even the 6 grub buffs can be matched. See that? Maybe you've got what a Weaver's Wall. It's really hard to buy time for Bin to be alone in a side lane. He's pushing a bot lane right now, and he doesn't feel like he can stay.
No, and that's the problem, is in the 4v5, OMG will win.
So, Bin, maybe looking to teleport in. I think what's trying to happen is BLG are trying to guess when OMG will send someone to recall and then teleport back in. Cube is not going to be here for the front line. Starry misses the combo.
Oh my god, the damage! Knight's dead. This time it's not Elk, but a kick back onto On, who dies as well. 2-man advantage already. Cube begins to shove it in. Bin just doesn't get to get into the fight despite the teleport. Elk now running away. The Pathmaker to buffer his way forwards. Bin can still be a threat potentially on the flank. Longfong's clone taken down low, but not down. Starry still here. There is a Devour still on PP God as well, remember.
And there's still Flash on Starry, so important. Knight can't get it this time. Lanfang on the Nico, huge value in this late game so far. He's teleporting in, saving the minion. It's going to be another excited proc for Starry. He'll get a stack of that off of the inhib as well. Double excited, remember, it does stack. And BLG, they're trying to save the damn game.
There's still 10 seconds on Knight. He's not going to be here for a minute. As Starry gets devoured, stays alive. Shun goes down into the backline. Does Elk try to get some damage? Does not manage to make it happen as the Untofo strikes part 3. Pull Bim back. Massive rocket damage. The crits are glorious. 18 kills for Starry, who comes crashing out of the heavens like a supernova. Knight has respawned, but to what avail? He throws down a Weaver's Wall to try and block off the minions.
Oh, he gets a combo onto Lanfang, but that's not the target you want. You have to imagine that OMG have a Guardian Angel back in the distance somewhere looking over the shoulder. It goes to game 3.
The fact they had to bring in so many academy players, the fact that they are undergoing such a traumatic and troubled time with some of the real world stuff, and OMG, despite it all, against the best team in the league, still come up with a 19 kill Jinx game. Extraordinary stuff.
Folks, it is a classic of the LPL where our top teams, before we hit playoffs, sometimes have a stumble. They sometimes have a game where one of these lower teams will be that blue shell. OMG, they're in their own playoffs race. Getting a single game hit, very, very important. We'll leave it there for game 2 as we rest our voices and we go somehow to a game 3 between OMG and BLG.
That is hella something, isn't it? Especially after that first game where it was not close in the slightest. They get the win condition ahead, they get rolling, and yes, to BLG's credit, they still found ways to keep that game remarkably close in the gold score. The problem is where the gold was. Like I said, it's on my Renekton, it's on my Vi. That, you know, there's a bit on Knight, and that's kind of good, but your Smolder just wasn't there. And on the other side, that Jinx was just absolutely unreal.
Okay, it has been a day. Anyone's Legend, LNG, actually a pretty fun series in its own right, but this one here, it really does feel like there's a bit more emotional charge in there. And OMG really just playing their hearts out. You love to see it. You love to see it. Because OMG, they're a team which, you know, they've had their ups and downs. Huge roster changes coming into this year. At the start of the year, they did play Starry. This isn't his first series in. Do want to make that clear to folks. They took a week or two before Abel came in. Abel has been largely a much, much better AD carry. But this game here, fantastic from Starry to make sure that their team could just get over the finish line.
And I think in some ways, you could see the way they changed people out. They went, look, we're playing with some of the LDL guys, let's get some of the synergy in. We're likely losing this anyway, let's get some stage games against the best team in the league. And not only do they get some experience, they get a damn win. You take that when it comes to it. Of course, it was always going to be hard because the synergies between Xiaofang and Longfang are decent. They both played in LDL together. You bring in Starry, someone else you played with, and it just looks that much cleaner. And in fairness to Longfang, it's a much better laning phase. He gets ganked once, and it's a bad time, and he dies. But on the whole, that Nico, particularly his ability to jump on Elk repeatedly, became so problematic because for once BLG's wards were not giving people time to count the minions, and suddenly this Smolder keeps getting caught, and you keep getting kills.
Right, one last game for today. OMG, if they win, go up to 8-7. Very importantly so. That means that they would actually sit themselves in 7th place. They'd go up a spot. That's like, wait, how much damage is that? 32 minutes, 41.5k, 41,500 over 32 minutes.
That's a
lot.
DPS.
That's almost. It'll be a little under 1,300 damage per minute.
Yep. That's a lot.
That's like 1,290 damage a minute, folks. That's absolutely absurd. That's absolutely absurd. Jesus, man.
Well.
Yeah. Absolutely insane, actually. Yeah. That's like 1,000. That's one of the highest DPMs I've seen in a.
It's been a hot minute. 191% gold efficient, damage per gold.
And given how much, given how much gold he had, that's a hell of a lot. I need to rest my voice. I'm gonna go to the toilet.
Go for it.
I'm gonna do that.
I believe in your ability to go to the league. Jinx making a return now. Oh yes. But like picks like this are pretty damn huge. Elk gets caught mid flap, flash ult, dead Smolder. Rocket comes across. I mean, the other thing that's making Smolder not enjoy the Jinx is the fact that the Rocket allows you to follow up from a long, long way away on whoever picks the Smolder as well. A lot of very good rocket hits onto Elk, which have made his life really hellish.
就上一把会感觉配合起来非常的
And a hydrate. Yes,
然后
boss.
一旦陷入劣
Thank
势，
you,
不知
Solar
道
Puppy.
该做什么。
英雄的问题。
好，
上一把英
找
雄对
到原因了。
BP 的问题，换了一下，哎，马上就配合起来了。
是的，
some
因为
Earl Grey to
这两
finish
国兵啊卡位置其实都开到团了。
嗯，你看，只要对面一进场，所有人围在金克斯的身边，这波还有阿斌特别能打啊。
是的，几波。
That was a great Jinx game. Yeah, Starry played that very well. I mean, the whole team did. This is the one time when he gets caught and dies, despite the excited there was the ward in the bush, which meant that Elk actually had vision. But yeah, Elk was not having a great game this time around, guys.
确实威胁不到金克斯了。
对。
Not a great time. Yep.
接盲僧的 Q，然后小龙。
Credit to BLG making that as close as it is. You see that scoreline Jinx and how many team fights was allowed to free fire, and I felt like most teams would have just rolled over. Yeah, wrong. Scary. They did make it work though, so you know, credit over where it was due. Made it work.
利用中路的这个兵线，直接开到了。只要大龙的处理 ，OMG 也是没有给机会的，直接停手。
后面就是金克斯处理不了了。
And yeah, exactly. I mean, the side lane plays, they managed to use the grub buffs to get the open inhibitor. Bin was still really annoying in the side lane, but the problem was, because of how fed Starry was, they couldn't hold in the 4 versus 5. So for all that Bin had side lane pressure, it was like such a risk that he had to call a lot of the teleports. Very difficult for them to play out. And they lost the game, so there you go.
因为这把 BL 就是一抢的鳄鱼嘛，当时第一时间感觉他们可能想打上半区，但我们依然会发现，如果下半区被找到了机会撕开一个缺口，打野根本没有办法去帮上半区。
Oh my god, I just looked at the T1 versus Nongshim, like, T1 won, but Jiwoo did 77,000 damage in 49 minutes. He was nearly at
因为不来的话，
nearly at 2,000 damage.
被越塔或者说卡在2塔前，根本没有办法吃经验。然后这样的发育，其实对于斯穆的来说是非常非常难受的。
对。而且这把结束以后，如果还要玩小火龙的话，那得考虑稍微针对一下对面的下路了。
对，就或者说
T1 needed 5 Barons and 3 Elders to win game 2. Good lord. I mean, Smolder just doing Smolder things, I guess.
鳄鱼这样的英雄了。
但是很多时候
Look at that. That's pretty mental.
被换野区是没有办法避免的事情。
That is pretty mental. Yeah, T1 was lost. Damn, son.
就硬考有可能越打越亏。
Smolder being Smolder, I guess. 700 stack Smolder. Good God Almighty. Look at see what Reddit says.
这把的数据很华丽。
Infernal sold 5 Barons, 3 Elders, and a Zeus on perpetual split push to try to fight it. Split push and 10k plus gold lead to build one fucking Smolder. Yeah, this champion's nuts. We'll do that. There was a 77,000 damage Smolder game in the LCK that nearly beat T1
I
apparently.
saw that effectively Avaris Q ended that game, so...
Sometimes.
Oh god, 800 at the end of the game, Sam. 800. So it says, oh god, I need to rest my voice and my eyes a bit. Oh, and thanks. I am paying attention to the YouTube chat as well. Cosmin and Mate. Thanks for the follow. So, well, thanks for stopping by, rather. And yeah, we appreciate the support. I don't know why YouTube viewership has been so bad today, like on the whole. Because normally on YouTube I'm getting we're getting between like 1,000 to 2,000 viewers. I don't know why it's low today. It's like, you know, it's been like between 50 and 100, so it's like 10 times lower than it normally is. I'm like, why? But hey, whatever. This is just stuff I've got to figure out, I suppose. I wonder if it's because I started a little late. Maybe some other people went to different YouTube streams. I'm not sure. And plus also there's like LCK on as well. So, well, no, but even when T1 are playing, it's been a little better than that. Thanks, Idris. I really appreciate it, folks. Yeah, and you know, we'll keep doing this for as long as we can. And yeah, we'll keep seeing how things go through this, really. No updates on the playoffs yet. None that I can share. So, yeah. There'll be an announcement when there's an announcement, but it's not my position to share it, folks. Co-streamers aren't allowed to let people know. So, yeah. While I might know, I can't tell you. Just look at how past playoffs went, and you'll find a vague ballpark, you know. Hang on, wait. Fun fact, I just figured out one of the reasons Skarner rework took so long, and it's quite funny. When programming champions, it's common practice to take code from other champions and repurpose it. Nothing weird about this in and of itself, but then they stumbled upon the problem that a significant amount of the total code of League was inherited from Skarner, and they had to do a massive rewrite behind the behind the screens to slot him out. I did hear about that on Twitter. That is so funny. That's so funny. I figure this is probably the reason they fixed Rek'Sai lately. Oh, maybe it's just, yeah, that might just be because the code was just inherited from Skarner. Wow. Right. Yeah. That's so funny. That is so funny. That's just coding in a nutshell, folks. Just coding in a nutshell. Okay, one more game, folks, and then I can sleep for a bit, just a little bit. Ugh. Did I fall on my wallet? Damn, should really not let that go. A little while. For the first time in a long time. Since it felt right.
职业联赛春季赛的比赛直播，正在进行的是 OMG 对阵 BLG 的比赛，目前的比分是战至了1-1平，悬念来到了决胜局。那么在刚刚过去的第2局当中 ，OMG 是选出了一套能够压制住 BLG 的阵容，并且他们的战术也是打出了很好的效果，而且我们也是记住了 Slayer 杀伤力十足的金克斯。那么现在双方来到了决胜局，在 BP 上，想问一下两位解说老师会有什么样的期待呢？
来到蓝色方，我觉得 OMG 还是要拿自己舒服的球吧，就是
首先就是卢娜这个组合
搬掉。
对，因为这个组合你反正差一个也能代替双班嘛，所以感觉第一是这个组合可能
You sing and play quite well, thank you. Yeah, I play some stuff. I just don't really play it for people. Like, I just figure if people are here to watch me play League, why are they here to watch me play music? You know, some people can get away with that. I don't really feel like I can right now. Or maybe that's just me lying to myself, but yeah. I play a load of stuff. I mean, I used to play a load of Red Hot Chili Peppers, Avenged Sevenfold, a lot of Linkin Park, and then just odd songs from here and there. You know, I play bits and pieces.
是的，包括这个版本本来大家针对下路也针对比较多嘛，然后在卡尔玛没有的情况下，但有些时候你转念一想，如果你在蓝色方，
Thanks everyone for sticking around, folks, and thanks for the kind messages. Love the guitar playing. I'll do it some more then in the background.
因为第2局 OMG 赢了下来之后，选手们肯定这个状态是非常不错的，就看要不要再来操作一局，让中野承担这个先手，然后把下路摆一个大河去完成他们的一个体系。
Yeah, it's pushing me away.
对吧？能跟 BLG 的中野对抗，并且在前面取得不错成效，主要还是幻野区的角色，我觉得很聪明，抓到小火龙的痛点了，
越成功了
啊，所以
配合起来了。
对 BLG 来说，我觉得这把也可以选择摒弃掉这个英雄，要不然你继续选这个英雄的话，对面可能还是猛王。
对，
你找到小火龙的话，那就是金克斯。
因为现在下路其实单调的一定会上单位的，包括像塞纳、卡莉斯塔以及维鲁斯，
是的，
要不要考虑做一个交换？
I've lied to you the same way that I always do. And this is the last time that I'll beg for the sake of being with you. The sacrifice of hiding in a lie. The sacrifice is never knowing why I never walked away, why I played myself this way. Now I see it's sesame, it pushes me away. Why I never walked away, why I played myself this way. Now I see it's asking me, pushes me away. There's a second version of this as well. Why I stay when you just push away. No matter what you see, you're still so blind, blind to me. I think, folks, we'll leave the song and dance behind as Sam, we need you back. Draft for game 3.
Rude, I'm good to go.
This one is not a game that we thought we'd be playing. We didn't think that we'd be seeing a game 3 between OMG without Angel against BLG. This is not a team and not a series we thought would go the distance. But OMG though, Starry subbing in for Abel. Abel didn't even have a bad game 1, but they put the confidence in the LDL AD carry to go alongside the recent LDL call-ups of Lonfang for today and then Xiaofang in the jungle as well. Into this draft in the second round, a lot of lane pressure bots taken away from Elkanon. I think it's quite clear if Elkanon have lane pressure and they get kills in early game, this game will not be nearly as easy as the second time around. Maybe you can get Starry to scale up into the game again.
Xiaofang's Viego off the table, and again, a lot of those LDL players come up and they have a hell of a game. Debating the first pick, Nico, it is locked in. Lonfang made Elk's life very difficult on that one indeed, so it's a bit of a better look as well. Bin will not have the Renekton he defaulted to the last time, but might look for the early K'Sante considering that's still up and available.
And honestly, Lonfang really caught Elk sleeping in game number 2. He was caught out on mid-waves all the time, and this is an AD carry, which I think is up there as the best, one of the best in the world right now. This guy's absolutely fantastic. So to see him fall like that to Lonfang, a lot of that's credit to Lonfang for choosing the right angles, even though you do have to criticize Elk on the other side. Shun going towards Xin Sao as well. This guy has been destructive on that. Now we have to see the lock in alongside it. Potentially means that again, BLG can have much more early fighting potential. Karma locked in. Takes it's just really, really good at providing pressure in early game.
Karma's in. Knight with lane priority to try and match the Nico and or outdo it if they can. Xiaofang had a much cleaner game on the Xin Sao. The early plan was a lot more coherent, and this time BLG didn't have the clean answer to that bot lane dive that started the whole snowball. What do they want to lock in third though? They look towards top lane, I suppose, before it gets banned out, especially if they want to do something a little bit spicy in the bot lane. They will lock in the Odir, knowing that K'Sante is up and available, and if Bin does lock that, it's still going to be priority over the Q.
So, Bin likely to lock himself just in kind of like a survival matchup on top side. I really don't think he's going to be angling towards one of those counters like the Darius. It really hasn't been about Bin on carries this split.
No.
Given how good of a carry he was last year, and honestly it was the difference maker in a lot of games between them and other top teams. It was Bin can play the carries, your top laner can't because they've succeeded on the tanks. It's not really been the case this year. On back towards the Rakam. Again, a really good player of this champion, but really struggled in last game as soon as Starry could just blow him up as soon as he looked for those aggressive angles.
Wasn't as duoed up with Shun for once. They felt a little bit disconnected. We didn't really see Shun hit onto Starry in a particularly threatening way the entire game long. Of course, the range the Jinx was playing from, the fact you start to deal with the Devour was quite tricky to manage. Has unfortunately led to this game 3 for if you're a BLG fan, who are looking a little bit sheepish after that game 2 blowout in the team fights.
I wonder whether we're going to see ourselves something like a Xayah out of Elk 4 unless OMG ban it, because you look at the Udyr and the Lee Sin, really good way to disengage that is just by having a Xayah who can kill tanks and deal with frontline divers very, very well. Plus it's very good, strong early 2v2 laning phase as well, especially since the Kalista, the Varus, the Lucian are off the table. There are a lot of the lanes they tend to struggle against. Wouldn't surprise me to see that locked in on 4 unless OMG wants to remove it.
It's definitely well, but they good. Of course, Smolder's still up, but so is the Jinx, and that means that whichever one is effectively not picked, they could look for, and they will ban the Xayah, knowing that was a potential option. What do they want to lock in? Are they thinking AD carry now and leaving their counter pick up for top lane? They're going through a few potential options.
I feel like you just have to lock in your top lane and then counter pick AD carry, right? Just get that winning lane. I mean, if you think you've got a pick which you can blind pick and just will win everything, that makes sense, right? But I mean, I really feel like there's no reason to lock in your AD carry now. Pick something for Bin. Give him something that can at least stand toe-to-toe with the Udyr. It is going to be the Jax, so it is actually more towards the carry archetype. Bin's had a couple of games of this. I don't think his Jax has been as domineering as it has been in previous years, but it is still Bin's Jax, and you have to be worried.
Yeah, and it does mean that things like the Jinx get a little bit trickier to navigate if you are into the Jax, because the ability to just jump in and counter-strike the Jinx doesn't have a lot to say about that. The Renekton you went for last game couldn't quite threaten the Jinx in the way I think they were hoping for. Jax definitely a little bit more able to pull off a flank threat on that more rapid front. Of course, the Zeri now locked in on the other side, knowing the potential for the Smolder. They're debating going for the Lulu as well, going for an Enchanter alongside the Zeri. When you've got things like the Lee Sin and the Nico as well, lots of ways to potentially keep the Zeri alive. And
Please not this.
It might be time.
Not this.
No! It's in!
No! We've escaped for so long! And this goddamn demon cat is back on the rift. PP God, what have you done? Elk, the thing is, Zeri Yumi rather, is not the strongest laning phase. You can lock in something which might suffer elsewhere and can look to really play aggressive onto them.
Well, if you want a few good Yumi carriers, you've got yourself a Lee Sin, a Zeri, and of course with the way the best friend mechanic works now as well, Starry with a bit of oomph behind him can prove very difficult to manage indeed. Well. Starry given his own personal purring backpack to try and carry another game.
However, the thing with BLG is that you have kind of two half enchanters, the Karma going towards AP and then Rakan as well, giving some extra shields and the help from that too. So it's not like Elk won't have himself a way into this game, and the Kaiser should be able to really just dive onto a lot of these carries and absolutely slaughter them. I think this game, BLG, as long as they don't give up, 4 kills to the Zeri, should be absolutely fine. Again, with the Shin Sao as well for Shen, I really think that BLG will start hitting hard home early.
Exactly that. Well, Smolders are gone, but Yumi's back. The Manic champions of years past still haunting around. Of course, Zeri there as well. Wasn't exactly a favourite of the adoring League of Legends public, who are a little prolific in their way of complaining about particular picks if they end up a little overtuned. Of course, worth noting as well that the how do I put this? The reputation of Yumi over in the East in Asia was always a little different over here in the West. They had much less problems with her as a champion compared to Blitzcrank, which, as we said, was always the demon champion to them. So maybe a little less leery about pulling the champion out. It's in. See how it works out. Last game, it was a monster early game that saw Starry snowball into the stratosphere. BLG, though, looking to right the wrongs of Game 2 and return to their Game 1 form. We know how good they can be. Stumbling there, a little bit of embarrassment for the best team in the league. Looking to try and close this one out 2-1 regardless.
OMG, even with the single game win, I think they've definitely overperformed to today's expectation. And what a day to do it as well. They're doing it for Angel, who stepped out for family reasons, as we've, of course, talked about numerous times in the stream so far. Been in Cube. There's no dancing in the river this time. It's trading grasp stacks instead. OMG, BLG. See where this one goes.
On behind.
Yeah, On is behind. He'll have a second charge of his, second cooldown of his W coming up soon.
Oh, they don't know. This could be absolutely disastrous. Can start at the beginning of the wall.
Well, you can't do that because you can't level up anything but Q at level 1.
He's in so much trouble. Manages to try and get some space. Flashes out of the grand entrance and Starry down that key summoner.
This is the thing. Zeri has to level Q at level 1. Can't go over the wall because that's your auto attack at the same time. The same way that Zir has to level his W at level 1 too. You can't start with an E, which will dash you, well, nothing. So that's a good punish. Both summoners away from Starry for the one of Elk. He's gone for the Halo Blades. Very good early burst combo. Less about kind of getting those sustained DPS uptime fights, but against the Zeri, I guess you're not looking for that anyway. You're looking to burst them out. BLG already putting Starry onto a bad foot after Game 2's absolute star show.
Worth noting as well, Xiaofang will be on vision when he starts his Raptors, and this is just a very nice hop over the wall. We kind of spotted it. It's nice to see the replay.
Oh, On could actually look for a flash W here again. Starry has no mobility now. There's a heal and there's an exhaust. It's unlikely to be a kill, but if he does look for something and they're too far away from turret, could have led to something. Blocking out those Qs, trying to stop Starry from farming.
Exactly that, and of course with Shun on the top side, starting on his red buff and pathing towards bot lane. OMG are the ones who might be dived this time around. It gets very difficult for them to manage. Would love to get level 2 nice and early here. Not going to happen anytime soon, though. I think it feels like Elk and On are the ones who will be getting that very shortly. A couple more minions to do it.
Starry was just focusing on the minions. Elk instead knows he has the wave advantage already, and then ends up just using his Halo Blades. He'll have the second cooldown of Halo Blades coming through shortly, and that's when you potentially have flashes forwards looking for kills. There's only one exhaust, there's only one heal. Can potentially be a kill threat, or at least real lane pressure achieved.
Prowling projectile, obviously a lot more awkward to control this time around. One of the nerfs that came on through. Yes, it's still a powerful ability, but it's less continually maneuverable as the spell goes on. So to Got a little wide there as On still dancing around, and it's just a trading of wave push right here in the top side. Not that much to write home about. Though Ben does eat a bit of damage from the Windborne Storm.
He does not have his counter-strike up at that point, so Cube goes forwards and gets some decent work down there. Ben would love to get himself, we saw some stats crop up at the bottom as well. Ben's so fantastic at this champion over the history, even though he's not necessarily had the best run of it this year.
Worth noting as well, Shun will be actually matching with Xiaofang, who reverse cleared, tried to bait out a response by starting on the Raptor, but then has gone to his blue side and come down towards his bot. Might be a little late, though.
That's the thing, he's going to be late. He won't have red buff right now. He can smite it away if he thinks there's a real risk of it. He can do it right now, but is it too late?
Gonna try and go on in. There's gonna get some decent body block, but it's just not enough. The exhaust comes on through. Shun flashing away, will likely die. Does not quite die yet. The shields from the E from Rakan does a fair amount of work. Battle dancing to safety. Xiaofang gets another, and now Elk in danger as well. Doesn't have enough room to run. Trying to get something back. A flash for the Cathian Rain. Gets one more, but it's still 3 kills to Lee Sin.
3 for 2 in the grand scheme of things. It's 3 to the Lee Sin, and once again, BLG mess up early game in bot side. This is really giving us some shades of what happened last time, but the problem is, it's not the goal to the scaling carry. It's to the jungler. It's a lot harder for Xiaofang to use this Lee Sin in the same way that the Jinx could use that gold in the last game. How does this start? We said Lee Sin was going to be a little bit slow to the play, but he is still here. Starry comes through. The W misses. That's a big moment. Huge damage down. Yes, he was likely going to take that tower shot anyway, but still, it's an extra little bit of damage missing out from the Yuumi. And of course as well, body blocks the W as he hops off to PP God. Make sure that Xiaofang isn't cleanly traded back on. Full minion wave also playing out well there.
It was always the thing with pro level Yuumi. Was just that ability to use the bottom block, that passive, and the ability to hop on and off people was so obnoxious.
Can Xiaofang stop the recall? He can throw a Q and he can. So Counter-Strike up in 4. He doesn't have it right now. This is just a recall stop. This should be a kill.
Could well be. Bin has got a ward to hop to potentially. They're waiting on some time. Flash away. The aggro taken.
Oh, the stun!
Cube gets the stun, but the aggro was dropped. It's not going to lead to anything. And a kill over to Cube, who just flares out his wings, and the Wingborne Storm does exactly what it's supposed to do.
That sucks. Because he takes so long to die, it means he can't teleport back for a lot of these minions, which are now dying to the turret. It means that Bin on his Jax, which we said he's had a bit of a rougher time on recently. It's not going to have an easier time. It really just looks like Knight is the one person who is holding strong in that laning phase, at least there. But I mean, I say that actually, no, that's not completely not true. Elk massively up in farm, even though the bot lane play didn't go quite the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, exactly. Lost a wave, so Starry was already down a fair amount. Should, like, even up the CS a little bit here, because he's collecting a wave or two, so probably still end up being about a 15 to 20 CS lead, so it's still solid, but I think at least some of the wave gets to be cleared in favor of the Zeri.
The waves right now are matching. This isn't a crash. I think it's just like the next waves meeting up a little further on. You can see that right now. Yes, it's about exactly the same wave, so it is effectively 20-25 CS lead. It's about that point, around that. See whether Starry will have access to the next bits of farm. Zeri, of course, very good at claiming CS under turret because of the right-click Q being basically a doubled-up auto-attack. Means you can always pretty much kill these under turrets, even though you don't have any AD. In towards top side, level 6 hits. He's in a bit of an awkward spot as well himself. He's used his ult already just before this, I'd imagine, to take the majority of Cube's HP bar, as we saw that. Again, taking some good trades.
Does end up with the second activation of the Wingborne Storm hitting his face, but Shun is topside and Cube needs to be a little bit wary. He's going to put down a wall, but will unlikely run into the Xin Zhao. It's Secret Service. Xin Zhao trying to do a lot of work, does not speed his way to safety. Shun gets a kill and gets on the board for BLG on the top lane.
It's such a pleasure watching players like Shun and Kanavi play out the Xin Zhao, who has been really, really dominant in the LPL at getting early 3v3s and 2v2s across the map. Ben just clips the wave, slightly trims it. Q can't get to that wave in time to push it in. It will slow push back towards him. Xiaofang's going to get himself the grubs as it starts right now, as Elk is left alone in bot side, but still trading back very well.
So I think that Q missing probably cost him. Prowling projectile and wide on as well.
Rest of those grubs going to be taken away. These are the first spawns, so second spawn will come through fairly soon after this point too. Good amount of XP to Xiaofang, 3-1-1. Even then though, I mean, Shun's starting to match out to that certain extent as well. And Elk has level 6, needs to be careful here if you don't. If you get cancelled by that W, there's a real chance that Elk just flies forward for a kill. He doesn't have himself a flash, but still, Kai'Sa very, very mobile. You can see that blocking out the cannon, so Starry doesn't even get that one.
That's really annoying. The W lands, in they go, exactly what you talked about. Flash away from Starry, and there's an exhaust down onto Elk. So the summoner's popped. Ghost on Elk, Ignite on, but it's still a win in favor of BLG.
Well, they're out of lane before they can hit level 6. Really well played from On to get the CC, so Elk could get the guaranteed W. Uses the W, then the ult mid-W cast to make sure that it is fired at point blank into Zeri's face. Not going to be easy for him to come out of this laning phase again now. And that CS lead we said was going to be, you know, evened up with some waves, XYZ. It's going to get worse now.
Yep.
So we'll see how that goes.
Here we go, as Shun does have a little bit of support from Knight, who had the wave shove onto the mid lane. It's again a bit of a lead for Knight here, who using the Karma to be as obnoxious as they can. Managed to get about a 10 or so CS lead. Another big wave being dropped to turret here. Starry should be able to pick up most of it, but that's still another big discrepancy. Now more towards that 25 mark from where it was.
Yeah, again, it's just forcing Star and PP God away from XP, away from some of those minions. It just keeps them permanently behind. The thing about Kai'Sa Rakan is that they can always force on you if you make a mistake. You don't have a cleanse, you don't have a gold from the Chaos. On has level 6. There is every chance that another play comes through.
Finn takes a bit of a chunk up there on the top side, and that is still going to be a little bit annoying for the top laner of BLG, who, having given over a kill, still not in the easiest space there. We'll try and throw down the tether. Some autos back from Longfong. There's not too much to be seen. And the other thing is actually after the early dive from Bosso, Xiaofang has been a little bit absent. He's finally picked up the Sundered Sky, so alongside the free ass boots from his runes, so going to be roaming straight towards this bot lane, see whether he can make some action happen with the level 6 available.
Really waiting to see what happens when Knight and Longfong end up hitting level 6 as well. That'll be a big moment for them. Feels like, not level 6, the first item.
Sorry,
the
yes,
first item.
the first
level
level
8. I was it's like they are level 8, that's the one. Yeah, they have to devolve into their base selves or whatever. Anyway, once you get Malignance, you get Protobelt. I think that's where the mid laners can really start to play. Xiaofang ends up walking over a ward, so he'll be seen. Elk has his ult coming back up. There is every chance that a 3v3 comes in, and wow, Knight is really not taking prisoners here in this mid lane.
Some teleport for Longfong, but it does mean he'd likely have to pop it to get back to the wave, and then Knight will have the advantage. His TP nearly coming off cooldown himself. Nice trade there.
They're not pulling the ult though, so he's not really serious about it. Jax is only serious about trades when he really pulls out that ult, and it means that you're passive when that ult comes out.
Oh! Kick away, the charm comes on through, flash away, nice damage back. Xiaofang does not manage to secure the kill. Nicely played by On.
Oh,
wait!
That was fantastic. Tries to auto-cancel, flies in for the kill.
And now Elk's still in danger. They're teleporting behind. They can still play this one at OMG in a difficult space. They might have got God in the name, but I don't think praying to him's going to keep you alive. He dies to Starry, crashing back down to earth after a phenomenal game 2. Elk wins out this one.
The early lane from BLG is what ends up sealing this play, really. You don't have the XP and the gold and the just raw resources to play this out. Elk and On have really started to redeem themselves from what was a difficult game 2, which a lot of it falls on their heads. They were the ones which misjudged a lot of those plays towards bot side alongside Shun. This time, you know, they did give over a lot of gold in the 2 for 3 early on, but it at least didn't go to Starry. See that Starry level behind? And Xiaofang, he was spotted heading around bot side. They knew this was likely, and he can't quite get himself the clean combo to kill On, kick him out, and follow the Q out of the turret.
Used the Q earlier, trying to get him as he went over the wall and miss it by hitting it onto the cannon minion. The problem is as well, remember, because of Knight's trade in the mid lane, he still had the teleport available, so teleports into the lane, Shun from the other side. There is no escape for Starry and crew, so they try to get something back, but there's just not enough to work with.
Elk very close to going down. Yumi Autos potentially could have finished it, but Elk just about gets away with it. Get away with a heist in the bot side themselves. It's not been as easy a series as some people would have liked from them. Game 1 was an absolute stomp. Game 2 and Game 3, though, OMG showing that they are once again best of 3 merchants. Shun claiming some grubs on top side, at least denying the 6 and 5 and 6 mark from OMG.
Does indeed do that. Q teleports topside. I misread the name slightly there. And he will clear out the wave bin. Gets our plate. I don't think he quite gets the second, unfortunately. No. Starry, though, actually with everyone on the grubs, does manage to claim 3 plates here. That's actually fairly significant for a lane that has been pretty problematic for this area.
Well, there's been a number of times now, but On has been on warding missions and roaming around the bot side of the map, so he's had some time alone with that tower. Zeri also pretty good at killing turrets with just, again, when your E goes through as well, your Q benefits from the extra damage, and your right click as well. Very, very nasty. So, good stuff there.
Level 7 to level 9, though. Starry is not having a great time here. Elk with all those kills, all that extra time in lane. Very ahead in the experience front, at the very least.
And you don't have a cleanse just yet. On if he has that ult. Very, very dangerous to Starry. He's only got his flash coming up just now, so dangerous moments there. Shun on bot side, vision cleared out. Every chance that Starry with the flash coming back up might have to blow it again.
Shun's going to be down here. The Lee Sin is not. There comes the quickness and the battle dance. Try and get on in. They flash away to no avail. There's not a bad exhaust. Flash for the win becomes lightning out from Shun. As clean as you like. Shun will tank the tower and will help claim his team the kill. What more could you do?
Knight was even on the roam as well, just in case Xiaofeng or Linfeng made their own kind of names felt in that bot side. Elk, Kraken Slayer looking for the instant all-in with the Q upgrade as well, coming soon after this. It's not quite there yet, but he has a lot of ability to just fly forwards and get the Halo Blades, bursty combo down. He's not going for like burst ranged poke, he's not going towards the W upgrade later in the game. He's just saying, right, I'm going to fly in, assassinate where I can.
That's exactly that. And again, Xiaofeng, a little bit absent after the early game, has really not managed to make anything work on the Lee Sin. Tried a tower dive that went very wrong, and now actually the fact that he hasn't been there to save the bot lane, hasn't been around to stop that kind of play, has caused a lot of trouble.
See that Elk is going for the Gala build. Kraken Slayer into Terminus with the double recurve bow picked up. Bin taking some good trades. Just hit level 11. That means he's got, of course, the ultimate advantage over Cube. Well, I mean, Cube. Udyr is not like that. Udyr is not like that. I'm like, well, okay, whatever. But he does have a big point of power there at this point. And of course, the passive starts to upgrade as well off the ult passive, which gives you that extra bonk every couple of autos.
Very well. Bin still getting some decent DPS checks here from the side of Cube. He's still not out of this game, of course.
Also, Bin is basically saying, look, I just want to focus on wave clear. He's going for the Titanic first. Interesting. It's not the Sundered Sky. And he's saying, like, look, Tiamat first in. Really want to control waves to make sure that you just don't kill turrets for free, which often Udyr does.
Can do. And Bin, much of this series has been on side lane wave management duty, and it has proven to be a little bit difficult for OMG to manage, as the Herald about to be taken by BLG. Be spotted by Cube.
Elk, because he ends up helping in the killing of the Herald, means you will get an empowered recall next time you use that as well. You get one when you go towards that one. Starry has ult, but no summoners. Knight, very strong at level 11, with, of course, his Malignus as well. So, wow, I mean, he's really going for this, huh?
Okay, gets into the backside. That's actually a huge kick onto Elk, who now needs to try and find his way out of it. It's Knight, I apologize. Yeah, it's not Elk. I was expecting it to, but you were right. And that's a decent kill, and a kill over to Starry. Elk was elsewhere. He was in that mid lane. You are absolutely right.
He just took the Herald. We were just talking about it. I was like, hey, he's just roamed up towards mid lane. So, Knight ends up going down because On brings the Lee Sin to him. Knight had flash, but Xiaofeng, not for the first time, using a teammate to get that taxi over to his intended target. And even though they were in the strength of a real one-item power spike with multiple levels to their name, Knight goes down.
Does indeed, and manages to get a kill onto Starry, as we said, was down a significant amount of experience. And with the level behind us, some really important gold into this AD carry that's been made very anemic early on into this game.
I mean, On, yeah, I know that you don't want to get kicked back yourself. You are much more safe, though, particularly have that E outwards. Brings the Lee Sin over to Knight. Not really what you want. It's not the first time we've seen this in Game 2. Xiaofeng did exactly the same thing at a number of points, too, and feels like, really, OMG's jungler coming out into a really confident Game 3. I felt like he was just kind of becoming a Viego one-trick. Really good game from him so far, though.
Nicely done, indeed. And of course, the Viego was once again banned away from him, so we didn't even have any chance to play it this series so far. So it will be OMG getting something back. Still down a significant amount of gold. 3,000 is something to sniff at. Of course, the problem is where that gold is kind of really hurting is in the AD carry role, which you put a lot of resources in draft into trying to make useful. As it stands, it's definitely Elk who is the beneficiary of this early game, and that Kai'Sa could prove really lethal.
Bin with those grubs which were claimed by Shun and Elk earlier. Well, no, but from Shun earlier, and then Elk, of course, with the Herald afterwards, will take himself that top lane out of turret before Cube can do so. This is the benefit of going towards that Tiamat. Bin understands this champion pretty well, folks. Titanic Hydra gives him a lot of beef stats, but also gives him wave clear instantly. So he's now wrapping behind mid lane. Chance of him potentially, he's just been seen on the blast cone, or rather just used one. Herald summoned in mid lane. You do have good wave clear from Starry, but there's every chance that this is just going to be a clean play. I don't think OMG can really go to this. On, stopped in his dash.
Nicely done. That will prevent the engage, but the turret still, of course, falls because the Herald onto a 10% HP turret really wasn't going to be stopped, and that means 3 turrets to none right now.
Starry pops the ghost in that play too, so that's another tool away from the bot lane of OMG, who has they've done a good job of surviving some of this pressure. Dragon up, BLG, it would be an early soul point for them at only 17 minutes in. On no ult right now, though, and Starry ready to start firing, even without those summoners.
Starry completed this first item I didn't see. That could prove really difficult.
Yes, he has Shiv and he has a Zeal after that.
Okay, that's good to know. So at least it's got something to work with itemization-wise. Bin does get a shove in bot lane.
Bin gets a shove in bot lane, and the reason why BLG don't go for this fight is because Elk, he has level 11, he can recall and potentially fly back into the play if there's a good enough play, and he's just picked up 2 items. Bloody hell, that Mantra Q does damage.
does exactly. Elk can look to get in. Longfong will throw down the pop. Doesn't really
Oh,
matter
no.
that much. Well buffered away from BLG. Spaced that one out very well indeed.
And again, with the second rank of Kai'Sa, one of the big buffs to Kai'Sa was, hey, the ultimate now has the longer range. If you get any CC, you're in trouble. OMG, you need to be careful here.
And Starry left alone on the other side. They've split the map between these turrets. Elk runs the wave into mid lane. Might be able to start getting a chunk there. There is, of course, PP God on top of Cube. And Starry burst fires Shun slightly, but they're just not getting access to the wave. So this tier 2 falls.
Tier 2 falls very easily, and they go forwards, and he's just gone! Stars plucked out of the sky. It's a dark night.
Oh, it is indeed. A nice kick back though on a shot, but he's still got a Crescent Guard to work with. And then he audacious charges out of the range of the turret. Another kill comes on through. Longfong dead to right. Xiaofang now running away. The heal from PP God keeps him alive just about. Cube now desperately clearing the wave in the bot lane because OMG about to lose their base in mid lane.
Oh, it's the straw which breaks OMG's back. One play floods the base.
Almighty, another kill comes across as Elk picks that one up. 6-1 and 3 on the Kai'Sa now. Decides not to fight for the dragon because you know what? Terminus this early on means we can start forcing this hard in mid.
Yeah, Elk maybe a little jealous of what happened in that last game. Hey, why did Starry get to have all that fun? Why did he get to be the one that carries? He ends up coming back with a storm. Tower goes down. Starry walks way too far up. Shun has charged his Q on the tower, and they just miss it. Honestly, it's a blunt missing of what's happening with the Xin Sao Q. It's something which you need to see because this guy does a lot of work with that knockup. Doesn't even take tower aggro when the kick comes back. A bit of a misplay from Xiaofang in that regard. And Elk, so much damage with the Ghost. Starting to go forwards as well with a single target Q. Very nearly finishing off.
Exhaust and heal required to keep the Lee Sin alive, but that's most of the summoners now on OMG. Down for the count, starting with a flash alone. Basically the only long-term summoner available. Longfong now got his teleport back at least as well, but this game is looking pretty dire.
Well, Alex is on his way to a Navori Quick Blades as well, third item, which will be a very nasty power spike for OMG to deal with. OMG trying to stop on from messing around with their jungle too much and putting down wards. Haven't really managed to stop the attempt though. BLG pushing in their lanes. They're starting to really turn the screws ever tighter. 9,000 gold lead. OMG, they put up a valiant effort. You know what? I'm not going to knock them. This is a team with a substitution they weren't expecting to make. Even with the bot lane changes as well midway through the series. Now they're looking for a fight. Not willing to go quietly.
That's actually not a bad blast going to pull people away. I just don't know how valuable it is because it's not got DPS onto either On or Shun, who now pulls the quickness. And down goes Xiaofang for his temerity in going forwards. Now On forces Starry to start shifting over the wall. Another kill going over towards BLG. I appreciate the fact they're looking for something, but it just doesn't amount to anything at all. And look on the other side of the map, Bin is shoving onto another inhibitor turret.
Yeah, Xiaofang just overplayed that. He's done that a couple of times in this game now. God damn, when you've got this much HP, Triforce and the Titanic Hydra, the Demolish does so much work. Both are adding up to what 600, 700 bonus HP on top of that. Very, very big damage to those towers. And it's just, he can ignore them. Now going towards the Baron, OMG, with an overplay from their jungler, might have just thrown what has been actually a very competitive series when we didn't expect it. BLG turning on the afterburners.
12,000 gold ahead at 21 minutes. That second game just made them angry. They took the slap to the face and decided to just sucker punch OMG in this final game. They are left winded, a little bit shell-shocked, frankly. Base is already broken, Baron to their name. I don't even know where they go from here. As a third item just got bleated. Look what Knight's built.
This is so for the record, folks. Knight does this on pretty much every champion in every game because he realizes if you can take one big fight and stay safe, which he always does. He has a great team fighting positioning sense to get kill participation, but still get himself out to fight safely, even in losing team fights. He gets so much value out of this item. He's one of the most prolific Magi's buy items in the world. He is the Magi's buyer, and as my favorite item in the game, I really appreciate him for it. And in this game on the Karma, so easy for him to get that Mantra Q, I guess, across multiple people and start to really keep that damage uptick.
Starry has a Hurricane in second to try and hold on to something. It means he's a long way off anything like the Navori or an Infinity Edge, which would be the DPS for Starry. He's just had to go full wave clear here.
Well, you kind of have to, right? I mean, Starry, the thing about Zeri is that, yes, you're largely about AoE damage anyway and doing it from the edge of your Q range bin. He cares not for the oh dear and top side. That is emotions right now. He won't kill the turret completely, but it's close enough to it. Shun will do it himself, though, finishing off the tower for his teammate.
Yeah, what is an Udyr compared to an elk? I tell you now, that particular mammal of the forest is just that little bit more dangerous. Cube running away. Again, another turret falls on a Knight on the flank. They have got so little defenses left.
You can see that Alk, when he has access to hit a wave as well, really, really nasty when he can stack up the Terminus with the extra on-hit damage and the extra on-hit resistances as well. The shred, the resistances makes it really hard to go through this point. Knight once again just waiting for a mantra Q. Can't quite it this time. On goes in.
Does a lot of damage indeed, and they will manage to get some more damage back. The inhibitor turret falls in mid lane. It was chunked out low earlier. Bin actually taken relatively low. Counter strike has to go up alongside the exhaust, but they can't get the kill because he's got that on. Into the backline they go, but Xiaofang just dies for the choice of it. Cube on the other side versus Shun and Knight. Longfeng tries to get in. They will kill the Jax. They get the Elk. He's gone. He's been shot down. Huge big game pickup. Knight now coming on over as Cube died in the 1v2. But what happens at the end of this? Flash forward for the grand entrance. Will die. Starry still trying to trade on out. Cannot break the tether. The Mantra Q is blocked by the Yuumi. Still not enough. Wall surging away. But Shun will audacious charge mid-flight. And they cannot get out. It's a wipeout as he barrels off that half pipe.
Knight once again proving that he can have insane games with these late game team fights and get value out of the book too. Started on 4 stacks, 20 now on the Book of Souls, the Death Note itself. Doesn't even matter that Elk gets caught out by Longfeng. Again, right here, actually, Knight doesn't get himself the Mantra Q. It's not big damage at the start of the fight. And that means things that for Starry are much easier. A lot of the cooldowns are down. He can get a bit of uncontested time to do some DPS. Level 11, even though he's 3 levels down on Elk, he can start to do an awful lot of work with the Yuumi buying some space in the front of it. I think Elk really misjudges his positioning in this fight. Again, though, it's not the first time it's happened versus Nico. In game 2, he did that a lot of times on that too. Walks forward, ults there, but ulting as a Kai'Sa into a Nico feels awful. You never get the ability to really go through the knockup and the stun afterwards. He should have just flashed out.
And it looks like it's going to be OMG getting out, but a flash grand entrance gets one back, and then honestly this is a phenomenal body block from PP God in a second to make sure the Soul Flare doesn't land, but there's just not enough left. Shun's still there, the flash on forwards to get that knock up, and then E onto the wall to get some damage back, and there's just nowhere left to run.
So we move out onto the map, 4 items for Knight now. He's bought himself a Morel and Omicron, says, yeah, I don't really want to have to deal with the Yuumi giving the extra heals through him, items, abilities, and of course everything else which comes through as well. Summon a spell on the heal too. 2 items on Starry. He's doing a lot of work given the resources he has, so I'm honestly not going to blame him again. Starry and Longfeng coming into a difficult scenario. OMG, they were unlikely to win this series. They came away with a Game 2 victory. They came away with some early game victories even in this one. They are very far behind. 14,000 gold, just under. BLG, they have ults back up. They don't have all the flashes, which means it might not be easy to force plays with Rakan, but they are slowly pulling OMG apart ever so surely.
Yes, they are. I'm not sure it's ever so surely anymore because it looks like an absolute avalanche, a cavalcade of gold has poured out of the accounts of OMG into BLG's hands. They are like nearly 15,000 gold ahead. Xiaofang tries to go to Elk, but it's a wonderful flash. And now they're going to get the pop blossom, but where is the rest of the damage? Because Starry and Shun are in the wrong end of this. Shun Knight blow up the Zeri. PP God runs away, the cat skinned, and out of the bag. Cube on the other side goes down. This time the split fight favors BLG, and the game is over. There is nothing left to be done. A valiant effort from OMG, yes, but BLG put them to the sword and grind them into paste in Game 3.
It's often said, if you swing for the king, you best not miss. Make that about a Knight as well. To get through BLG, there is a certain protector in the mid lane you have to get through. Knight taking no prisoners, really putting OMG to the sword. I think that BLG did actually treat OMG with a lot of respect. You can see that they weren't trying to be lazy. Around the bot side 3v3s, OMG genuinely gave them some scares. This was not a one-sided series between a team with, again, the mid laner stepping out for a grievance in the family as well, and our hearts go out to Angel. I think OMG did Angel proud. BLG walk away the winners, but I think OMG, this was a result that they won't be too unhappy with.
No, that's not, and especially with how tight that middle of the pack is, especially with LNG beginning to make the pace that little bit faster to get into playoffs. 7 wins now, the cutoff. It's where OMG aren't miles off themselves. That additional game win here to make sure it's not a 0-2 to their game score is a huge deal.
It is, because now, what does this mean for the standings as it comes out of it? Which will come into our face. I'll put them up on screen anyway as they come around here. So, as it stands, Anyone's Legend, I believe they now drop down to 7 and 8 with a -4 scoreline in terms of the game score. Just above them now is OMG at 7 and 8, same series score, but they are only on -1. So they have a 3-game advantage over Anyone's Legend. Even if they don't win another game, it is very unlikely now that OMG will drop below Anyone's Legends in the playoffs race. They're actually in a pretty good spot. Unless AL can pick up some big wins, even in individual games, it feels like they're going to have to pull uphill now against OMG.
Oh, that's a rough one, but at least they get something, as you said, and like against such an incredible like set of circumstances that make it so very, very difficult to pull off, and they do get that one. At least that game 2, and what a game 2 it was. Very exciting indeed. Thank you all for joining us. It's been a good fun day.
Okay, and obviously, I'm Nymaera. This is Initialize. He's going to go stream now. You get that done. I'm going to go noodle on a guitar until you get that ready.
That's fine.
And folks, on YouTube, we will see you around. Thank you very much for supporting us on there. And then on Twitch, you will be